Well, I hope you're ready to go on a journey, because this is probably going to be my most heavily edited video I've posted in a very, very long time. So, I'm excited to share this art, quote unquote, I've created. I've originally wanted to do some sort of retrospective or review of Titanfall 1, as I have been playing the shit out of it this year. It's pretty much, I've fallen back in love with Titanfall 1, and I really haven't touched Titanfall 2. And why? Why is the question. Despite such a low player population in Titanfall and pretty much being on the brink of non-existing anymore due to multiple issues, I continue to play it and enjoy it as the game is, despite the limits of the player count. So why does Titanfall 1 grab my attention to this day over other games? Why am I so focused on playing this game, and what does it do for me? And I just wanted to go back, look at the sandbox, look at everything that this game is compromised of, and realize why 6 years later it's still one of my favorite games of all time. And it may not have a high population, it probably won't ever again, but I'm happy with it, and this is why.
I should have been here. They're going to call us marauders, terrorists, or worse. I'm sorry. I promised you I'd never get back in one of those damn machines again. If you're looking down, I hope you understand. We left everything behind. Hell, getting here was just the beginning. You said it would be tough to start over, but I didn't listen. You said more would follow. I thought they'd leave us alone. I was wrong. But there's no turning back. This is our land. This is our land. And I will fight for it.
The fleet's counting on you!
I don't know if there's any honor left on the frontier. I don't know if there ever was. I just know I'm gonna make them pay.
So what you just watched was the E3 trailer that came out, and back at the time, I was probably 13 years old, just chilling, probably still playing Halo Reach. It's my favorite game, and I saw that, and I was like, holy shit, this game's gonna fucking knock your socks off. This shit looks dope as hell. I was very much excited for it. Not excited enough to get an Xbox One, though, when I realized it wasn't an Xbox One and PC exclusive. It was still mainly a 360 kid. Eventually, they did release a 364 a month later, so I did patiently pre-order and wait for the 360 release and played it. But during that whole hype up, it was just crazy to see the amount of reception Titanfall was getting as a new IP. The developers coming right off the backs of Modern Warfare 2, taking their experience from that, shoving it into something, their kind of passion project as a small team, and having it fucking explode worldwide into something that everybody was excited to see where it would go. And looking at it now, it didn't really go very well. The trends of players decreased dramatically, despite numerous map packs, 3 that came out throughout the cycle of Titanfall 1, and they shortly announced Titanfall 2, after the end of the DLC support for Titanfall 1. So there wasn't a lot of time for the game to really develop and grow by itself, and everything was kind of shoved into Titanfall 2. But it still became a hit. And a lot of people played it. It was a very popular game, advertised all over for the Xbox One on launch. There is a Twitch patch to integrate the Xbox One and Twitch, so you can clip and upload it straight to Twitch. I don't think it's a fucking coincidence that Titanfall and that Twitch thing dropped out the same day, because the way the game was designed from the ground up, they wanted a fun, action-paced game with cinematic moments and a story loosely, a world that you can relate to and feel like you are part of something bigger than just a multiplayer game, which I feel like they very much succeeded in that, and why watching the game is so invigorating. So it's definitely a hit in that department. Now, I don't want to dilly-dally too much on like the physical real world part of like Titanfall and how it was received in the community and what the developers did for the game as it was being built. I really wanted to look at the sandbox and the environment and why it draws my attention. But I feel like it's necessary to go over what the game's fundamentals ideas were, which is what they said. It was a fun, cinematic, action-paced game with some kind of world in it that you could relate to. Which I feel like they very much succeeded on that. Despite the lack of a offline single-player campaign, they made that world somehow work a little bit with their multiplayer-only campaign. You could play as two sides, just get thrown into a lobby. You can either get IMC or militia, and you go through campaign missions, and you get out this little story they built. And it definitely makes the cinematic moments, but it's really at its core just a multiplayer match with some extra cutscenes and dialogue thrown in. It's nothing crazy, but the scenes that happen in the skyboxes stay in the regular maps. Mainly in Demeter, Fracture are my favorite to look at, because there are ships constantly flying and shooting, and it's something I really miss in Titanfall 2. I feel like all the maps in Titanfall 1 are designed way better. We're getting a little off track talking about maps. That's a topic later. And next up, we're going to talk about, how does the game look? It isn't 6 years old, right? What should it look like? So the footage you're seeing is obviously me playing on my laptop in the background. And then I'm kind of just talking and rambling and fucking trying to hopefully put visual aids so I can get my misguided point across somehow coherently. But visually, not gonna lie, game does not hold up well that much anymore. The facial expressions, I feel like it's the thing with every game that came out within the late 360 era or mid. I don't know, there's always been some kind of facial issue just everywhere, forever, and it's still a battle being fought to this day, I feel like, in the industry. But definitely facial expressions, pop-in is very present on some maps. It's very easy to spot. I don't know if it's just my settings, but there's pop-in very present. Other than that, I mean, the effects can get a little dull looking. The color palette isn't as vibrant as Titanfall 2. The maps in Titanfall 1 and all the environments, the characters are it's two-sided, the IMC and the militia. The militia was brown as their kind of base color, and IMC is like a whitish gray. So it's very easy to tell just looking at a pilot or a grunt or a Titan what team they're on based on their color scheme. So there's no actual camos or anything. It's all based on the team you're assigned, militia or IMC. That's it. And I honestly really, really like it, because it allows a sense of more grounded atmosphere in the world. It's really just two factions going at it over all these different locations. And it's not like a deal breaker, I understand. I just personally prefer having these two sides, even though I really like the option in Titanfall 2. And it's like, oh, you can just change your faction. It changes your announcer, right? That's pretty cool. But the thing is like, what do what are you really doing in Titanfall 2? You're literally just playing the game. And I get it. Some people really enjoy that. They want to play the game. They don't give a fuck about any kind of world. They just want to play a video game, shoot people in mechs, you know. I feel that. I have that mood. But at the same time, the way Titanfall uses the teams is not necessarily just to say, okay, bad guy, good guy. It's what comes along with the teams is like how the announcers will treat the other team and how the grunts treat the other faction. There's a lot of dialogue that goes in between, and I feel like is missed in Titanfall 2 because you have all these different factions you could play as, so they don't really know what to say. You know, it's like you can be on a team with some guy in Marauder Corps, and then there's Vincent and Marvin. You know, it's like all three completely random factions working together. So how are you supposed to react to that on the battlefield is my thing. Again, there's no literal logic behind that. I'm thinking way too much into this. But it's something I really, really, really like about Titanfall 1 is the dialogue that the grunts have with each other. It's fantastic, and it honestly helps the gameplay so much because they'll react, and it's not like a quiet little just chirp they say in the corner and they're trying to corner us. They'll react to the environment. They'll run away in groups. They'll group up. They'll call each other out. They'll mark out when they get a kill. They'll pull out archers. They make jokes sometimes in combat. Like, it's great. I honestly love the grunts of Titanfall 1, and they're some of my favorite. They're a little stupid, but they're some of my favorite AI in any first-person shooter, especially at this time coming out. It was very much a new concept to put AI into a battlefield sense and be like, okay, well, it's a 6v6, but there's also AI. They're not AI to match the player. They're AI separate lower class for the player to at least feel like they're contributing something to the team, whereas the main game is attrition. You kill things, you get points, right? There's always something to do, always something to keep you engaged, something to shoot at. And they're enjoyable things to shoot at, and you can shoot along with them at the other team. And it makes you feel like you have a sense of like you're kick-ass. You're working along with this team, and then these are just normal dudes coming out of drop pods, and they see you fucking wall running and skipping along, making dope-ass fucking headshots, and they're like, wow. Like, it's some kind of world that I think really works, and something I miss in Titanfall 2 is it's very often you don't really interact with the AI forces that much because, well, you got grunts, specters, and reapers in Titanfall 2. Specters and reapers don't do anything. They're literally robots. And in Titanfall 1, you got grunts and specters, you know. The specters are just more of like they're a bulkier grunt, and the grunts are, you know, the lowest of the low. So, in a sense, the AI helps the world building, and visually, they're complement each other in the world based on the team, because a lot of the maps are themed between IMC or militia. So you can definitely tell by the color scheme of the map which kind of team that the map is correlated to. The IMC being like a whitish gray, more futuristic looking, clean, and the militia being a brown, more grungy, worn down sort of scheme. I know I got a little sidetracked on the visuals, and I kind of just said, yeah, you know, the game looks fine. It's a little dated. Not gonna lie, yeah, it is a little dated. But the AI definitely, I feel, adds so much to the world they tried to create, and it's really great. Just going back on it, how the announcers react to the other team, what the grunts say, and they'll talk about the maps too. There's plenty of dialogue that they have, literally just detailing stuff about the map, which feels like they're real locations, and it's really great to see. But the sounds is another part of the visual / audio section I'm going over right now. The audio is another great part about Titanfall 1. All of the Titanfall soundtracks, including Apex, are great, fantastic. To highly recommend. They're great soundtracks. And going along with this whole, okay, so you got the IMCs, the clean, you know, empire, quote unquote, you know, like they're the corporation team. And then you've got the militia, the rebels, basically. They kind of do it like a little Star Wars thing right now. They both have their own visual and audio identities, and that's displayed in the type of tracks that play depending on the team you're on. Sometimes you can hear them in the lobby selection, and you could just tell by the types of instruments how the song's produced, what team the song's supposed to go for. Again, giving it more sense of reality that these factions are two entities actually going at each other in all these different battlefields taking place. Each one's home. Some IMC home, some militia home. So it's definitely a great mixture of world building in between the visual audio and the audio, the dialogue. Audio is in the music, and visually the palette of the world, giving you some kind of reality of this ongoing war on the frontier. So now we're getting into the nitty-gritty part of the video where I'm going to review the Sandbox, starting off with fundamentals like movement, aiming, you know, just like controls, basic shit, you know. And then I'm going to go over the weapons and the customization for the weapons, and I'm going to go over maps. So we're going to do the pilots and then Titans afterwards. As for the customization for a pilot, there's really not that much that goes into it. There's basically your primary weapon, your secondary weapon, your anti-Titan weapon, your tactical ability, your Ordnance, and kit 1 and 2, perks 1 and 2. It's a very Call of Duty style setup coming off Call of Duty. It's what they wanted to do. So, despite that limit, there's still a lot of identity you can create with these little bit of classes. The Titans have the exact same setup. 2 perks, tactical ability, and Ordnance, primary weapon. That's what you get for a Titan. So, even though you got this small selection of weapons and abilities and kits to use, is you can make some setups that are pretty popular to this day. It's have a very real scare to some people as they realize what kind of loadout you're using. There's obviously going to be some kind of meta. So metas are defined by the types of weapons and things you choose in your loadout. Now, coming into Titanfall, you gotta know parkour, double jumping. It's gotta be the biggest draw of the game you saw. I mean, he's got players double jumping, wall running, gaining speed, moving at very fast speeds, along with the quick twitch-like gunplay of Call of Duty. It's a beautiful mixture, in my opinion. As for how it proceeded in the Titanfall 2, the gameplay for a pilot was very much sped up with the addition of sliding and allowed you to slide hop very consistently. As there is no sliding in Titanfall 1, it was never a thing. The way to conserve momentum is a very finicky and it takes a lot of practice to learn how to B-hop properly in Titanfall 1. It's a source game. So B-hopping and very much a lot of source kind of movements are incorporated in a functionality way into Titanfall 1 through the act of ejecting and B-hopping. There's multiple different ways to preserve your momentum and keep up that speed. And there's a lot of little techniques to learn to get your pilot going as fast as you can. And it's truly, I think, the movement skill ceiling in Titanfall 1 is higher than Titanfall 2 due to the lack of movement materials the game gives you as a pilot. What I'm saying by this is in Titanfall 2, you have things like grapple. I want to exaggerate on this because grapple in Titanfall 2 along with sliding is a very, very quick way to almost break the map, which seems kind of funny to me because I'm like, I want this game to go fast. I want a very fast-paced shooter and I want all these crazy movements. But at the same time, coming back into Titanfall 1 and realizing how Titanfall 2 basically threw the almost Call of Duty ground level like baseline out of the window with some of these things like grapple, basically breaking the map. Specifically, I want to talk about capture the flag. You could just do certain grapple routes and just slide hop and just capture the flag very, very fast. As in Titanfall 1, yes, there is very much capture the flag routes you can take and gain speed very fast. But it requires knowledge of that route, practicing the route, not fucking up. Because if you fuck up, oh boy, there goes your momentum. Just like Titanfall 2. However, you have tools as a pilot to get out of that. As you can just, start slide hopping and boom, you got speed again. Titanfall 1, you gotta find your nearest wall and fucking hope you don't get shot by a Titan trying to cap that flag. I feel like if you see a pilot in Titanfall 1 with amazing movement, they put in fucking effort to perfectly time all those jumps, those B-hops, and where to go, and they're consciously thinking about how to preserve the momentum to get into their next engagement, or where the next engagement is going to start, and what route they should take to get there. As in Titanfall 2, you can pretty much just change your momentum on a dime, flip it, say, oh, I just want to, 180, fly across back the map. It's a cool feeling, yes, I understand, but at the same time, it's not as intensive as a player action, as is consciously learning these maps, learning the route, learning the timing for all these routes, and how to conserve the momentum and lead it into a gunfight and kill your opponent using the momentum and speed you build up from all these tactics, rather than just flinging your grapple 180 degrees and, using your SMG and just gunning somebody down. I personally like both games a lot, but the movement in Titanfall 1, I feel, demonstrates a higher level of practice and a higher skill ceiling than Titanfall 2. I've talked a lot about pilot movement. Let's talk about Titan movement. So, an interesting thing, along with the customization of Titanfall 1, as when you're coming into Titanfall 2, is the Titans are classes. You don't have a Titan, you have a class of Titan you play. While it's definitely, they're very much two separate things, and I want to be very careful about how I say this. Because yes, I love these games. I love Titanfall 1 and 2. But at its core, Titanfall 2 threw out a lot of what makes Titanfall 1 great. And that's why I really wanted to make this, is that there's certain parts about Titanfall 1 that just fucking work, and I love it for that. And coming back to it makes me realize how much Titanfall 2 really abandoned the formula of Titanfall 1. So, going back to Titan movement. Titans are by himself a lot faster, but the gunplay is slower. Sounds weird to say, right? They're physically faster, but the damage dealt is slower. Why is that? So, every Titan has a shield, and it's not just some fucking battery shield, it's just another health bar. These are shields. They're regenerating health. It goes on top of your chassis. Whether you're an Ogre, an Atlas, or a Strider, you all have the same shield health, and it regens at the same time, unless you use a regen kit. So, what this allows for is Titans to actually take cover, and it works almost like a pilot. I mean, you could take cover, regen some health, and go back into the fight. However, these aren't just fucking, oh, if you didn't break your shield, oh, too bad, sorry, can't kill the Strider that's running away, because he doesn't want to fight you, you got damage core up. Just like, I'm just going to fucking dash away. I don't give a shit about this engagement anymore. You got core, I don't want to fight you. Even if you get some shots off, you still penetrate whole health, even if they have their shield up. You will always do damage, despite a Titan shield being fully charged or no charge. You will always do full damage, which means you at least, if you're getting hit, you are losing HP. You might not lose a lot of HP, but you are losing HP 100% all the time. No, there's some very finicky things about it. It's some kind of coefficient, as in the lower your whole health, the more, or the lower your whole health, the more shield damage you'll take per shot, will go through. But I've had instances where I've had no whole health and basically didn't die despite taking damage. And it's this one 2v1 engagement I had on corporate, and I was beautiful. Top 10 feelings better than sex was winning that engagement. 100%. I love it. It's almost something you cannot do in Titanfall 2. You literally cannot do. Which is why I love that moment so much. There's many clips in Titanfall 1 that I've had. I was like, yes, this is a core reason why I enjoy this game. And the Titan shielding in the movement is a reason why I prefer Titanfall 1's combat over 2, along with the customization thing. That's a whole nother fucking ballpark I want to talk about. But as its core, the Titans are faster. Even the Ogre is pretty fast, as relative to, you know, a Scorch or a Legion. The Ogre is, while it's slow, it's not unbearably slow. As a Legion, I feel is absolutely one of the worst renditions of an Ogre. You really give it no tools to do anything. Its whole idea is, yes, I have a giant hit scan gun. That is my Titan. I am hit scan gun. And while Scorch is honestly a very good Titan and a creative addition to the Sandbox as a like fire incendiary weapons in another game, it's very much a fun Titan to play. It has a lot of dueling potential to fight other Titans. But it's not that fast. Again, you could just easily outrun it. But again, all the Titans are slower in Titanfall 2. Yes, you can outrun an Ogre in Titanfall 1 very easily with any Titan. But the amount of dashes that comes with each chassis is another thing that's different in Titanfall 2. Titanfall 1, you're always going to have 3 dashes as a Strider, 2 as an Atlas, and 1 as an Ogre. And you can get Dash Quick Charger if you want to make those dashes come back faster. And then go more in depth on that. In Titanfall 1, or Titanfall 2, excuse me, your Ogres have 1. Your Atlases have 1. Your Striders have 2, along with all their base movements being fucking cut. So everybody's slower. You can get Turbo Kit, you can get the Atlases up to 2, you can get the Striders up to 3, but the regen of the time in those dashes is a lot slower just using 2. So is it worth it? You want 3 fast bursts of speed? Or do you want 2 constant bursts of speed, basically? It's a choice you make. And for the Ogres, it just makes the dash come back faster. Just like if you put a Dash Quick Charger on Ogre, you get the dash faster. But as a whole, with the shielding and the dashes that come with the Titans in Titanfall 1, even with an Ogre has a chance to get to the Strider. While the Strider has a very good chance, and if they're very skilled, they can very much outmaneuver the Ogre, take cover, take pot shots, just harass the Ogre to shit. The Ogre has a lot of time to kill that Strider, and if he's even if he's running away, the Ogre can at least reposition somewhere and not be just sitting out in the open like it would Scorch. If their shields get taken down, a critical hit spot is exposed on the Titan. They're all different for each Titan, the Strider, Atlas, and Ogre. The Strider, having the smallest, has the least amount of total HP, and has a smaller hitbox for the crit. Atlas, being the medium Titan, has a smaller, or medium, I would say, crit hitbox, and then the Ogre being the biggest. So, as in Titanfall 2, crits are just things you can have happen, because the Titan will always have a crit spot. There's no shield, unless you have a battery backup boost, and you put that in there. Otherwise, you always have your crit spot exposed. Unless you're Scorch, because you could just be fucking special and just take thermal plating and just be like, yeah, I don't have crit spots anymore, and I'm an Ogre with no crit spots, and I have massive fucking upfront damage. I'm not really salty about it, if you can tell. It's really weird how they said, yes, we'll give a very tanky Titan no critical hit spots. But yeah, he's slow. That's his balancing, and he has a projectile weapon. But if you're CC, you're fucked. Like, close quarters, you're gonna fucking die. A Scorch will literally destroy you. 0 to 100, hella quick. A lot of people love that about Scorch. So kind of going back on, when I mentioned classes, Titanfall 1 is basically just, the loadout setup. Choose your chassis, choose your weapon, choose your kits, choose your abilities. Boom. You got your Titan. You can even slap your own OS voice in there. You got a few choices, a bunch of different languages, and a few just English ones. It's your Titan. It's Titanfall 2. They said, well, we like the setups you guys are doing, so we're just gonna make it its own Titan, and that's it. I mean, you can change something to the Titan. For example, you can make Tone's particle wall last longer. Like when Tone gets a crit, she gets 2 marks instead of 3. You know. But at the same time, they really changed how the Titan plays. As the 40mm, for example, for Tone is hot garbage damage-wise against Titans. In Titanfall 1, the 40mm is one of the best guns in the game. It is my favorite Titan weapon. It took a little bit getting back into it when I first started playing because I was very confused. I was like, wow, this thing fires really, really slow. But it hurts. You kind of got to lead a lot more. Projectiles are slower. But just, Titanfall 2's class system for the Titans is definitely an interesting idea. However, the identity that you can make a Titanfall 1 Titan and freely just be like, oh yeah, I want to use a real gun, but not on an Ogre, not on a North Star. Or yeah, I want, you know, a quad rocket, something that's taken out of Titanfall 2, but it's in the campaign and just they couldn't make a Titan for it. It's kind of like how I don't want to be rude, but like they limited themselves going into this class system by throwing out. They're like, oh yeah, the triple threat, for example, was a very weird weapon. Not a lot of people really liked it, but aesthetically it fits the universe. So we're gonna repurpose it as a shotgun. You know, I could see that. It's the evolution of a weapon and try to make it more practical. But it's something like the quad rocket. I don't even really like the quad rocket. It's something that's I've kind of grown to use a little bit because it's a very interesting weapon to use. How it's in Titanfall 1 as a weapon you can use. It's in Titanfall 2's campaign. There's its own Titan for it in 2. It's called the Brute. It's a North Star chassis that has hover and all that and it uses the quad rocket. But they didn't have a unique Titan for it in multiplayer, so there's this whole thing just missing. But for a while, the fucking chain gun was missing in Titanfall 2. There's no Monarch. So you had 2 weapons right there. They're originally in Titanfall 1. They're in Titanfall 2, but couldn't be used in multiplayer, which was the whole draw of the game. When they first created Titanfall, it was a multiplayer experience. So I find that very weird. How they would basically throw their own creations and stick them in a little fucking purgatory until they're like, yeah, we'll create a Titan and it'll slap you on there. In a way, I could see him get some hype, right? Oh, we're gonna add, you know, Vanguard class Titan BT, and we're gonna give him the chain gun. Everybody loves the chain gun. Slap him in there. People are gonna fucking go crazy. Monarch's a great hit. I love Monarch. But what if you wanted to use the chain gun on, you know, like an Ion? What if you wanted Vortex Shield in the chain gun? You could do that in Titanfall 1. Like, despite the smaller amount of crazy shit compared to Titanfall 2, you got like Scorch, there's fucking a flame launcher, Ronan's got a shotgun. You got it's more simple, down-to-earth weapons in Titanfall 1, but you have the freedom to mix and match your chassis, your abilities, your ordnance, and I personally really enjoy that a lot more. I think Titan combat in Titanfall 1 is a lot better than Titanfall 2. Between the movement, the health of the Titans, and the customization, it truly feels like the Titans take it to a point where it's an extension of the player and how they want to use, kind of like their own quote-unquote kill streak is your thing. It's like, it's you know, fucking Build-A-Bear, but it's build your Titan. And your Titan's your kill streak in COD. Is, if you're really breaking it down to like the fucking sticks and stones of it, that's how I want to see it. Is you're basically designing, like, well, what tools would I want to help me win this game? I want a 40mm for Titan fights. I want electric smoke for rodeos. I want Vortex Shield because I know the enemy team's going to use a lot of rockets. Just shit like that is something, I mean, you can kind of, to a degree, change between outfits or classes in Titanfall 2 and be like, oh, well, I'm going to take fucking 0 tripwire on Ion because I'm going to put choke points and just fucking use my tripwires. Holy shit. Whatever the fuck they are. Trip wires, I'm pretty sure Yeah, tripwires. Use those tripwires. Lay them down. They don't cost any energy. Or, oh, I'm gonna fucking make the vortex last longer. There's definitely some customization there, but at the same time, you're playing a class. And I get some people are like, oh, well, he's the best North Star, or he's the best Scorch ever. I want to be like that. And people are like, well, oh, he won that because he's using 40 mil and I'm using chain gun, and 40 mil is a stronger weapon. You can have that in Titanfall 2. And it's like, oh, he won that because he's Ronin and I'm fucking Legion and I can't do shit. So I kind of see through that argument. For me, it's like there's always going to be some kind of meta, some kind of counter to each other, whether it be the loadout you choose or the Titan you choose. The last little tidbit I want to add about Titanfall 1 and Titanfall 2 is how Titanfall 2 gave the option of electric smoke to every single Titan and drastically neutered its damage. I want to talk about more in the electric smoke part of the video. I just wanted to say that in Titanfall 2, electric smoke is applied on all Titans. Titanfall 1, it's something you have to physically choose. It's a lot different fighting it when you're actually playing in Titanfall 1. It's something I kind of learned the hard way once you run into it. Now, as a pilot, you have your anti-Titan weapon to take care of Titans. You got your pilot weapons to take care of AI and pilots. There's another way you can take care of Titans, and it's fantastic. It's one of my favorite things in the game. No matter how risky it is, I love going for it. It's the rodeo. Rodeoing is such an amazing idea. Whether you're rodeoing a friendly Titan or an enemy Titan, the amount of mind games you can play with an enemy Titan is amazing. It is something as simple as literally just jumping on the enemy Titan can potentially change an engagement from a 1v1 to a very real loss for the Titan you're rodeoing if you're on there. It's truly a very situational thing, but it has massive rewards. As in, for rodeoing friendly Titans, there's not really that much you can do. The main thing you can do with it is if the enemy is not paying attention, they can't rodeo you if you got a friendly pilot on your back, because they're sitting exactly where the enemy would rodeo. So you're safe from rodeos if you got somebody on your back. Friendly rodeo pilot will take damage once the shields are out on the Titan. However, before that, they won't take any damage. Another thing to note is when you are a friendly rodeoer, some weapons just don't really want to work. Mainly the charge rifle, for some reason, does not like to... You're basically like shooting inside of the hitbox of the Titan, and it's not actually leaving. So if you are a rodeo, somebody who likes to rodeo friendly Titans, don't use the charge rifle and try to hit other Titans. It just doesn't connect for some reason. It's kind of annoying. So use like an archer or a sidewinder, something you can shoot over basically, rather than the charge rifle. Pilot weapons work fine, but you're not realistically going to shoot a pilot weapon at a Titan. As when you're on a friendly Titan, you're not really in control of yourself. You can control your aim, but at a core, you're at the mercy of the Titan pilot and whatever the hell they want to do with you. So it's very much a situational thing for friendly rodeos. You don't see it that often. Maybe flag captures is a thing. Have a Strider pop dash core. Flag pilot hops on Strider with dash core, flies across the map, caps the flag. That's a pretty standard play, you could see. And there's people will take the mag launcher specifically for that reason. So the mag launcher will home in and hit that Strider and kill that flag pilot. But as for an enemy rodeo, let's say you notice a 1v1 fight between two Atlases, right? They're going at it. It's pretty even. And you hop on this Atlas. You don't really know this Atlas. You have to think when you jump on them, what are they going to do? If you don't have stealth kit, they're going to hear you jump on. They might actually not know the noise because they're so engaged in this Titan fight. They might not realize you get on there. Or if you have stealth kit, they won't know you get on there. You get on the Titan. If they're in a 1v1, they have to make a choice. They have to kill the Titan in front of them, run away from the Titan in front of them to deal with you. So you got two choices right there. They could sit, let you pester them, or they could kill this Titan right here. What are their tactical abilities? Have they burned any ordnance in this battle with this other Titan? If they got smoked, did they already pop it? Are they going to pop a particle wall and stick their fucking ass out so you're shooting into the other side of the particle wall? Are they going to cluster you against the wall and you're going to die? Are they just going to sit and let it take it? Are they going to dash away and disembark and kill you manually? There's a lot of little mind games that really go into a rodeo. It all happens very, very fast. Literally, there is milliseconds, microseconds that can make or break a rodeo depending on what the enemy pilot does and what you do. There's a little bit of lag, obviously, just in online games. You have to think a little bit ahead as in who you're rodeoing, what the options are available to them, their level of play, know what they are capable of, and know what you're capable of as a pilot to prevent yourself dying in a rodeo. It's a very finicky, risky, but potentially extremely rewarding feeling when you get a good rodeo off. It could make or break fights. A 1v1, pilot rodeos an enemy Titan. He's already used cluster. He doesn't have smoke. He has vortex shield. He already uses cluster. There's no cover around him. You're in the fucking outskirts of Demeter. There's no cover around. What do? You got this pilot on the back that's fucking popping you with his shotgun. You're taking damage from that recoil, and you got some Strider dashing around with the fucking 40 mil, knocking your aim up all over the place. You're fucked. You may have been able to kill that Strider until that Eva shotgun was shooting into your fucking brain on your Titan. It's such a risky maneuver, but it could really make or break 1v1s, and it just feels great when you rodeo somebody and it works. Even when you don't fucking make it work, you can at very least force the pilot to do something that they don't want to do. They may cluster and disembark really fast, and that may allow somebody to move in, punch them as they try to get back in their Titan, or at least very least deal some damage while they're getting back in their Titan to make them win that engagement once they get back in. At the cost of your pilot life, you eventually did doom that Titan you rodeo, and the pilot was killed. You contributed by putting your life to force an option of that Titan pilot to do something he did not want to do. He did not want to use his cluster to kill you. He wanted to use his cluster to kill that ogre that was chasing him in Relic. But now he got clustered in Relic inside by that ogre. Rodeo is one of my favorite things about Titanfall. And how it was neutered in Titanfall 2 really makes me sad. Because it is such a great mechanic and very unique. No other game, I think, will have this kind of mechanic that I can foresee. It's so much to go into this. At its core, it's not really that much. You jump on a Titan, you deal some damage, you die, alright? But like I said, the mind games, the level of skill, the options available to the pilot. They got other Titans around them. Can they punch? Are they going to dash away? Are they going to call it out? Are they going to pop smoke? Like, there's so much happening very, very fast when you're on this rodeo. It's such a high, stress situation, and I love getting into it. No matter how much it fucks me, I love doing it. However, in Titanfall 2, they changed rodeos to become a lot more safe, I feel, because they realized, not a lot of people rodeo. It's really, really risky. And people have figured out little exploits where they can use, like clustering themselves, to negate a rodeo very, very easily. So we're going to make rodeos safer, but we're also going to give everybody electric smoke. So the thing that makes rodeos safer is that while you're in Titanfall 1, once you rip off the hatch, right, you have free reign to do whatever you want. You can shoot your primary, your secondary. You can even shoot your anti-Titan weapon. A lot of new people, I'm sorry for them. They don't really know. But they'll fucking hop on a Titan, they'll pull out their Sidewinder, and then they'll kill themselves with the splash damage from the Sidewinder on the Titan. And it's funny to see that, but it's also kind of sad. It's like, I can always tell them, you could just shoot your own weapon. But you could charge rifle them if you want, right in their fucking crit spot. That will definitely give them a fucking wake-up call if they don't know you're there. But in Titanfall 2, going back, batteries are the biggest thing that changed about Rodeo. So every Titan has a battery and there's a backup boost, right? So you can manually give yourself a battery. A battery gives you a little bit of your whole health back and gives you an extra shield. They call it a shield. It's really just an extra health bar that goes on top of your whole health, separate. And once you pull a battery out of a Titan, you can't anymore until that Titan dies, right? So let's say you, we're just gonna say you rodeo a fucking ion, right? You hop on. A little warning pops up in the ion. He's like, warning, you're getting rodeoed, right, bro? This pilot is going to pull your battery in like 3 seconds. What do you do? All right, well, if you got smoke, you pop smoke, you crouch down, you punch the pilot and then get off, right? Simple. That's like it. Or you can let it happen. You can let the pilot pull out your battery, turn around, 180, fucking laser shot him. Boom. Pick up, get that battery back up. Oh, also, battery gives you core percent. So basically, you could sacrifice a little bit of whole health to get 20% core and get a little extra shield bar. It's very interesting how they said, yes, let's change the entire health system of the Titans and let's make rodeos way safer, but a way to get health for Titans. As you can take that battery, hop onto one of your other friendly Titans, hop that in, and then you can call your Titan because I'll give you build time to your own Titan. It's such a change of formula from what Titanfall 1 is. You rip off the hatch, you unload into this guy. You're going to doom him, you're going to kill this Titan pilot. Rather than, oh, I'm just going to take your battery and, run away. Yeah, you could hop on repeatedly, but at the same time, a Titan will always get smoked. They'll just pop smoke and kill you. They'll let it happen and they'll fucking punch you when you get off. There's not a lot to it. Hell, fucking Ronin can phase dash perfectly. You can pull the battery. The Ronin won't take any damage because he's in phase. He'll just run around. He'll just turn around, fucking broadsword you, get a free battery. I get no other Titan, but Ronin can do that. But why would you rodeo basically when you're going to give this Ronin free health potentially? You know that this Ronin is very skilled. He's going to phase dash perfectly to get a free battery. Why would you rodeo them? There's no real incentive. Judging, it's just a fixed animation time, and once you're off, you're right behind the Titan. And they got free reign to do whatever the fuck they want to do. It's just such a lack of, I don't want to say understanding, because they clearly had an understanding of what they wanted the rodeo to be, but a lack of sticking to the formula, for me at least, what makes rodeo so fucking awesome in Titanfall 1 is the free reign and the mind games that come with it, and the amount of options a Titan pilot has to kill the rodeo. Rather than just let it happen. Oh, I'll just get this battery. I can fucking laser core somebody. I feel like it's just a loss in the department. It's such a cool mechanic that was very unique to Titanfall that I don't think will ever come into another game. I can't see in the future, but I don't know what fucking game is gonna be like. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of anything that a rodeo, quote unquote, would go on. You could ride tanks like Battlefield or fucking Halo. But a rodeo is so much different than just being a passenger on a vehicle. I guess it's not really for friendly. Yes, you are a passenger on the Titan, but the ability to rodeo enemy Titans, it's something lost in Titanfall 2. I'm really, really glad that I can play Titanfall 1 and experience the rodeo. I originally loved it, and it makes me sad that Titanfall 2 took a very good mechanic that was very original and kind of just repurposed it, made it very bland. And while they made it safer, they also made it a lot easier to, be countered with at the same time. It's like, yeah, so the cluster thing, right? Everybody fucking knows. You cluster, you get out, get back in, kill the rodeo very fast against the wall. But like, how are you solving that issue if everybody's gonna take cluster and kill the rodeo, but then 2 years you're gonna give every Titan smoke so they can kill a rodeo? What's the point? You were trying to eliminate the ability for them to kill rodeos very easily, yet you give everybody a way to kill rodeos? Granted, yes, it's a charge, right? So you get electric smoke for every core that you build in your Titan. But I mean, you could stack electric smokes if you live long enough. Pop them. And even then, like I said, you could just fucking wait it out, turn around, pop the pilot, get the battery, get back in. Oh, you might have got a little electric smoke because of that battery. It's just lost in Titanfall 2. It makes me sad that it happened. But the rodeo mechanic defines Titan and pilot combat at its core. Is a cat and mouse game, and the amount of options the pilot has to fight the Titan, the amount of options the Titan pilot has to fight the pilot. Titan has to fight the pilot, whether through smoke, cluster, manually shooting them, punching them. The cat and mouse games that go on between a Titan and pilot, and the rodeo is kind of just this little fucking treat at the top. The pilot has this little ace up their sleeve, and they're like, oh, I know you got this, so I'm gonna rodeo you, and you're gonna lose, this fight. Eventually they eject, and then you guys face off in a little duel up in the sky, fucking 100 meters up. And then you guys are staring each other down, and fucking pop the Titan pilot right in the head with your wingman. You're like, fuck yeah, that was awesome. I jumped on that guy's back, destroyed his Titan while he's fighting my buddy, popped this guy in the head when he come out of his Titan. We're both in the air, fucking flying up. Like, that shit is amazing. That is such a cool moment in Titanfall 1 that is completely gone in Titanfall 2. Rodeos lost their sense of purpose in Titanfall 2. And it was a core mechanic in the cat and mouse game for Titan and pilot combat. Now, I know I just went on a massive rant about rodeos, but I think we finally now covered the basis of combat. The pilot, the Titan, and how they interact with each other with the weapons and various loadouts and customizations, and how it differs from Titanfall 2. It's the main point I should give my thoughts. It's a lot of it has been lost in the sequel, I feel. So now I want to go over all the customization options in Titanfall 1 and go in and just give my opinion on like what I think of the Sandbox. I'll do it for the pilot, and then I'll do the Titan, and then we're gonna go over all the maps, all the environments you get to play on in this game, and just how it all works together. What a beautiful mixture it is. I forgot to mention too, after all this Sandbox talking, I just had this recent idea while I'm doing it. Reloading is a big thing about shooters. Obviously, you gotta reload your gun, put new bullets in, kill new people. What I love about Titanfall, I have a little name I call it smart reloading. Is, let's say you're reloading your carbine, right? And you switch to your wingman, you kill somebody. You switch back to your carbine. It's roughly in the same place in the animation as it was when you pulled it out or put it away. It has an idea of where it was in the animation and allows it to finish and pull it out again. Applies for pretty much every weapon. And it's such a unique thing that I really love. I call it smart reloading, as it knows roughly where in the cycle the reloading occurred, and it will resume when the weapon's out again. Along with this is reloading while sprinting. Titans especially, this makes it a lot faster, and it's great. It's in Titanfall 2 also, but just not a lot of games let you sprint and reload. Let again sprint in a fucking 20-ton mech and reload your weapon. So to start off for reference, every pilot has 200 HP. A Spectre also has 200 HP. Grunt has 100, so half the HP of a pilot for a Spectre. different headshot multipliers for every weapon in that. When I bring up each weapon, I'll have the in-game description and the little stats page on the right, and then a copy from the Titanfall wiki, some other stats about it. Some weapons I'll have them on the wiki, and I might be a little lazy, but I don't want to dig through fucking forum posts 6 years old trying to find their weapon stats when they're digging through the beta. So yeah, here we go. We're gonna start off with the R101C. The R101C, you may know it as the R201 or the R301, depending on what game you come from. As here, it's the R101, the OG, the good old assault rifle. You know, it's just a standard assault rifle. You got 24 rounds in the mag. It's got a good time to kill. Pretty reasonable recoil. You know, 24 rounds is a little small, but time to kill is pretty fast. So just don't miss your shots. You know, it's easy. It sounds easier than said, but it's a very reliable weapon. It's very easy to use suppressed too. It's one of the most common suppressed weapons. The damage reduction from a suppressor isn't that much. However, I personally use extended mags. You only got suppressor and extended mags as your only options for the carbine. And then you got 3 different sights. For the iron sights, the HCOG is kind of the lowest zoom, and then an AOG. It's like like the mid kind of tier. It's more like you want to use like a battle rifle, kind of, but it's fully automatic. With extended mags, you get up to 30 rounds flat, so it allows you to, you know, miss a lot of shots like me, and still be able to kill multiple pilots without reloading. It's a very, very good gun. 100%. There's nothing a carbine can't do. It has good hip fire, has almost no range drop off. It tells you there's a range drop off when you're hitting somebody, but there really isn't. You can cross map people with the carbine very easily. You just tap 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 very easily. It's so much. It's a lot of work to do it, and sometimes you'll overcompensate. You flick your aim up. Oh, you lost that guy because he's fucking 50 meters out. You're trying to kill him with an assault rifle, you know. But when it does connect, it's funny as fuck. At least for you, not for the other guy. It's my primary weapon. When I don't know what to do, I'm just gonna throw a carbine on it. It's my go-to weapon. You know, it's a good old assault rifle. It does everything. It's the master of all, but like jack of all trades, kind of. It's not really amazing at any one thing, but it's good at everything. It can do anything. So it's a very, very good weapon. The Hemlock. Ooh, this is one of my favorites back on the 360. Hemlock is a 3-round burst assault rifle. It's got a decent time to kill. Kind of small mag size. You can run extended mags. Or the real prime of it is the starburst attachment. So by normal, it's a 3-round burst assault rifle with decent recoil, but you can give it starburst, which can potentially 1 burst. However, you only get 5 bursts per mag, and the recoil is quite high, and there's quite a bit of burst delay. So you could potentially kill a lot of pilots, but it's a tricky weapon. Not as reliable, I would say. I really liked it on the 360. The Hemlock was one of my favorite guns to use. Going back to it now, I don't even really remember if I used Starburst or not, but I imagine I probably really enjoyed it because I would sit back on some kind of roof and, you know, just fucking lay into people. The regular 3-round doesn't have that much recoil. The aim assist probably feels good. Coming into PC, the Hemlock just gets outperformed by the other assault rifle counterparts, and the only real niche it has is that starburst attachment. If you can utilize it well, yes, you can kill a pilot very easily. Hip fire is, I would say, better than like the Titanfall 2, especially when I came into that too. Hip fire and Hemlock is fucking stupid. It's way too big, in my opinion. At least in 1, you can kind of control it. It's not good. It's borderline bad, but it can get you kills. It's not unbearable. So yeah, its real niche is just fucking starburst. You can change out between the HCOG sight or the AOG. I personally use the HCOG on pretty much everything. I mean, you can use a suppressor if you want. It's interesting choice, but just do a suppressed carbine. I don't know. Starburst is a very fun thing. If I don't want to if I want to use an assault rifle, but I don't want to use the carbine, I'll use the Hemlock. And for the other weapon, the other assault rifle, the G2, that I'm going to talk about next, it's a interesting weapon. The Hemlock's a very good weapon if you master it. However, to master it, you're losing a lot of other perks. It's something as simple as a carbine. The G2A4, it's a standard, semi-auto. Looks like a fucking M1, but in the future, it's got a very fucking low time to kill, very high damage, slow rate of fire weapon. Got a decent mag size. You got some unique attachments for it too, mainly the match trigger. So what this does is it cuts your mag size by 2, and it removes the fire rate cap. So there's no fire rate cap, and this thing can 3-shot pilots to the body. You see where I'm getting at this? You can kind of, if you got fucking hands, you can murder people with a G2 insanely fast. It's ridiculous. Or you could be like Jig, just slap a macro on and just fucking go to town. I'm not gonna lie, there's some days I don't like him using his macro. But it's also an interesting fight, we're friends, so I get it. We just want to fuck around, right? Dude's been playing the game for years. There's some things that just get old after a while. I think I'm coming out of that honeymoon phase. Maybe I left it a few months ago. But the G2 as a weapon, sidetrack. The G2 as a weapon is a very, very good weapon. However, I just can't deal with that click, 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 and just track and move. And I'm just not. The G2 literally does not click for me. It's a good gun. I won't deny it. It's a great weapon. I'm just not very good at it. I can't use match trigger very well. So I usually opt for extended mags. I use HOG, the HCOG side. So I play a little bit more up and close and kind of just spam with it. You think I'd use the match trigger, but it's like at that time, I just burn through all my ammo. The extended mags is actually pretty decent for the G2. But hipfire is pretty atrocious. It's not good. It's supposed to be like a designated DMR. It's supposed to be a longer range weapon. It's not supposed to have good hipfire. So, but it's a very good gun. And if you learn how to be patient with it and master match trigger, you can definitely destroy people outgunning carbines very, very easily. You're very good with the G2. It's probably one of the best assault rifles in the game, one of the best guns in the game. However, for me, the carbine is much more accessible and easier to use than the G2. The R97, the first SMG we have out of 2. It's a bullet hose. What else did you expect? This thing fucking shoots bullets like a motherfucker. Burt burt. It's got a very good time to kill up close. Obviously, pretty awful fucking range drop off. However, just the mass amount of bullets you can put out can kind of negate for that because you're throwing out so many bullets. You got 40 by default. You can bump it up to 50 with extended mags. That's a long, consistent firing time. It has very good hipfire recoil. I find myself a lot of times crouching down and just tracking with the hipfire rather than ADSing. It's definitely not awful, but yes, it does have spread. So you still need to be conscious about how, you're going to be spraying bullets and they're going to run out pretty fast. Despite how many bullets you have, you need to be conscious about where you're going, where you're leading, where you're tracking those bullets on the pilot. Otherwise, you're going to be caught with your pants down reloading this SMG in front of somebody. Bullet hose is the unique attachment for the R97, and it basically increases the fire rate to retarded amounts and just fucking destroys the accuracy. If you're using bullet hose, just realistically use a shotgun. Bullet hose is a little overkill. The rate of fire is already really high for the R97. You don't really need to fucking make it on crack. Basically, it's kind of stupid. But one of the main unique draws about the R97 is the rodeo damage. of the R97. It's I want to say it's broken because it's way too much. If you have 2 extended mags going into an Atlas, you will doom it. You can 2-clip an Atlas with an SMG in the Rodeo. No other gun can do that. The Spitfire, which has a designated Titan killing Rodeo attachment, struggles to keep up with the R97 pure DPS on the fucking Rodeo. It's crazy. So personally, I really like the R97. However, it's an SMG. You know, it's a situational pick. You gotta be up close to use it. However, it can shred very, very fast before a pilot even has fucking time to realize. They're like, oh shit. They turn around, and by the time they turn around, they're dead. It's a very good gun. The CAR SMG, or the Combat Advanced Round, as I believe it's that, as the abbreviation is. If you're coming from Titanfall 2, you're probably fucking shitting your pants right now just hearing this thing. It seems like Reddit, just for Titanfall 2, loves the fucking circle jerk. Oh, stim car. Oh, it's just to fucking, you know, destroy our worlds against everybody who wants to, you know, play the game. I find yes, the car is a very good gun, and it's one of the original guns that makes Titanfall, you know. The main draw of it is that it has basically no fucking hipfire spread. You got 30 rounds by default. The rate of fire is slower than the R97. Got a little bit more range, less damage once it goes out, obviously. But with the counterweight attachment, by default, it has pretty good hipfire spread. It's tight. It's the tightest in the game. But with counterweight, it's unmatched. It does not move. Like, it's basically just a small fucking crosshair in the center of your screen. Excuse me. And RNG will determine where these bullets go in this little small square. So there's not really a bullet spread to learn. It's more or less point and shoot, and pray, and track. It allows you to focus more on your movement and tracking rather than controlling the aim of the weapon. Along with all this, it allows you to, you know, take one of the fucking wheels off. That allows you to fucking focus on something else. Takes care of it for you. But if you're not using counterweight, just use the R97. It's literally the whole purpose of the gun is good hip fire. That's it. Yes, I ADS with the weapon a lot. Some people do. It's just, I feel like this is me being weird, but I feel like it tightens the spread to be more fucking vertical when you do that for some reason. I feel it. I don't know if it's true. This is literally me just making up shit, probably. I feel like when you ADS, it makes the spread vertical. This is me being weird. The longbow, one of the first snipers we have out of 2. It's a standard hit scan sniper rifle with 9 bullets. It's a 2-shot body, 1-shot headshot. So get some spicy headshots out there. It's got a decent rate of fire. You're not got really a lot of fucking, you know, options for attachments. Making the standard suppressor and extended max. But stabilizer is the unique thing for snipers. Basically just improves their accuracy. That's it. I don't know why you wouldn't take it. It's kind of weird. They didn't. It's just there. You know, you have stabilizer. You will take it. Says it improves accuracy. So why would you not take it? You know, you already got 9 bullets without extended mags, so that's fucking 3 pilots right there. But I don't even know if I did that math right. I'm probably gonna correct myself because I'm fucking doubting that they did that math right. You'll probably see me write something like, wow. Let's move on. Yes, longbow. Scopes, personal preference. Some people use the standard. People use the fucking 4.5, I want to believe what it is, and the AOG. AOG is my favorite because I'm a quick scoping nerd, and I like to fucking be stupid with sniper rifles. Respawn said, yeah, we were making quick scoping not a thing, and the Titanfall players laughed in their face when they saw that the Kraber and longbow could quick scope still pretty easily. So Yeah, why would you give us a fucking low zoom sight and say, yeah, no quick scoping, guys? It seems kind of funny. They really fucking changed that in Titanfall 2, even though we still quick scope. You give us fucking faster ADS speed with the Kraber. So, yeah. But longbow's a very good gun. It's definitely, if you want to be a G2, but you can't handle the G2 or you don't want to use the G2, the longbow fills a very similar position, allowing for long range engagements and a very easy way to farm from points. Another thing I want to note is this weapon, since it two bodies pilots, it one bodies grunts. You can one shot body shot grunts. You can wipe out grunts very, very easily. Like I said, if you don't want to use the G2, use the longbow. It's a great weapon. The Kraber, dude. You've probably heard this thing crack across the fucking map at the start. Oh, the Kraber is one of the key things about Titanfall and the weapon sandbox that makes it great. How they said, yes, let's make a one-shotting sniper rifle, but it's a projectile, and the rate of fire is extremely low. It's great. Not really, like, in a sense that, yes, this gun is the king. You cannot use anything but the Kraber. Kraber is the only gun that does good. The Kraber is more in its own kind of meme category. It's kind of like, yeah, I want to have fun, or I want to show off. I just want to, you know, I want to one-shot people. As for like a dead-ass sniper, just use the longbow. Personally, for me, is the Kraber projectile speed when actually sniping really fucks me up. I can't lead with the Kraber. I can only quickscope. Like, it's really weird. I'm not very good at sniping with the actual Kraber. But when it gets to quickscoping, that's where I fucking love it. Just get in somebody's face, just boom, fucking one shot. You know, nothing comes close to it. The Kraber is such a unique weapon in the Titanfall series, and I really, really love it. Also, not to mention, you get 5 rounds by default instead of 4 in Titanfall 2. As for the attachments too, you just get extended mag, suppressor, and a stabilizer. You know, the standard sniper shit. Thing to note about suppressed Kraber is it does 190 damage, which means pilots have 10 health if they get hit by a suppressed Kraber. So, if a pilot has less than full health and they get hit by a suppressed Kraber, they will die, which is quite funny because it doesn't really. It's still loud, yes. It doesn't make a lot of noise compared to a regular Kraber, and there's no radar indication of it when you shoot. But a funny thing, I haven't done it yet. I wish I want to one day. Is you get a suppressed Kraber and you have a RE45 auto pistol. You shoot somebody with the suppressed Kraber and you just fucking spray the auto pistol. Eventually, one of those bullets will hit and they'll do 10 damage and they'll kill that pilot. You'll just get cross-mapped by an R45, and it's a funny feeling. But as for a serious weapon, let's say you're going into a match like, I want to win this game on airbase, and you're like, oh, I love this long sight line. You know, players both start looking at each other. Got those crates to the left, and you got this open area in the center, and there's that rooftop. And we're gonna use a Kraber, and we're gonna look down those sight lines. Yes, you could totally do that. But if you miss your shot, be very prepared to get punished for it. Like, the Kraber's rate of fire is its biggest limiting factor. If you miss, you're in a tough spot. That's why you need to have a good secondary, like a wingman, to back you up. But the Kraber just doesn't have the consistency of any other weapon to be like constantly one-shotting, constantly killing pilots with ease, where it's really worth it to take the Kraber over something as easy as a carbine or a R97, you know, or a G2 or a longbow. There's so many other options. Yes, they are easier, but they're easier because they're more consistent than the Kraber. Some people really love the Kraber. They're hard stuck. They only Kraber. They want a Kraber. Literally make accounts where they only Kraber. And all power to them. I fucking love the Kraber. The Kraber's a great weapon. I love. At the end of every of my videos, I have a little section of just Kraber kills, because it's such a fun weapon, and I really, really enjoy it. But in all seriousness, if you want to win games, probably don't use the Kraber every game. Guilty of it, I know. But don't use the Kraber if you're trying to sweat. I know I've been pretty positive about all these weapons. We're going over the assault rifles, the SMGs, and the snipers, right? Starting to get into a little unique stuff. We only got 3 weapons left. We're gonna start with the Spitfire. You probably also, if you're from Titanfall 2, you probably fucking shit in your pants like, oh, Spitfire's so good. People camp with Spitfire and it annoys me. I can't deal with it. I don't know what to do. Well, good news for you, buddy. Spitfire Titanfall 1 is absolutely fucking garbage. And I hate it. I cannot use it with any strain to my body. It does not work in this game. And it's very weird why it's in here. Like, I get they wanted an LMG, but it doesn't... there's no use for it. So, the LMG's big stick, the Spitfire's big stick. Right, it's an LMG. It's got a massive-ass mag pool, so you don't have to reload. The thing with it is when you start firing, you have lots of recoil. You gotta consistently fire to keep the recoil down. So you gotta fire for a few seconds before you can have steady recoil. You know what you're doing when you're firing? For about 2 to 3 seconds. You're making a really loud ass noise and a mini-map indication saying, hey, come kill me. I'm firing my Spitfire so I can actually aim at you guys. But the second I let go of the trigger, I have to spend another 2 seconds getting ready to kill you. That's the biggest downfall of it, is that you have to slow down the fucking game. Like, all right, guys, hold on. Let me fucking shoot my gun for a little bit so I can actually control the aim. It's just not worth it. The time you're spending and the risk going, hey, I'm shooting my gun, you know, is a carbine does the exact same thing with less downsides. The Spitfire, literally, the only thing it has over the carbine is mag and Titan damage. The attachments for the Spitfire are extended mag in your sight and the slammer. So the extended mag's fucking pitiful. It gives you 96 instead of 80. Really? 16 rounds instead of, like, why not 96? Just go 100. What the fuck? Like, who's complaining about Spitfire? It's literally an LMG. Who's complaining about Spitfire mag size? But the slammer is the key thing that makes a Spitfire the Spitfire. And it's the only thing I think that keeps the Spitfire in the game is that, yes, you can hop on a Titan with the slammer attachment and you have fucking 80 bullets to unload massive damage into a Titan. You can do any Titan pretty much. Just fucking unloading a Spitfire. But at the same time, the Spitfire slammer damage is rivaled by an R97. And the R97 is a much more usable weapon in pilot versus pilot combat than a Spitfire is in pilot versus pilot combat. So what do you really want? Do you want a weapon that, yeah, I can kill Titans really fast if I rodeo, but I can't kill pilots? Or do you want to, yeah, I got a really good short range pilot killer. And I can also kill Titans pretty good. I got not a lot of range. Spitfire has range. You just got to give it time to get to that range and the recoil to go down. I don't want to just shit on it, because I feel like the Spitfire could be something, and they did make it something in Titanfall. It's a lot better of a gun, to the point where people fucking hate it. I think the Spitfire, yes, it's a good gun in Titanfall 2. Fucking criticize me, fucking crucify me, you know? It's what the gun should have been. Granted, tone down the numbers and shit, but like, the way it performs in Titanfall 1 is garbage. It's borderline unusable in a lot of engagements. Is you spent too much time preparing for it when you're already in the fight. The time you're ready for the fight, you're dead. So, Spitfire is not very good. Do not use it if you're trying to win. So, going on a trend, we got 2 weapons left. We're going on the EVA 8 shotgun, or a shitter killer. I call it a boomer weapon. The shotgun is... it's a shotgun. You know, what do you really expect? Does massive damage up close. Kills very reliably up close. Pitiful range. It's got a good max size. You know. But for the special attachments, you got suppressor, extended mags, and lead wall, which decreases the spread. Which basically means that the fucking, like, the spread of the pellets is wider. So if you're up close, more of the pellets are gonna hit the pilot, obviously. which I find really weird, is I like having a tighter, more accurate shotgun. You can fucking wall hop around and, you know, kill people that way, rather than actually being so close in somebody's face where the, you know, the whole fucking reticle is on them. It's like shotgun's already gonna one hit at that range. I don't understand why people would use the lead wall. But it's got very little recoil. Doesn't matter if you ADS or hip fire, the range is still the same. I like having extended mags. As far as 8 pellets, even though the game displays 11, it actually only has 8. Don't know why. It's a very good gun. It's almost too good. If you're very consistent with your movement, you can make the EVA do amazing work. So the reason, like, the only balancing thing with it too is like, it's a shotgun, right? You have to get up close and kill with it. If you can negate this with very good movement in a secondary, like a wingman, you have a pretty unstoppable setup. You got a 1 to 2 shotting close range weapon, and you got a 1 to 2 shotting medium range weapon with your wingman. You can mix and match whatever fucking ordnance and kit, you know, if you want. Tacticals. It's a very good weapon, and the fact that, you know, it's, you move, you track, you kill with the shotgun. A lot of people get upset with it because you're not really doing much, like, skill-wise, besides just, yeah, I shotgunned you, you know. You have to keep a very constant mindset of where the shotgun is, and, you know, how you can negate it with range and shit. But there's no denying that repeatedly being killed by somebody using a shotgun and being trash talked when you're not using a shotgun, when a shotgun is arguably one of the most powerful pilot weapons in the game, is upsetting, to say the least, as they are using a lower skill ceiling weapon than, for example, fucking G2. And the G2 can do the same time to kill, you know, basically, as a shotgun. And at the same time, the G2 has a lot more flexibility in, like, how you can use it rather than a shotgun. Get up close, you kill somebody. That's it, you know. There's not much to it. That's the main thing with it. Is there's not much to the shotgun that makes it unique. It says, oh, I died because he fucking tracked me with the G2 very well, you know. He knew I was gonna wall jump off of that. He knew I was gonna drop early from that fucking zip line. Shit like that. Rather than a fucking EVA is like, I shot you a lot with the shotgun and it killed. Alright, moving on to next thing, the shotgun. I feel like I'm ranting a little bit, but the shotgun, I don't want to say disrespectful, but it's a very looked down upon pick when you're trying to just play the game in, like, a casual setting, and you're kind of just like, why would you use that? There's so many other options, and here you are using one of the most powerful weapons in the game because you can. Yes, you have the right to use the shotgun. Full power to you. But at the same time, like, we're trying to make a fucking morale decision. And, like, is this really worth it to use a shotgun for you? I don't know. It's an argument I constantly have. It's like, yes, why should I fucking infringe on that and be like, hey, EVA bad? It's kind of like the fucking Spitfire thing, you know? It's like, for me, the EVA and the Smart Pistol, which is coming up next, is a thing. It's very hard to fucking just say, like, yes, don't use this to people that are incoming and they're like, oh, I like to use whatever I want. You know, some people will come into the game, they're like, they know the fucking Spitfire. Smart Pistol is the primary, so they're gonna use it. They don't give a fuck. They said, oh, Smart Pistol's in this game, I'm going to use it. It's gonna be funny. You know, but here I am trying to better myself, and here they are, me hoping that this player will stay to boost their population, yet they're showing tendencies of, no, I don't really want to participate, I'm just here for laughs, you know, kind of thing. There's such a large separation in skill when you use something like a shotgun or a smart pistol exclusively. As over time, you're gonna fucking forget really how to track properly. You're gonna forget how to predict with the Kraber. Try to go back to it. If you use a shotgun for months, you try to use another weapon, you're gonna fucking not perform really well. That's just how it is. So, excuse me. What I really enjoy, like, going into this little rant, is that the skill expression for these weapons is low. Just gonna say it. There's not a lot you can do with it. Probably should have said that 3 minutes ago before I started this rant. There's not a lot you can do with the shotgun. It's a very good gun. It's disrespectful pick in casuals. If you want to fucking sweat your ass off, yes, use it. You all knew this was coming. I mentioned it in the EVA thing. Smart pistol. Right? Smart pistol. We all know why it's in the game. Well, I'll fucking say it. Smart pistol was a way for the developers to say, look, you know you're not very good at shooters, but you can still play our game. We got AI forces you can kill. You still kill things. We got this gun that auto aims for you too. You jump around, you can shoot people. It's fun, right? You know? It's a way to incorporate people in and be like, oh, okay, well, granted, you want to play the game, but you don't really have much experience in first-person shooters. Here's a tool to help you fight people that have experience in shooters. And yes, it has a very high time to kill if you do all 3 locks on a pilot. And however, the smart pistol, in its nature, is just frustrating, as it's literally legal aimbot in a shooter. It's very hard to say, yes, I want this game to be competitive, yet you have a smart pistol in the game. You know, when you have a smart pistol user, they're generally just going to kill whatever the fuck's in front of them. They have no discrimination. They're gonna just shoot whatever. When they get a lock, they see that, they're just gonna fucking click, and whatever pops up, you know? It's just, it is what it is with them. And for somebody who doesn't want to use a smart pistol, you have to play around that and consciously think what they're thinking of, what the neuron activation, that monkey meme, I want to make that now. Hopefully it's on screen. But when the target's locked and it says neuron activation, it's a monkey with the SP. I want to do that. That's pretty good. The SP is, yes, it's a very frustrating gun. I see why it's in the game. I understand why it's in the game. It has a very high time to kill. However, what I do like that they did in Titanfall 2 is that, 1, it's not a primary. 2, it tells you when you're being locked. Doesn't do that in Titanfall 1. So, you got some jackass wall hanging cloaked from random ass corner of the map. He's just sitting there waiting for things to come into his field of view. You're like, oh, I'm gonna go on this rooftop, you know, just fucking see what's going on. And some jackass is sitting on some billboard, probably fucking 9 meters above you. Just cloaked, hanging there, just looking at you, you know, and then boop, you're dead because he was just chilling. Granted, it happens. You know, you can do that with any weapon. One of my favorite things I love to try to do, sit somewhere randomly, usually when the evac's starting, wall hang, pull on my wingman, try to fucking headshot people because you basically got hipfire spread when you're wall hanging. Trying to do that, it's funny. But with the smart pistol though, you're not aiming it. You're just you're camping with extra steps with aimbot, and it, by its nature, it really defeats Titanfall's core gameplay. So having it in the game is almost like a clash of what you wanted. It's a tool to get people into the game and hopefully stay. But also for the people that do stay, are they going to keep using it, or are they going to move on to something else? Pistols, pistols, pistols. We got 3 of them. The thing to note about the pistols too is it's always faster to pull out your pistol than reloading your primary. Quick reload, no quick reload. Always faster to pull out your pistol than reloading. But if your pistol is already reloading, kind of fucked. But also, your movement speed is slightly faster with the pistol too. So commonly when I roll out and a lot of the players roll out, they'll pull out their wingman because the fucking foreshadowing in the wingman is only secondary a lot of people use. Pull out their wingman, do the rollout, go to their position, take their position, pull out their primary, you know, get ready for the fight. It's just a way to fucking get ready for the fight. It's like a little source trick, you know? But take your knife out and CS:GO. Just go to fucking B. I don't know why it's a thing, but it is a thing. Make sure you use it. Know that it's definitely a thing you can take advantage of. The Hammond P2011, one of the first pistols. It's okay. Not really much to it. There's no attachments for these pistols, so what you see is what you get. It's got a okay time to kill, okay recoil. You know, it's naturally got a match trigger though, so you can naturally have no refill rate of fire cap. Just fucking click, 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 click away and just fucking, you know, kill somebody. It's okay. It's just outclassed. That's what happens with the other pistols too. It's like, you have to be very fucking fast with the rate of fire and make it a very effective weapon. Otherwise, other 2 pistols are just better. The RE45, the auto pistol. It's fun. It's kind of memey, along with the Hammond. I mean, all the pistols really, but it doesn't really have much use besides being kind of, you know, just like a panic spray and pray, like, oh shit, I ran out. A lot of people usually use it with like the Kraber or the longbow, G2. Like, okay, well I need a fast auto weapon, you know, when somebody gets in my face and I can't kill them with my longbow. I'll pull out a fucking RE45, just spray them out. It's got a decent mag size, but it's just got really no range. If somebody's not right next to you, you will not kill usually with the full mag. It's just very hard to get a kill when they're not right up in your face with it. Even by then, you're probably gonna die because if you miss a lot of shots, you're gonna have to reload, and it's not gonna have a chance usually. It's just good. It's just outclassed. That's all I really have to say about it. The Wingman, the fucking best pistol in the game. You wonder why it's a primary in Titanfall 2? This shit is why. Well, it was also a secondary in Titanfall 2 for a bit, and then they changed it. But the Wingman is outstanding. 2-shot body, 1-shot head. It's literally a pocket longbow. You have a little bit of range drop off, yeah. The rate of fire is a lot slower than a longbow. It's not as accurate, but damn. You can't deny 1-shot headshot on a secondary you can just whip out, or 2-shot body shot. This thing does over half of a pilot's health in 1 shot. It means you just pop a few shots of your carbine, flip out to your wingman, just pop him once, he's dead. The damage on it is insane. Coupled with the hip fire accuracy if you're crouched is almost 100% accurate for that shot. And you wait for the boom to go back. You have almost pinpoint accuracy when you're crouched, hip firing this thing. It's crazy. 1-shot headshot, it's great. It feels so good to use. It might take a little bit getting used to. It's a little bit slower rate of fire, and you gotta kind of, you know, understand the weapon, if you can utilize the wingman, it's absolutely your wingman. It is your sidekick to your battle. And it's such a fun weapon to learn and master. Even like there's so much you can do with it, really. It's just go entire games with using just the wingman. That's how fucking powerful it is. Such a fun pistol. Probably a little too strong, in my opinion. But because it feels like you're really gimping yourself if you're not using the wingman. It's a secondary that fucking one bangs people. How many times do I have to say it? This shit is strong. With one clip, you have 6 shots. You can kill 3 pilots. 1, 2, 3. Like, what? That's insane. You can get 6 headshots. You can team wipe if you get fucking. I'd love to see that. You can get 6 headshots without reloading on a wingman. Beautiful. Like, very clean. Like, get a mega, 6 headshots without reloading. Like that shit. That'd be insane. But that's what this weapon could do. We're talking could. This pistol could get 6 kills very, very easily. It's such a good pistol. If you're not already using the wingman, you really need to learn the wingman. Now we're gonna move on to ordnances, and there's only 4. So for a pilot, not too many to choose from. Oh, excuse me. But by default, you'll get 2 ordnances per life, or 3 if you use the kit to improve your ordnance capacity. And the only way to refill them is if you get in your Titan or you die. So usually you'll stick with those 2. And to start off, we'll go with the frag grenade. I don't use them really. Frags never really had an appeal to me, but they are there. A lot of people do use them. It's very simple. It's literally just a grenade. You can hold it, cook it in your hands, throw it, lead the grenade, kill somebody. You know, I usually use it on my messing around chill loadout, so I could just practice using frags because I'm at least use ordnance. So I just kind of learned to use the frag when there's not a lot of people playing. It's okay. Like, it's definitely a good thing. You could definitely learn the frag very well and kill very effectively with it. Give it first bloods if you know common rollouts. Just toss it in there. Cook it for the right amount of time, toss it in there, get the first blood. It's a grenade, you know. You use it to clear rooms, buildings, toss it over at somebody on top of the roof. It cooked it, explodes right over them, you know. However, it's the only ordnance that doesn't really do much to Titans. Even with the Titan shield down, the frag does almost no damage to a Titan. It's very hittable. So it's mainly an anti-infantry, anti-pilot kind of thing. However, if you're using frags on grunts or specters, there's better options, like a weapon or better ordnance options to do that with. Yeah, it's just, it has its uses, but I prefer other ordnances. The arc grenade. 2 words. Fucking stupid. I hate these things. I honestly hate arc grenades. They are way, way, way too strong in this game. Too strong. Unbelievably strong. So, the thing that makes it so annoying is, if you don't know, arc damage slows you and blurs your vision for Titans and pilots. So with pilots, the arc grenade will chain damage if it hits other things. So let's say you can throw it next to a drop pod of grunts. Not even really close to any of the grunts. Maybe about 2, I would say like a meter or 2 meters away from the least, like the grunt closest to the grenade. And that arc grenade will explode and chain to all 4 of those grunts and kill them coming out of the pod. So, in that nature, the blast radius of this is extremely long, and it can chain to you even if you're not directly part of the explosion. If somebody is in the explosion, and they'll chain to you, dealing the full damage. There is no damage drop-off on these things. It deals over half of a pilot's health in one grenade. A giant AoE chaining explosion. So if you get hit by 2 arc grenades and you do not stim, you will die. These things have massive, like, AoE. It's annoying. Even if you do stim, you're going to be left with extremely low health, and your vision's going to be really fucked. So if you're out caught in the open, you're pretty much dead, even if you stimmed, which is generally like your fucking, I want to not die right now, is pressing stim. Arc grenades basically say no. So some people that hate stim will use arc grenades to ruin your life. And I hate arc grenades. For Titans, 2 of these takes an entire Titan shield. The Titans all have the same amount of shield health, so they all take 2 arc grenades to destroy the shield. Also, it slows you, fucks up the vision. It's so annoying. People say they're balanced because, oh yeah, you only get 2 or 3 per life. You know, you have to get your Titan to get in more or die. But you could just get 2. You could just lob 2 arc grenades somewhere and just probably get a pilot and maybe like a few AI. They're just that ridiculous. I highly despise people that only use arc grenades for kills. It's honestly, it's a very cheap fucking kill. Granted, all ordnances are relatively lower skill. They're all explosive, right? I would say you don't really have to aim it that much. But in the vein, it's like the smart pistol. It's kind of, you're letting the grenades AoE do the work for you rather than fucking following somebody with your gun. I'm just salty about them. I really don't like arc grenades. If you want to win, yes, use them. They're just broken. I don't like them, but I refuse to, use them when I really want to. It's just, they're so common. People just chuck them out randomly and they chunk. They're stupid. I'm sorry. I don't like arc grenades. The satchel charge. This is my favorite ordnance. It was my favorite ordnance back on the 360. In short, it's a remote detonation. It's like C4. You throw out the satchel and you can blow it up. You can have 2 per or 3 and then blow them all up. But the key thing I really like about satchels is that while they lack the velocity of frag grenades, they make up for the explosion and damage for it. So the explosion's way more concentrated, but your ability as a pilot to actually throw them is very neutered. They pretty much go with the momentum of the pilot, not really where you're aiming. So how your body is moving in the game is going to depend on when where you throw the satchel at. So if you're moving forward, the satchel's going to go forward. If you throw it as you're jumping to the right, it's going to go to the right with your body momentum. So that takes a little bit of a learning curve to aim with those. Key thing about satchels too is, they'll stick to surfaces, including Titans. While a strategy I used to have back on the 360 is I would hop on somebody, throw 2 satchels on, jump off, explode them. Satchels do a crazy amount of damage to Titan, and it really, really hurts them. You get both satchels off. However, I've learned it to better is you rodeo somebody. They dismount because they're not going to use cluster or whatever, or they pop smoke and they dismount for some reason to find you, I guess because you run away in the smoke. You could just throw a satchel or 2, blow them up, hop on their auto titan, and just kill it that way, because an auto titan will crouch down when they're being rodeoed. So another thing to note about that is if there is smoke present, these satchels will explode in the smoke. Friendly or enemy, satchels will explode in smoke. So you can kill yourself by throwing it in the smoke. Just be careful about that. They're very good. A lot of people don't like satchels because they have extremely high anti-Titan damage and they're very easy to kill pilots with. I agree with that. They are pretty much, if you're not using arc grenades, you're going to use satchels. They're pretty much second on the tier 4 ordnances. So since I fucking hate arc grenades, I've become a satchel connoisseur. For getting pilot kills with them, yeah, it is definitely frustrating. I don't really want to say, yes, get pilot kills with them. But if you absolutely completely fuck up a fight. You unload your carbine and your wingman, you just miss everything. Like you're dog shit at the moment. You can throw a satchel, explode it, run away. Like they arm extremely fast. You can detonate them before they land most of the time. It's really, really fast arming time. And that's what they changed in Titanfall 2. And the reason why I don't use them is that their arming time got significantly changed. Rodeo got changed, so my whole basis about them was really weird because I used them as a option to kill a stationary Titan after I started a Rodeo. So even if they did dismount, I would just fucking toss satchels, and I didn't even kill the pilot. I could have taken out a good portion of the Titan's health just with the satchels. So that's why in 2 I opt for the Fire Star, because that also can just stick to Titans and do some damage that way. That's my main reason I use Ordnance, is it's another way to attack a Titan. So satchels are probably one of the best besides arc mines, which is the last one I'm going to talk about. Best ones for Titan damage, and they are good pilot killers. They just lack the range to throw as a frag grenade. Arc mines are the last thing we're going to talk about for Ordnance. As in the name, arc mine, they're annoying. I mean, they're literally just mines. They'll have a short arming radius and time. So when you get close to it, you hear a rapid beeping noise, and then you'll get hit with arc damage. So I really see them by people who like to camp up high, and they'll just throw them in places that you get approached at, so people know, and then they'll turn and kill you when you get hit by the mine. Or they just throw them in common areas of traffic. Just put 2 right next to each other, and they'll kill you. That's the same damage as an arc grenade. Just the thing is like it's a stationary object, so it's not as annoying as a grenade you could throw that does this giant AoE chain thing. Arc mines also have that chain ability. It's just at the time they're not really in a common area where there's a lot of shit going on, so that damage isn't really going to chain around unless you throw them in active locations. I find most players don't. So another thing too is of objective game modes like hardpoint or capture the flag. Just toss arc mines everywhere, all around the hard point, on the fucking flag. You can do the same thing with satchels, but then you have to manually detonate the satchels if somebody's in there. Arc mines will just go off nearby. If you trip an arc mine, you're 99% of the time gonna get hit. And I feel like their arming radius is a lot smaller than their explosion. It pretty much, if you hear the arc mine go off and you're not like clear of that area in the next 0.2 seconds, you're gonna get hit with it. So basically, that beeping tells me stim. Like, that's how it is, because if there's 2 of them, like, you're going to die if you don't stim. So stim, just stim. So now we're going to talk about tactical abilities. There's only 3 to choose from. They're relatively simple, and the first one is cloak. It's cloak, it just reduces the ability for you to be seen. So while you're cloaked as a pilot, how pilots will view you is you'll kind of have like a white sheen around your model, and basically it's supposed to be like a transparent, like active camo type of deal. However, it's not that hard to really find a cloaked pilot. As a pilot, depends on where they are. If they're against like a lighter background, yes, it is going to be pretty hard to find them in the sky. However, if they're against a lot of like dark colors or effects going on, it is pretty easy to spot a pilot that is cloaked. While you are cloaked, Titans are it's very hard to see a cloaked pilot. As a Titan, the AI will pretty much ignore you. And a lot of the grunts, I love it too, is they'll call out, he's cloaked, watch it, where is he? They'll basically say like when the pilot is cloaked. So if you're fighting somebody and they go away and then you hear the grunts nearby go, he's cloaked, watch it, you know that the enemy is cloaked. And it's something I really like about the AI. I feel like I forgot to mention, is especially fighting cloak pilots, is that the AI is very responsive. While they can't kill or even notice where the cloak guy is, they'll at least say it, so if there's any pilots in the area, they can realize that, okay, well, there is a cloaked pilot nearby close to these AI, I should probably keep my eyes open, With cloak though, while you are pretty invisible to Titans, when you double jump, your jump jets activate. Along with wall running, your jets will activate. It's these two little orange things, pretty much on the back, like on your hips, right above your ass. There's these two jets, two little orange flares that will come up whenever you double jump or wall run. Stealth kit is the option to remove those, so you basically can double jump freely. So while you're in your Titan and you can see those two flares, you basically know where the cloak pilot is. It's a good tactical. It's just risky. Depends on the players that are really in it. So even if you do take stealth kit, for example, and you get caught looking at a Titan and they kill you out of nowhere, you're just sitting there probably on some rooftop and they kill you. Like, you'll probably be really fucking confused. You're like, I was cloaked, I was standing still, what the fuck? What do you mean? The thing about cloak is it's projecting the objects around you that's in the actual map, not effects. What I mean by this is there's explosions, or smoke, or fire. There's like the key three things. The cloak's not going to render that. What the Titan is going to see is that white sheen model that a regular pilot would see, making it very, very easy for you to die. It's a short little time where the Titan can go, oh shit, there's a cloak right there, and then just snap to you. And then you as a pilot is probably like, what the fuck, I was cloaked. A lot of cloak people, cloak connoisseurs, cloak mains, don't really realize that this is the key downfall. As is, if a Titan, they could just shoot generally where they think you are. And let's say, I have plenty of clips of this, I'm probably going to play it right now. Let's say you're using a chain gun. So this example on dig site. I'm following this guy as he comes down from the sky. I roughly know where he lands because there's dust. So I start shooting my chain gun in some directions. As I'm shooting my chain gun, I notice that the dust behind him is casting his upper torso in the white sheen. I could see his legs and I could see his direction he's going. So I start tracking roughly to where I assume he's going to go. And I follow, and eventually I do kill him. Completely cloaked in my Titan. I saw him. He was very, very confused. Probably basically a bullshit hacker. And realistically, all I was doing was trying to exploit cloak by making effects behind the pilot so I could see him. So that's a key thing to note about cloak, is in just be cautious, because you're not completely invisible. You're not immune while you're cloaked. And in the same vein, a cloak is pretty loud. The activation and decloaking noise are very loud noises, and they can definitely make or break. Like, when you could be sneaking up on something, even while you're just cloaked normally, there's like a normal humming, buzzing noise when you're cloaked. And if you get near somebody when it's about to expire, they'll definitely realize that you're cloaked. Even if it's just a friendly pilot, it's still like very loud noise. So it causes you to at least look around, look at your map. You're like, okay, was that a friendly pilot or is that somebody trying to sneak up on me? A lot of people use it. I just feel there's not a lot really to it. There's plenty of ways to counter it. There's a kit dedicated entirely to making cloak better. However, if you're gonna use cloak, you're pretty much gonna use stealth kit. Make the jump that's invisible. If you're using cloak without stealth kit, it's just better. There's not really a point to it unless you're really just sitting back and watching your movement to make sure that you don't expose your flares. Also, when you shoot his cloak too, it deactivates early. You can't just shoot and be invisible. I probably should have mentioned that way earlier. But in the end, it's a very simple tactical ability to reduce vision of the Titans and AI forces. Pilots, somewhat. If the pilots are distracted, they'll pretty much ignore you. You know, it's like you're not such an obvious target, but yes, you can still be targeted. You still are a target. And there's ways that people know to get rid of cloaked pilots. Like, you're not invincible. That's the key thing I just want to hit. As a lot of people think is like when you're cloaked and you're fighting Titans, you're invisible. You're untouchable. You're not. you're just invisible. That doesn't mean you're unkillable. It's okay. Use stealth kit with cloak. Don't use it without cloak. I mean, use stealth kit with cloak. Don't use cloak without a stealth kit. Words. Stim. My biggest crutch in either Titanfall game is stim. Very simply put, it improves your movement speed and your health regeneration to very, very good proportions. Basically, it's like the press Q, I don't want to die button right now. It's great. I use it like 99.9% of the time. It's amazing. Your movement speed's approximately like 1.35 times faster, and your health regen is almost twice as fast. It's kind of unsure if you get your whole health in one big boost or you regen it twice as fast. Either way, a normal pilot regens their full health at 6 seconds. While you are stimmed, it is assumed that you will regen your health at 3 seconds instead of the normal 6. So either way, it allows you to eat more bullets, go faster. You know, it's amazing. People can preemptively stim just for the movement speed to get into a fight. You know, maybe have some little health buffer when it's constantly regenning in a fight. As for like a activation noise, it's not as loud as say it was cloak or the other one, the radar pulse. However, yes, it is there, and a stimmed pilot will have some kind of yellow static around them. However, for the burn cards, adrenaline transfusion, there is no effect on them for some reason, unless I was just blind. Earlier today, I ran into somebody using it, and I didn't realize that he was stimmed, and I was very confused. How did he eat so many fucking shots? Oh, he was fucking using adrenaline transfusion. It's a burn card that makes you permanently stimmed. Stim's great. It allows you to cheat your way out of so many fucking situations. I've won so many kills because of stim. I crutch on stim a lot. That's why I use power cell to get that stim back faster. Basically, stim allows you to survive 2 arc grenades, survive 2 arc mines, survive a smart pistol. If you stim right before the 3 locks fire, it takes an additional lock to kill you, giving you potentially a few milliseconds, just a little bit of time to get away, get that last shot off, kill the smart pistol. It's very, very crucial in winning that, in my opinion. Even though, yes, a cloak will slow down the smart pistol's time, at the same time, if you don't know the smart pistol's there, they could just follow you. You know, it's. However, stim is like when you're actively engaging people who pop in mid-fight. Like, you pop them shots off, they run away, you start your reload, you stim to get closer and faster, like closer, and reload your gun into that engagement again, kill them. I love stim. I use it all the time. It's since there's only 3 options, I don't find cloak and radar pulse that necessary, so I'm just gonna stim it up. You know, there's literally like no downside to it. It's just that I want to go fast and live button, and I love it for that. Granted, yes, it definitely is annoying when you're fighting somebody and they stim, because it means you have to be more cautious and fucking be a little quicker on your tracking and make sure you don't die, because they're gonna get health and more movement speed from you. So it's definitely, yes, like a kind of I just want to win button, and I see that. However, there's not a lot of other tacticals where like they all have downsides. Stim doesn't. The downside of stim is that it's on cooldown. Like, it doesn't draw attention to you really. If anything, it makes you harder to hit and kill rather than cloak. Yes, cloak can make you harder to hit and kill, but it doesn't make you move faster and give you more health. No, it just makes you harder to see. So it's like 2 ways of not dying. You want to not be seen, or you want to get the fuck out and have the health to get the fuck out. You know, I love stim. I don't really know much to say. There's not really much to say about it. It's go faster and not die. So the last tactical ability we have is Radar Pulse. So if you've ever played Titanfall 2 or Apex, you probably know that the Radar Pulse knife or Bloodhound's tactical ability, basically what this is, it's the first rendition of it. As you'll press your tactical ability and you'll get snapshots of an area around you, every second to mark the location of enemies and allies. It's not like constant, you know, like a moving picture. It'll take snaps. It'll have like a orange/reddish color of like a pilot, Air Forces, Titans, and the blue for friendly. It's quite loud when it goes off, and while it's going off, the noise is quite loud. I hope I can find some sound clips of the just pure noises, because I think it's very key to know the noises of tactical abilities that go off, because it could definitely help you get a kill. You're starting out the game, somebody radar pulses, and you can hear it go off, and you know that somebody is near there, even if they're not shooting, because they have radar pulse. It's quite loud. Honestly, I want to say it's one of the loudest besides Cloak when it's running out. Cloak running out is probably the loudest tactical, and then radar pulse starting is, I would say, the second. It's fine. I just find it hard to track, even because when you're up close, these people will have these fucking red pictures over them, and then you're looking at the red picture, and then all of a second they're over there, and when you look over there, they're like the picture overlays them. It's just annoying. Personally, for me, I don't really like it. It's some people like it. I don't. I used it for a bit when I was learning how to lead frags, just so I could see where people are potentially, and toss the frag. Hope I get a kill. You know. It's just I don't really know. Not a lot of people use it, and I feel like it's easily exploitable because of how loud it is. Stim's just too good to not use, in my opinion. I love Stim. Can't really go back. So now we're done with the tactical abilities. It's time to go over kits 1 and 2. Now for the kits, I'd say it's mainly personal preference. Some of them are just really good. However, some are just better than others, in my opinion, and I use only a select few. But start off with kit 1 is enhanced parkour. In short, it increases the wall run time, and wall hang. That's it. That's the kit. Like, it allows you to wall hang for 22 seconds instead of 11, and wall run for 3.5 instead of 1.75. Excuse me. So, in short, it basically doubles your wall run and wall hang time. However, if you're realistically wall running for over like a second, the speed for wall running is only built up very early in the wall run. So you want to chain wall runs to gain speed rather than hang on walls for a long time. Also, wall hanging is not really a good idea in a lot of fights. Some people do it. I've done it occasionally. It's kind of like a meme kill. Like, you think about it, it's like a lot of people. Let's say you're in Rise and you're on that ground floor. You run into one of those doors. You jump up and you wall hang right above the door. They run in looking for you, and you're sitting on the door like Spider-Man-ing, killing them. You know, that's occasional, but it's not something that happens every game. You need to run an entire kit for it. You already wall hang for 11 seconds. If you're not gonna kill them in 11 seconds, like why do you need to sit still for 22 seconds? You're just sitting there on the wall. There's not really a purpose for this. I feel like also if you run a lot with enhanced parkour, you're gonna get used to that longer wall run time. You're gonna go back without it, and you're gonna realize you can't chain wall runs because you're so used to hanging on these walls for a really long time. It's just not a great kit. I don't really know what else to say about it. It's kind of just there, but there's so much better options than just enhanced parkour. Extra explosives is the other kit we have. It gives you, 3 ordnance charges instead of 2. That's the kit. That's all it does. So if you really like your arc nades, fucking A, stop. B, you could use extra explosives to get 3 instead of 2 in case you fuck up that second arc grenade somehow. It's simple. That's all the kit really does. I don't use it. There's better options personally, and I don't fucking spam satchels that much where I need to use it. Power Cell is by far my most used kit 1 kit. It's funny. So, Power Cell decreases the time of your tactical ability to recharge. It's great. I always pair it with Stim, like 100%. It allows the ability to recharge 50% faster than normal or decrease the recharge by 1 1/3. So, what this means in actual number terms, you probably see it on a screen, is that Cloak by default is 10 seconds, Stim is 16.6, and Active Radar Pulse is 14.29. Power Cell cuts down Cloaks to 666, Stim to 11.1111, and Radar Pulse to 9.5. So you see this makes a big impact for definitely Radar Pulse and Cloak. Because in Stim, yes, you still lose 5 seconds off of it. It's roughly 5 seconds for all of them. But, I mean, 16.6 seconds is the longest normal recharge for tactical ability. When you get it with Power Cell, you basically have normal Cloak regen. So if you're coming back from Cloak, you're going to be used to the same amount of time to get your tactical ability back. It's very, very good. I can't understate how much having Stim up really helps you. It's such a good tactical ability. Even if you love using Radar Pulse or Cloak, it's definitely good. I find this a very, very good tactical ability. No matter what tactical you use, tactical kit for any tactical ability. I kind of fucked up the wording there. It's just amazing. I always use it. It's great. The only exception I don't take Power Cell is for sniper rifles. I'll take Quick Reload for that. Which is what I'm going to talk about next. Quick Reload is the other one we're going to talk about. It's what I kind of led into with the Power Cell discussion. What this does is it improves all your reload. Right now I'm putting up the little Excel spreadsheet I just made of it, taken from the wiki and kind of put it into an easier format to see on screen. So the orange over on the left is the assault rifles, the yellow is the SMGs, green is the sniper. I kind of put the Smart Pistol, Spitfire, and Eva in their own category. Light blue is pistols, and the purple is our Titan weapons. The charge rifle doesn't have a reload, that's why it's not on there. And then the first column is the chambered default reload speed. So if you don't have a completely empty magazine, the empty default is you have to rechamber a round, so you have no ammunition left in the magazine. And the third column is the chambered quick reload, and the last column is the empty quick reload. So you notice some weapons have NA, mainly the pistols or the anti-Titan weapons. For the empty is because they don't have like a chambered or unchambered animation. It's all the same reload. I primarily use quick reload for snipers, mainly the Kraber, because it makes that reload insanely good. So just 1.75 instead of 2.5. It's a very good kit, yes. However, I feel Power Cell can help you win a lot more fights rather than reloading. Granted, you may be thinking, well, if I can get my gun out, you know, for the R101, instead of having a full reload in almost 3 seconds, I can get a full reload in 2.5 seconds. You're saving half a second there, yes. However, you can get your stim back up 6 seconds earlier with Power Cell. So it's really a personal choice. Do you want to have your weapon more up slightly faster? Or do you want to have an ability that makes you move faster and not die 6 seconds faster? It's mainly a personal choice. You know, it's like, I find it, yes, for the bigger weapons, it's very good. Like the Spitfire is normally 2.8, and with quick reload you get 1.96. I used to use quick reload on the Spitfire a lot, because 3 seconds for a reload is pretty fucking long. It's the longest for any of the pilot primaries. The anti-Titan weapons have really long reload time, a mag launcher and archer, so you can use quick reload for that. But if you're taking quick reload, you're losing stealth kit, which is also in the same option. So if you're using cloak, it's another thing you gotta think about. You're losing Power Cell. It's, like I said, it's a personal choice. I use it for snipers because I like having that Kraber up very fast. And having the wingman be up in 1.5 seconds is great. Makes that reload very, very reliable. Pretty much has the same reload as a carbine. Like, it's great, carbine with quick reload, but like, it's great. I love it. So it's always a personal question. You know, it's like, do you prefer having your weapon backup or your tactical backup faster? Personally, I prefer power cell. But yes, this is a very, very good kit. Run and gun is a fun kit. I'll just say that right here. Run and gun is fun, right? However, once you realize that sprinting and firing your weapon is not the fastest way to move in the game, and once you learn how to wall jump, wall parkour basically across the map and kill people, the reason to take run and gun is thrown out the window. There's no reason to take it when you realize there's way faster ways to move about the map and kill people rather than just sprinting at them with your SMG. So I feel like a lot of people can be drawn in and be like, oh yeah, I could use my car and sprint? That's amazing. And a lot of people did think that. I thought that myself. You know, I used to use run and gun. Even when I came back on PC, I would slap run and gun on my car. I'd use that. And then once you realize that wall riding and jumping and b-hopping and all these other movement things, you can keep your momentum a lot faster. It's a lot better to go into an engagement through those methods of building speed rather than following somebody by sprinting with your weapon. So it's not bad. It definitely has a use with some weapons. I mean, you can only use it with some weapons, mainly the pistols and SMGs. Mainly, like the car is a common thing people do with it. However, if you take power cell and you stim and wall jump everywhere, it's better to move around that way and more efficient rather than sprinting. So it kind of just locks you into a style of, yes, I want to sprint at people to kill them. It's not bad, like, as a kit. However, the mentality it makes you play as, I view as bad, because there's other better options to move around the map and engage people if you want to go at a faster speed rather than sprinting. I don't know, that's what I'm trying to say. You can maneuver around the map very easily just by bunny hopping, wall riding, you know, parkouring across the map, and sprinting at a straight line, killing somebody is not that great. Stealth Kit is the last one we have for Kit 1. I've talked about Stealth Kit a little bit. Basically, it removes the flares on your jump jets, and it also gives you a quieter double jump noise. And when you rodeo a Titan, you're completely silent until the hatch is taken off. So you pretty much use Stealth Kit all the time with Cloak, so you can get that bonus when you're cloaked, you don't have your jump ditch show, and you're just quieter overall. Kinda catches you a little off guard if you use it yourself because your double jump noise is severely muffled. But once you get used to it, you know when you're jumping and when you're not jumping, you know. It's pretty much, if you want to be less discreet, you use Stealth Kit. If you're using Cloak, you're pretty much going to use Stealth Kit. Otherwise, using Cloak without Stealth Kit is kind of like shooting yourself in the foot if you double jump or wall ride. It's okay. Like, I don't really use it. Power Cell is too good. I don't use Cloak that often where I need to use Stealth Kit. I've used Stealth Kit a few times. However, the benefits of Stim Power Cell are just, to me, there's nothing better than it. I have no reason to not take Stim Power Cell in like a game I want to win. I don't find Cloak or Radar like pulse that fucking good. I find Stim amazing and I find Power Cell amazing. My Stim's 6 seconds faster. You know, it's, if you're using Cloak, you use Stealth Kit. If you're not using Cloak, you don't use Stealth Kit. It's just the way it works. There's not really much to it. So now we're on to Kit 2. Starting off with Minion Detector. By far my favorite kit to use. Pretty much I use it 100%, 99% of the time. You know, there's very few options in Kit 2, I think, that are that necessary that I need to not use minion detector. So I mean that's why I'm starting off with minion detector. Simply, it just puts all the enemy minions on the minimap at all times, so you can farm for points. And enemy pilots will spawn generally near where the AI will spawn to the specters and grunts. So you generally have a rough idea on the map where pilots will most likely be. It's very simple. I mean, it just marks the AI on the map all the time, so you at least know where something is to kill. I like it for A, there's something, you know, looking to kill. And B, it tells you what part of the map activities usually happen. Sometimes you'll spawn just way out in the outskirts for no fucking reason. You're like, well, shit, I wonder where everybody's at. You look at the map and see the general location of where the AI is. Say, okay, well, there's probably somebody over there. So you head over to that area of the map. I just don't find anything in Kit 2 so necessary, so I like the information of Minion Detector in my games rather than any of the benefits in Kit 2. So, it's a very good kit. I feel like all these in Kit 2 are very personal preference as compared to Kit 1. A lot of them don't really have a lot of effects, I would say, that are game-changing. This one, not inherently game-changing, but it can be a game-changer depending on how you use the information. Warpfall Transmitter. So, this basically just makes your Titanfall come back faster. Usually it takes 6 seconds, and now it takes 3. However, the thing to note too is that in Titanfall 2, when you take Warpfall, you lose the Dome Shield. You don't lose it here. So you're still going to have that normal 15-second Dome Shield, along with your 3-second Titanfall time instead of 6. This is a very usable pick. Definitely because you still have that Dome Shield, so you're really not losing anything. If you're rotoing some guy's Titan and they eject, you can hop on the Auto Titan's back, call your Titan, and by the time the Titan will get back up, they're going to get crushed from that Titanfall. So, I mean, you could do this with a normal Titanfall. You just have to rodeo twice, basically. You'll have your Titan ready, you'll jump on, so the Titan gets crouched down, jump off, call the Titan right underneath the Auto Titan, jump back on, jump back off, and then the normal Titanfall will come down and kill the Titan as it is standing up. However, you can negate that second jump on with the with the Warpfall Transmitter to make it a 3-second Titanfall. I don't use it. I just prefer Minion Detector, and there's not a lot of times where I'm like, damn, I should have got that if I had Warpfall. Because usually, if I'm trying to pull that maneuver off, I'll just kill the pilot with satchels and then just hope nobody's near me for about, 6 seconds or whatever. It's a good kit. Some people use it. You just have to be careful too if you're fighting somebody and they drop their Titan when they run into a building. Is that little warble noise that pops up and you hear the Titan falling from the sky. The AI generally doesn't recognize a warp fall, so they won't call out like enemy Titanfall incoming. So you have to be more careful, and not stand, hugging a building basically and get crushed by surprise. But yeah, I don't see Warpfall honestly that often, but it's definitely a okay choice. Dome Shield Battery. So right after Warpfall, we got Dome Shield Battery. So by normal, when your Titanfall falls, it has a Dome Shield for about 15 seconds. And I would say with the last 3, the Titan is standing up and getting ready to go into an auto mode if you don't interact with it. What Dome Shield Battery does is it increases that Dome Shield time from 15 seconds to 25 seconds. However, if you die while you've already called your Titan, that kit will not activate, meaning your Titan's still going to have 15 seconds. So when it physically lands and it starts that counter, it's going to check if you're alive and you have that kit, and then it's going to increase it to 25 seconds. It's very situational. I see sometimes you can drop a Titan, let's say in Angel City, in one of the streets, and completely block off that lane just because of the Dome Shield and the Titan sitting there. And if you have Dome Shield Battery, you could possibly just wait and see what Titans will come by. So if they see an enemy Titan just standing in their Dome Shield, they're going to say, okay, well, somebody's on their way to get in this, I'm going to camp at it. and then you could have somebody, you know, flank them and get off, getting your Titan and make it a 2v1 when they thought they were just going to kill a normal auto Titan. It's situational. There's not a lot of times where, yes, I want that to happen. You know, I want to not use my Titan for a long time to change the battlefield or to potentially bait people thinking you're an auto Titan. It's simple. It's just, like I said, I don't see the benefit of this outweighing something like Meteor Detector. But if you really just want to use dome shields to change the battlefield or bait people, then yeah, it's a pick you can use. Dead Man's Trigger. So what this does is it'll explode all your planted ordnance a second after you die, meaning arc mines and satchels are the only two that will go off, because the other ones are just grenades. It's pretty common with satchels or arc mines generally because it's the only two it works with. Like in objective game modes, like I said earlier, with satchels and arc mines, they generally are thrown on the objective. And let's say you kill the satchel pilot while they're in the flag room, you run and grab the flag, and the satchels go off because of Dead Man's Trigger. Like that's pretty common. You kill an arc mine sniper and the arc mines go off next to him, you know, something like that. It's generally used if you like using those ordnances a lot. So some people run extra explosives and they'll take Dead Man's Trigger. So they'll just satchel everything. Titans, people, grunts, and just if they die, oh what, the satchel goes off and they kill you too. You know, it's I don't find satchel spam or like arc mine spam that important to me, or like I need this. Some people definitely love it. They love it, especially the satchels, you know, because you have to physically detonate them when they get thrown out. But the benefit of having this, oh, my satchel will auto explode if I even throw a satchel. You know, there's a lot of times I just don't even use satchels in a pilot life. I don't see this outweighing Meteor Detector. I'm pretty much gonna say that for these other kits. It's like I don't see this outweighing Meteor Detector as a valuable pick. The ice pick. So this one's kind of funny. It decreases the time to hack turrets and specters. So hacking turrets, there's only a few selections of maps, like Nexus, Training Ground, Smuggler's Cove. Those are three I can name right off the top of my head that have turrets on them. They're basically big, like anti-Titan, anti-dropship turrets. They don't do a lot of damage, however they can put out an okay rate of fire, and they can definitely annoy you if you're sitting on that middle part on Training Ground, for example. There's 4 turrets on that map that they can all shoot onto that roof and not necessarily kill you very easily, but they definitely annoy you. You can't stand there because you're getting shot at. However, hacking specters is another thing Ice Pick can do. Normally, you could do these with just interacting with the panel or interacting with the specter. What Ice Pick exactly does is it decreases the time for hacking by 40%. Not necessarily jabbing up to open up the panel or jabbing into a specter. When you start the hack, there'll be these 3 number sequences that pop up inside the data knife. That part is increased by 40 seconds, not the actual opening of the panel. And to note, one, hacking specters is never a thing. Nobody does this. If you're gonna hack specters, you're pretty much gonna use Wi-Fi virus to automatically hack them. It's a burn card that does it. It's like, I don't really see it. Specters don't do that much to kill things where you want to convert them, and it takes more time to convert a specter, even with Ice Pick. It doesn't just kill them. So you don't see a lot of people hacking specters. With turrets too, hacking turrets is pretty situational. You generally want to do it when nobody's around you. Even then, the turret doesn't really benefit you that much. It might get a few AI kill, and then when the Titan walks up and kills it, it's going to give him, just a attrition point. It's basically just like an AI that you can keep reactivating. However, when you do pop open a turret, it's very loud. It's not a quiet noise when you crack open this panel. It's like a 1-2, and then you stab the panel in the center. While you're doing that, you're pretty much very exposed. A lot of the turret positions aren't very covered. Some of them are, some of them aren't. So the Training Ground is a little bit better. And even then, there's 4 entrances to that little oval, like, semicircle thing that protects the turret. A Titan can easily just walk in there, shoot you a couple times, or drop a cluster, any kind of ordnance into there, and you're gonna die. Because you're basically just standing still for a few seconds hacking this turret. So, Ice Pick, it's not a thing that happens every game where you want to take a kit designated to improve the time of this hack. I say, if you really, really are dead set on, like, yes, I want to hack all these turrets on training ground all the time. That's like my job this game. I've used it a lot in just games where there's like 2 or 3 people in it. You know, I'll just run around and just hack specters and just hack turrets just for fun, you know. But seriously, in like an actual game, you're not gonna be that guy and be like, okay, I'm gonna hack all these turrets. Pretty much because of the time you're gonna get the turret up, some Titan's gonna walk by, cluster it, shoot a few times, and walk away. The cluster's gonna kill a turret. You're like, well, I just spent 5 seconds trying to get that turret back up, and a Titan took 5 seconds to kill it. So it's not worth it. Guardianship is the last kit too we have to talk about, and basically it increases the auto Titans. Yes. Nobody really knows what the fuck Guardianship does. Still, it says it changes accuracy, become better. I don't know. It's such a hard thing to test because AI Titans are just random, and when you slap on Guardianship, you're maybe looking a little bit too hard at your auto Titan to see if they do work rather than just having them normally auto. Like, it's very hard to get a controlled environment with these things. So, seriously, if you're letting your auto Titan roam around in a full lobby, that's a very, very bad idea. Guardianship or no Guardianship, it's not good. Free 5 points for the enemy team. You know, it's... While auto Titans can be a good distraction, it can definitely put up a fight to a player that's not really ready for it. It's not as good as a pilot piloting their Titan. As auto Titans have a lot of animations, and that normal Titan does not have. Mainly melee and recoil are the 2 biggest things. Is that an auto Titan goes through these really long melee animations, these really long recoil animations when they get hit with something. It prevents them from doing anything. So if you can just chain crits into an ogre, they're not really going to do much. Another thing to note about Guardianship is when you drop your Titan, the Titan will automatically get out of their dome shield about 3 or 4 seconds after you drop it. So if you accidentally have Guardianship on and you're not near your Titan's just going to get out of the dome shield and start killing shit. So you could definitely be caught off guard if somebody runs up to you and you're getting in your Titan because you forgot to take Guardianship off. I use it on my chill loadout. And I pair it personally with a chain gun ogre because I feel like that is the best option for an auto Titan. I mean, it's just a normal hit scan weapon. I give it particle wall, and it's an ogre, so it could definitely take a lot of punishment. Like, they can't dodge AI very well, but they can at least kill the AI pretty reliably with a chain gun when they're not really distracted by anything else. Fighting pilots is a different thing, and definitely fighting Titans, they will not do so well. But it's not a good serious kit. But like I said, it's like with the Ice Pick. If you want to just mess around in an open lobby, like what I'll do is I'll drop my auto Titan, have him run around, the enemy will drop the Titan, I get in, kill their Titan, and then I get out, you know, let him roam around, kill shit. So if you want to just farm points that way in a pretty much dead lobby, then yeah, that's what I do with it. Otherwise, don't use it seriously. So now we're going to get into the Titan customization with the weapon, the kits, the abilities, the ordnance, all that jazz. And the first thing you have to decide, though, when you're building your Titan is what chassis you want to use. You got the Strider, Atlas, and Ogre. So we're going to start with the Strider. It's the first one we're going to talk about. The Strider is very nimble. It has a lot of speed and not a lot of health. That's basically the gist of it. So on the left, you have a buttload of numbers to explain, saying, yes, the Strider is fast. And then on the right, it's the in-game description saying, yes, Strider is fast. Has no health. The Strider's core ability is called Dash Core. All the cores for the Titan last the same amount of time, 12.6 seconds. And what Dash Core does is it gives you unlimited dash while you're in your core. So Also, another thing to note about core abilities is when you pop your core, your shield will automatically start to regenerate. So this is very, very useful, and I'll talk about it a little bit later with Atlas. But Strider Dash Core, if you're coming from Titanfall 2, you're like, oh, well, Ronin has Sword Core and he got unlimited dash, right? No, this is literally unlimited dash. You cannot spam out of the first dash. You have unlimited dash for 12.6 seconds. So you can fucking zip anywhere across the map, zip it and zoom it, you know? It's like, a lot of people like Strider, and I get it. I like Strider occasionally too. The thing about it though is that you have such little health that once your shields are down, if you take a shot from a 40 mil or a railgun or an arc cannon or something, you're pretty fucked. Like, you don't have a lot of health to spare. And I feel Dash Core doesn't necessarily help you win a fight as directly as something like Atlas's Damage Core. However, a very good Strider pilot can use those dashes and just without having Dash Core, make their mobility basically untargetable, effectively giving them, you know, more health because they're not even being shot. A Strider is a good Titan if you really understand the movement of it, and I feel like over time a Strider pilot can become very skilled, and it's a very good Titan. However, you have to keep in mind that you have the lowest amount of health out of any Titan, so any punishment you take is going to be pretty severe. I personally use Strider with a railgun just to reposition when I'm aiming down the sights of that weapon because it's relatively slow. You could use Strider with pretty much any weapon setup. I would say that, like, I don't really know like what would not work good with it, because you could just mix and match any weapon on any Titan and you could do fine relatively. The only exception I would say is triple threat fucking ogre is shit, but the Strider is a very good Titan and it's a pretty common use, and if you're exceptionally skilled with dashing at the perfect time and using your dash core to evade damage, you have a very, very mobile Titan that can cross the map very easily and win Titan fights with ease. Now the Atlas is the middle Titan, you know, the standard kind of baseline. So you got the Strider being the fastest, the Ogre being the slowest, the Atlas is just right there in the middle. You got 2 dashes by default, and it's a mix of, you know, durability and speed. However, I feel the Atlas is relatively fast compared to any Atlas in Titanfall 2, mainly. All the Titans got cut speed-wise in Titanfall 2, so the Atlas in Titanfall 1 is my most used chassis. I really, really love it, mainly for damage core. Simply put, it just increases your damage output, and it's amazing. Who doesn't want, you know, more damage is the thing. Along with the fact that when you use your core ability, your shield will regenerate. So one of my favorite things and my most used Atlas is I'll get into a fight, I'll get damage core. About halfway or a quarter, like waiting for the core to come up, because it's not just an instant activation. I pull out my vortex shield, I catch some whatever the fuck's going on that they're shooting at me, get my shield back up, throw it back, you know, get back in the fight with my 40 mil and fucking do a lot of damage. Atlas is a very, very good Titan. Like, again, I feel like it's all personal preference, but realistically, some of the only choices are Atlas and Strider. You want upfront damage, or do you want mobility? Just to keep it in. However, an Atlas isn't necessarily slow. They can move around the map very fast. They still have 2 dashes by default. If you really want to, you can fucking put a dash quick charger on there. Put it on a Strider, that thing does not stop dashing. I really like Atlas, and I think it really, really just clicks with damage core and 40 mil. I mean, it's one of the most standard fucking setups, I know, but it's really good in any situation with any weapon. The Atlas will do fine. It's a very, very good chassis. There's nothing really much to say about it. I guess a small other note too is that when you're dismounting your Titan with Atlas and Ogre, if you look down, if you crouch and look down, I would say about like 45 degrees to the ground, and you get out of your Titan, you're gonna get out a lot faster than normally just dismounting your Titan. It doesn't happen with Strider. I guess it's the way that how the Titan kind of spits you out with those, like the cockpit is lower to the ground, so when you crouch down and look down, it doesn't really do the full animation. It kind of just fucking pushes you out on the ground. It's very common to see that when people cluster themselves and they'll get out, get back out. I do it all the time. It's one of my reasons too. I prefer Alice. It's because Strider cannot do that. They cannot fast dismount. So it feels really rough going back and clustering yourself as a Strider and going into an Alice and be able to like get out and get back in relatively fast. So that's a key reason I like Atlas a lot. It's an exploit, yes, I know, but it definitely makes the Atlas a more viable pick for me than just fucking the extra health. I like it. I like damage core, you know. It's a very good Titan. There's not much to really say about it. It's the baseline. The Ogre is the big boy we have coming up. So Ogre being the slowest and the tankiest most Titan, you don't got a whole lot of speed with him. But he's got a fuck ton of health. And that's like it. That's his thing. He's got one dash. He's relatively slow compared to the other Titans. Obviously, he's got one dash, his most health. His core ability is Shield Core, which just gives him a straight up new shield that has increased durability. Now it doesn't come back like a periodic refill like the other Titans. It's just a straight instant shield bar. However, if you remember what I said, when you activate your core on the other Titans, your shield will start to regen. The only thing Ogre's core does is give him a stronger brand new shield instantly. That's it. So in a way, his core is really not that unique or strong because the other cores already inherently kind of do what his core does. So an Ogre doesn't really have much of a use. A lot of people, for some reason, really like to use the Ogre. However, it's just not good. The only benefit of it is the amount of health. But if you can't leverage the health to do anything because you're so slow, you have a massive crit spot, and you're gimping yourself with like a triple threat, which I see people do all the time, what are you really doing? You're kind of just throwing your Titan away in a sense, because I'm just going to dash away with my Atlas and just hammer crits into your face with my 40 mil. You know, it's like, there's plenty of times I'll just win Ogre fights that don't even take down my shield. And it's like, was that really worth it for you to take an Ogre? You know, I've used an Ogre, yes, for a little bit. I have a chain gun Ogre class. I mainly have an auto Titan for, but I'll use it when people get in their Titan. It's a lower, like a fucking almost empty lobby. I'll use it. An Ogre's okay, like, but there's no benefit to it, and there's just it's like all negatives really compared to positives. The positives aren't that good to outweigh the negatives for the Ogre. So realistically, most people either choose the Atlas or Strider. And the Ogre's kind of just this weird child that's like, yeah, I'm a tanky Titan, and I just absorb damage, and that's really it. You can't really follow up much. It's okay. Like I said, a lot of people use Atlas or Strider. Some people are dead set at using Ogre on like all their Titans, and it gets annoying fighting a lot of Ogres. Because, I mean, yes, it takes time to kill. So if you really just want to be that guy and just take out the punishment for your team to go in, then yeah, you could do that. I mean, it's very easy to disengage from an Ogre though. Like, so you'll pop shield core in a fight and the Atlas will just run away. You know, it's like, and then you're kind of just stuck there. You're like, well, he ran away. What do I do? I have my shield core up. It's severely, yeah, its negatives just outweigh the positives of the Titan. Not a lot of people use it. I don't really know how to fix it. I just don't. It's just an odd chassis. I'm glad it's in the game, but it doesn't really have a play for me. So now we're gonna go over Titan, all the accessories for Titans, their weapons, their ordnance, you know, their kits and all that. So starting off with our Titan primaries, we're gonna start with the XO16 chain gun. It's a simple hit scan weapon, 60 rounds by default, a very, very good pilot killer. However, the Titan damage is low, but it's consistent. I mean, it's just hold down the trigger, you do damage. For the attachments, there's only really two. There's extended mag, which bumps you up to 90 rounds, and accelerator, which is the unique one for the chain gun. What the accelerator does, it gives you 150 rounds. However, the rate of fire will build up over time, so you can get a lot higher rate of fire than the normal chain gun. However, the cost your aim starts going really, really crazy the longer you hold in the trigger. So it's a very good weapon. It has very little recoil, has a decent reload. It's absolutely one of the best pilot killing weapons. The only thing that really it hurts is in pure raw DPS against a Titan. If you can hammer crits, over time you will do a good amount of damage. If especially you don't want to deal with the accelerator building up, you can slap on extended mags, aim at the upper part of an atlas, aim it straight onto an ogre, and just crit, and just get some damage that way. Personally, I usually use the chain gun if I get the accelerator and I get a damage core atlas, and I basically just shred that way, getting crits and that damage core and a massive rate of fire with that. It's quite a fun setup. However, like I said, it just lacks the raw DPS. If you are fighting a 40 millimeter Titan and you're using a chain gun, I would say there's probably like an 80% chance for that 40 mil to win that fight. The amount of times I've seen chain guns just straight up win a 40 mil fight is very, very low, mainly because the 40 mil just has much higher damage per second, and the recoil from getting shot from 40 mil will mess up the chain gun. And if you lose those 4 shots, you know, just from the chain gun, you're losing more damage right there. The chain gun can't flinch the 40 mil guy out. The 40 mil can flinch the chain gun out. So it's more of like a supply weapon. Like if you know like your team is you have a pretty solid lead, you kind of want to just take it easy, you can definitely slap on a chain gun and, you know, just pester away at people and maybe pick off some pilots that are trying to archer your friendly Titans. But going back to it, as a Titan killing weapon, it's not that good. It's honestly pretty low on the tier for like Titan damage. What that really makes up for though is that it's a great pilot killer and a good supporting weapon, and if you have very accurate aim, you can destroy people with it. Mainly just infantry pilots, like 2 to 3 shots people. It's great, and it's just you can't really fight Titans well with it. You have to be very cautious about it. The 40 millimeter cannon is my favorite Titan weapon in the entire game. My most used gun. I have over 2 days literally just using the 40 mil. It's such a successful, consistent weapon that works in every single scenario. So by default, it has 12 rounds, and it's a semi-auto weapon with it's a projectile shot that has a little explosion around the shot when it shoots or hits something. So there's 2 mods for it. There's extended and burst fire. Extended brings your max size up to a respectable 16, and burst fire changes the mode to a burst fire. It reduces the damage of each of the shots, but you shoot 3 of these 40 millimeter shells at a time. They do more damage if you're able to consistently land crits. However, the rate of fire is slower, and the biggest loss of burst fire is that they will not one-shot pilots. With the regular 40 mil, a one-shot body shot will kill a pilot, and you have to hit all of the bursts to kill a pilot with the burst 40 mil. So the regular 40 mil it has splash damage, so it's very easy to just splash pilots on the ground. One to two hits is generally what you're gonna do to kill pilots. Occasionally three if they're hopping around, or four if they stim, and you don't get a really good splash. So it's an excellent pilot killer, excellent at dealing Titan damage. Like I said, there's nothing this gun really can't do. The only limiting factor is you have to calculate for the projectile that goes into when you're firing the weapon. However, over time you can learn to adjust. And in a sense, you don't really need to aggressively lead at close range, but there still is some kind of leading that needs to be done. Lag is a big thing with this weapon too. Maybe because I just use it a lot, but dusting is the term that is coined for it. Is basically you'll hit somebody and no damage will be dealt, but you'll get the explosion on them. It happens a lot. I see it happen almost every day I play. I'll get a hit on somebody and it just doesn't do damage. It's just the nature of a video game, and it's kind of hard to prevent, but you gotta know it's just something that happens. I've seen it in the enemy skill cam, like fighting me, like they've dusted me multiple times. I dust people a lot. Shit just happens. So generally you're gonna run extended mags because with 16 rounds, that gives you enough room to miss some shots completely on an Atlas and still kill it. That's how powerful this weapon is. It's great. Like, there's not really much downsides to it besides leading a projectile, and it's slow, quote unquote, rate of fire. It's great. Like, it's a very, very strong weapon. It's one of the most common weapons to use, and I use it primarily, like, when I don't know what to use, I'm just gonna slap a 40 mil on. It's reliable in every sense and excels in every category in pilot versus Titan combat and Titan versus Titan combat. The quad rocket is what we have coming up next. An interesting weapon. It's a rocket launcher, but not in the sense that it directly shoots rockets. It's a four-barreled rocket launcher, but these rockets are fired in a spiral pattern, and you can zoom in or use ADS to make the spread of the rockets bloom out over time, and the rockets individually fire slower. It's not useful to ever do that secondary fire. A lot of people just use the primary fire and just have this, say, tight, concentrated swirl of rockets. There's two mods. There's extended and rapid fire. So what rapid fire does is it changes it from that 4 rocket in a spiral pattern to a normal rocket launcher. It's free fire, and you just shoot the rockets manually, and they individually have a lot less damage than if you shoot a whole spiral as in the normal quad rocket. However, you have way more shots total in the rapid fire. You can get some pretty high damage if you hit all these rockets. However, you're hitting individual rockets, so you have to lead the target. And if you're missing a few too many rockets, you're basically losing out on a lot of DPS that can be negated if you just don't use rapid fire, if you use extended mags or just the normal quad rocket or any other weapon, really. It's an interesting weapon. It could be very good just to farm AI and pilots. It's an explosion weapon, so you don't really have to be too careful with your aim. If you're using the normal version of quad, direct or splash will do pretty much the same damage. So I would generally advise shooting for the center of mass or the feet. Like the feet to I would say the waist is a very good idea, and you still need to lead despite the relatively faster travel time of these rockets. Rapid fire is very, very good. I have a Atlas built with rapid fire, and it's kind of like a revenge killer Titan. So I mainly use damage core accelerator so I can get damage core up really fast and just try to burst down Titans really, really fast to clear out the amount of Titans on the field. If you want to really sustain, though, I would say rapid fire quad is not the best. Like if you have first to fall and you're gonna drop, don't drop rapid fire. You're not really gonna kill much, and pilots are just gonna harass the shit out of you. You can't kill pilots very easily with rapid fire. The rockets spread way too far over distance, and it's much better to just use a normal quad if you're gonna, go for pilot kills. However, the rapid fire, if you can lead all the rockets, is a great Titan killer. So it's not bad inherently. It's a interesting weapon and can be used by all Titans relatively effectively. However, I would say if you are using rapid fire, it's probably recommended that you use an Atlas or a Strider, mainly to get the mobility to consistently land these rockets or have the extra damage in the rockets to make up for any misses. Plasma Railgun is the next weapon we have coming up. It's your Titan sniper weapon, basically. While you zoom down these sights, your charge builds up over time, and the more charge you have, the higher damage per shot. It's a projectile weapon. And you only got two options for attachments. You have extended and instant shot. So what instant shot is there's basically no charge time, right? You just fire and you will do the same amount of damage no matter what. It's pretty garbage. There's not a lot of use for instant shot. Some people use it. However, you still have to lead the target. The travel time is still the same. You're just losing a massive amount of damage. And well, yes, you might have a higher rate of fire. It doesn't compensate for, using the railgun. If you want a semi-auto projectile weapon, you have the 40mm for that. You don't really need to neuter the railgun's high damage to get a similar effect to a weapon that is already in the game. And it's very, very easy to use, like the 40mm. So the plasma railgun one-shots pilots. A projectile still, so you have to lead, but it is a good pilot killer if you're accurate with it. Hip fire on it is pretty shit, so you really need to aim down sights, but when you're aiming down sights, your speed is really, really slow. So you can toggle in and out of ADS really, really fast to hopefully build up some charge. But it has very, very good burst potential. A fully charged shot will take down a Titan shield completely, and a crit with this thing will fucking hurt any Titan. It's not fun to get crit by a railgun. Plus, the recoil that this thing gives off is insane if you get hit by it. It's another huge factor about the railgun that I think is very, very important. Not a lot of people will really realize it. They want to hold the charge as long as possible to get the max damage shot. However, if you're fighting somebody, let's say a 40mm, and flinching you out, and you had a chance to fire, let's say you were halfway to charge, you had a chance to fire at this 40mm before they noticed you were there and they started turning and engaging you. You could have fired your half shot and potentially knocked the 40mm's aim off. However, you decided to not fire, and your aim is now all fucked up and you missed a fully charged shot because of the 40mm. I find a lot of railgun people hold the shot way too long, and it costs them. You really need to fire and reposition, get ready, fire, reposition, get ready. So a Strider is naturally a very, very good Titan to do this with. However, you could definitely use it on any other Titan. Like, I've used it on an Ogre, I've used it on an Atlas, I've used it on a Strider, which is what I currently use. It's a good weapon. However, there's another weapon coming up that does a very, very similar job with less downsides. The downsides of the railgun is it's a projectile, and it has a relatively low mag size and low rate of fire. Even with an extended, you only have 5 shots before you need to reload. That's not a lot. It's just one more, it's kind of sad. But for such a high damage weapon, if you're not in the thick of a fight, a railgun can definitely make a very good impact into a Titan fight. I like it I don't use it very often. It's occasional. I'll pick my railgun strider mainly when just there's not a lot of people going on. I'll practice railguns with other people. It's a good weapon. However, the downsides of it, I think, in a normal game that's consistently going on, I would not use a railgun over a 40 mil because the railgun just is not more comfortable in, like, you know, in your face engagement, something like the 40 mil. The triple threat, probably the most unique weapon in Titanfall 1, and it's kind of just stayed here. Its form of, like, design got changed into Ronin's lead wall in Titanfall 2. However, in Titanfall 1, the triple threat is a very interesting weapon. Basically, it is a grenade launcher and it fires 3 grenades at a time, either in a horizontal spread or vertical spread, depending on your if you ADS or not. There's only 2 options: standard, extended max, or a landmine option. So what landmine does is it allows you to lay down the grenades so they don't explode after a short time, and they'll be, you know, landmines. They'll go off when something gets near them to trigger them. However, once you've exhausted your clip of landmine grenades, if you fire a new set, those previous ones are going to explode. So it's kind of weird because, I mean, what does the triple threat do? You know, it fires grenades. It has good Titan damage. However, the splash is very large. So you can't really get up in somebody's face to use it. It's a very good pilot killer if you can shoot on top of rooftops and stagger out the grenades. It's very good at killing AI. You know, it's a very finicky weapon. Not a lot of people are like, yes, I'm going to use the triple threat. It's going to be great. It's kind of just like an off pick. It has good Titan damage. I've tried to use it, make it work with a Strider. However, the splash damage on it is insane. And you might as well just use a quad if you're kind of going for that up-in-your-face explosive style. It definitely is a good pick if there's just a lot of hard-to-reach places that a 40mm or chain gun can't kill pilots. A triple threat will do that pretty well. However, you're losing out on all range. Your Titan engagements at any range are very limited. You need to be relatively at medium to close range to fight anybody, and if they are in your face, you're going to do a lot of damage to both you and yourself. So it's a tricky weapon. I don't really recommend it seriously. However, if you find that you just want to kill pilots on roofs, or you just want to farm AI, the triple threat is a good weapon to do that with. The arc cannon is the last Titan weapon we have to talk about, and something I honestly kind of forgot about going back into Titanfall 1. I heard a lot. I was like, oh, the arc cannon was so overpowered. I fucking hate the arc cannon, you know? And me at the time fucking played it on the 360. I can't remember ever using the arc cannon or really having any experience against it. However, the arc cannon is definitely a very oppressive weapon. Borderline one of the strongest Titan weapons in the game. And short, imagine it is a big Titan charge rifle, right? So you, by default, you have to hold the charge, and you can fire anytime in between, and you can put it at max, and then it unleashes after a short while. So you could fire it without even holding the charge, or you could fire at max. This is with the default arc cannon. There is a mod called Capacitor, which changes this to act like a charge rifle. You can feather the charge, and it will only fire at max charge. So what's really the difference between the two? Well, the capacitor allows you to feather the charge and has higher damage when it is fully charged compared to the normal arc cannon when it is fully charged. However, the normal arc cannon can have a higher rate of fire and can 2-tap pilots with no charge. A fully charged arc cannon will 1-tap a pilot all the time. And if you haven't got it from the name, it's arc. So it does arc damage. It slows, it removes shields, it stuns, it makes your vision go all blurry. It's a hassle in Titan fights. along with it chaining to other Titans near you. So you can't even be the target of the arc cannon. Let's say the ogre in front of you gets hit, and you're going to get hit and lose half your shield just because you're standing, 10 meters from this ogre. It's a really large chain from this arc damage. It's a very strong weapon. I can't really make it work, but definitely if you're playing serious, you probably should have some arc cannons on your team. The amount of suppression an arc cannon can give, you can completely shut down, change somebody's mind about a fight. Like even just in a 1v1, an arc cannon is a very, very deadly weapon because they can just perma-slow you, stun you, and it's just a hassle to fight them. I find it, especially people use it with Striders and arc cannons, so they can just hit and run, and you can't really even catch up to them if you're in your own Strider or in an Atlas. You can't catch up to them because you're slowed. You can't really see where they went, and they'll just dash away and just keep, doing hit and run with this arc damage. It has limited range, however, and the rate of fire is pretty slow. So with that limited range, though, it is a hit scan, unlike the railgun. I know I made a little comparison back to the railgun. So the arc cannon, in a sense, is a very, very similar weapon. It's a long-range supporting weapon. Instead of massive upfront damage, it's more CC/damage in the form of arc damage with the shields and vision blurring. It's very, very good. Like I said, I can't use it very well. I've never really liked the arc cannon. However, you can't deny how strong this weapon is. So if you use an arc cannon in like a public game, it's generally looked down upon because this gun is extremely strong. And if you want to counter an arc cannon, if you pretty much particle wall obviously will stop any fucking damage coming to you. However, Vortex Shield I find is one of my favorite counters to arc cannons. And I love Vortex Shield. I'll talk about it more when I talk about Vortex Shield. But Vortex Shield can block 2 fully charged arc cannon shots. And it's great. You just have to be careful, though. You have to know if they have capacitor or if they're going to fire early with the normal. Most people will use capacitor if they're going to use the arc cannon. So with that, you basically have to pay attention to the amount of light coming off the arc cannon to kind of determine their charge. Obviously, when it's brighter, it's almost at its full charge, or it is at its full charge. So you put up your Vortex Shield, you block the shot. If they hit the Vortex Shield, you're going to lose a lot of charge out of the Vortex Shield. However, you're not going to take any damage, your vision's not going to be blurred. You can just continue on with the fight. It usually catches some people off guard. You just pop that Vortex Shield and you keep pressing them. It's a very, very strong weapon. I don't use it, but if you want to win, yes. However, it's generally looked down upon in the same vein as a smart pistol. It's not as easy to use, I'd say, but the benefits of the weapon definitely make it a frustrating thing when you're just trying to have fun. So now that we finished with the chassis and the Titan weapons, we're going to get into tactical abilities. There's not that many to choose from. There's only 3. And to start off, we're going to go with the Vortex Shield, which is my personal favorite. I really, really love it. And it's one of the things they showed off when they first introduced Titanfall. Is like, oh, you can catch these guys' bullets, throw it back at them, do increased damage. So, in simple, that's what the Vortex Shield does. It's a portion, it's an ability that causes your Titan to extend a shield that covers basically your torso and a little bit of your legs. And it catches any weapon, any damage really caught in it, including friendly or enemy. So the only things you can't actually catch and throw back at an enemy would be charge rifle shots and arc cannon. So the arc cannon will get stopped and it will take a portion of the Vortex Shield charge away. And the charge rifle will go straight through, so don't even bother trying to Vortex Shield charge rifles. Vortex Shield necessarily by itself, honestly, it's not that good. Like, there's not a huge benefit to using Vortex Shield. It's mainly how you use it and when you use it. If you use the Vortex Shield and you hold it for the entire duration, and the enemy has a Vortex Shield, you guys could just play catch, go back and forth. But if you expire your entire charge, by just catching literally everything that's being shot at you. You throw it back. The other guy pops his vortex shield, throws it back at you, and then you just lost half your health because you wasted your charge. So note, there is a little bit of lag when you use vortex shield. For some reason, it's not really a quick thing. When you start vortex shield, there's a few, I don't want to, it's like almost a second where you have the visual indication that your vortex shield's up. However, the hitbox isn't. It's very common with archers. You need to use the vortex shield just a little bit earlier than you really, like, your brain should say, okay, I should vortex shield this. You need to use it, I would say, almost a half a second earlier before you think that you need to use vortex shield so the hitbox actually works. It's great in a sense that you have a constant way to negate damage and you're not stuck to a location that, like, particle wall is my biggest thing, is that a particle wall you can throw down, and if you get pushed off the wall then you don't have your ability for a really long time. However, vortex shield is something attached to your Titan, so you're always going to have it as long as you have charge. I mainly use it to catch rockets, hit scan, and archer rockets. So rockets as like quad rockets, hit scan as in chain gun, and archer rockets as archer rockets, obviously. So with rockets, aiming with the vortex shield is a really weird thing. When you catch anything, it'll generally slowly move into the center of the shield. It like goes from the outside and slowly moves into the center. So aiming rockets can be really tricky because let's say they fire slaved warheads at you. Those are lock-on rockets, and you catch all the salvos. You throw them back, and you just miss. Like, I've honestly missed probably 90% of the rockets I throw back. Like, it's not hard. It's hard to aim those because you have to protect where the Titan's moving, and you gotta, you know, you're basically free aiming rockets that don't come out straight from your screen. They're gonna come out some kind of RNG pattern inside your vortex shield. So aiming projectiles is pretty hard, including a 40 mil shot, a railgun shot, will all be treated as projectiles. Pretty much anything that goes in a projectile will come out a projectile. Anything as a hit scan will come out as a hit scan. So in a sense too, a hit scan like a chain gun is very good because there is no time really for the damage to travel. So you can catch a few chain gun shots, throw it back, do some increased damage than just a normal chain gun would do to a Titan. In a sense, hit scan has limited range, so you can't, you know, snipe people with just grabbing a few chain guns and a cross map Titan. You have to be relatively, I would say, medium range to use the hit scan to hit something. Hit scan vortex shield though is very good to kill pilots. So for some reason, let's say some new guy is just shooting their carbine at your Titan because he can't read the bottom of the screen that says press 3 to use anti-Titan weapon. So you could just catch those carbine shots and just throw back and it kills them. They do a lot of damage. Any hit scan will pretty much annihilate pilots. In a sense too, one of my favorite things is like you'll catch a chain gun Titan fighting and you'll catch some of those chain guns as a archer is trying to lock onto you. You flick over to the archer and you kill him with the chain gun shots before he shoots the archer. Going on to archers, it is a huge thing. If you don't have dashes, vortex shield is pretty much one of your only options to prevent archer from hitting you. And like I said, you need to activate it a little bit early before you think the archer would actually hit you. Way before that beeping indicates. If you pull out your vortex shield when the beeping starts, you're gonna get hit. It's pretty much guaranteed. There's a weird thing is you'll take the damage of the archer and you can catch the archer in the vortex shield. I'm assuming it's like some kind of duplication thing, or you take the damage but the actual projectile didn't make it into your hitbox. I don't know. It's weird. Anyways, but an archer is a very strong rocket normally against Titans. If you somehow, and I love doing this, if you somehow get an archer and throw it at an enemy Titan, it will hurt a lot. Yet again, it's a free aim archer, so you're not going to hit these very, very often. If you're up close with this, you will pretty much doom yourself. I've doomed myself and I've been at 70% health. Granted, I had no shield, but I caught an archer and I threw it at an atlas right in my face and I doomed myself at like 70%. It hurts. Anything coming into the vortex shield and going out is going to have increased damage. Hit scan, projectile, archer, anything is going to have increased damage. It's a very, very good vortex shield. Is my favorite tactical ability, and I use it a lot. I want to say I use it like all of my Titans. However, I use it on my two main Titans, my 40mm Strider and my 4mm Atlas. I use Vortex Shield on those, and Vortex Shield allows me to, charge when I am charging my core, and right before it activates, I get that shield regen. I can pop Vortex Shield and let my shield regen, throw this back, go back into the fight. It's you have to learn the Vortex Shield. I feel there's probably the highest learning curve to any tactical ability. Granted, because the other two are deployables, this is the only one that's not a deployable, and it's something that's permanently attached to your Titan. And for that, I really, really like it, and it's really unique. And I almost feel like the possibilities are endless. One day, I thought I was going to do it sometime this year. I don't think I will, but I want to goose somebody with Vortex Shield. Not like catch an archer and throw it as they fall on the ground, like straight up catch chain gun, whatever, 40mm, flick it straight up and goose them while they're in the sky. That's a goal I want to hit eventually. However, I don't know when I'm ever going to hit that. So, coming to an end, kind of rambled a little bit. Vortex Shield is a very, very good tactical ability. Its skill ceiling is quite high. However, it's pretty simple to use for everybody, but the amount of possibilities you can use Vortex Shield with, paired with good dashing to avoid archer damage, you could turn around fights very, very easy with a Vortex Shield. Just catch an absorbent amount of damage, pop your damage core, throw it back. It's possibilities are endless with Vortex Shield. That's what I'm trying to say. Electric Smoke is the next tactical ability we talk about here for Titans. And if you're coming into Titanfall 2, this ain't no fucking pussy Electric Smoke. This is Electric Smoke. This shit stings like a motherfucker. It's ridiculous how strong the damage of Electric Smoke is. So, in a sense, what Electric Smoke is you deploy down a smoke screen, goes around your Titan, and after a short delay, there will be a damage field in it. So everything will take damage. Pilots, Titans, and AI obviously will take damage from this. It's common. It says if you want to kill rodeos, basically. If you can pop smoke, crouch down, look straight up, and punch, predicting when the pilot is going to come off, or just punch as you see him come off and follow them. Smoke though, it isn't an instant delay. So if you pop smoke and just stand in the smoke and you hear the pilot get off, you just stand there, you're not going to do anything about it. Like what? You're not using the ability to get a kill, you're just using the ability to negate damage. Yes, that is a way, but you have a pilot right behind you and you're not doing anything about it. It's a thing a lot of people do. So I like to, start a rodeo if they pop smoke, jump off, throw satchels into the smoke, and they'll lose a good portion of their health. And they're like, oh fuck, okay, maybe I should just not stand here, and then move on. Electric Smoke is, I don't use it very often. I use it on my Rapid Fire Atlas, mainly for area denial. Another thing to note about smoke is that it will stop any locks going onto your Titan or friendly Titans. You cannot lock on to anything in Electric Smoke, whether it's activated or deactivated. The effects for Electric Smoke, while it's ending, it may look over. However, the damage field is still active. So you can walk in and lose a good portion of your health just accidentally because you think, oh, the smoke's cleared out. However, there is lingering hitbox sometimes. It definitely hurts. If you could pop in choke points on a Titan that's really stuck, they got no dashes, they got no way out of this, it's very, very good. However, I saw this today. A lot of people will just hit smoke randomly in the battle. I really I wonder what goes on inside their head. Meme, like, I'm fighting a ogre on fucking the map Haven. I'm fighting an ogre on Haven, and I'm an Atlas. We're on the beach part of the map, on that little road next to, I believe, the IMC spawn. So he's approaching me. We both have 40 mils. We're both at pretty much full health. And I drop his shield, and he pops smoke as an ogre and continues to, you know, try to go back a little bit, take some cover. But he's just out in the open, just pops smoke. A thing about Titanfall is, well, yes, I can't physically see you, and it's kind of interesting that Respawn would do this, and I don't really know what the key reason of it, but I like it visually and aesthetically. Getting to the point is there's lineouts for weapons and Titans. For example, when you spawn, there will be a line connecting your weapon to the name and, you know, like the description of what mods you have. Same with your Titan, and it does this for Titan health bars. So when you see an enemy Titan, there'll be a line connecting the health bar to the Titan's location, like in first person, straight up in your view. So somebody can pop smoke, however, you're still gonna have that line going roughly to their body with their health bar. So if you just aim on that line, like south of that line, you're gonna hit the Titan, smoke or no smoke. Like, it tells you where they are through an ability that reduces your vision. So as long as you just get careful not to step in the smoke, you can hit people that are just standing in smoke. Sometimes you can even see their silhouette if they're standing too close to the edge. It kind of goes along with the cloak thing. It's like, you're not invisible, you're just harder to hit. You're not untouchable, you're just harder to hit. Smoke kind of has that same thing. Some people are like, how the fuck are you critting me in smoke? It's like, well, A, I see the line going to your body. B, you're just standing still in the smoke, assuming I don't know where you are, so I'm just gonna reload and walk away because you pop smoke. But realistically, I could tell from the minimap, like, and the line, that you're not moving. You're just standing there in the smoke, waiting for your shields to come back. Smoke isn't inherently bad. It can be good to kill rodeos. However, I find clustering yourself is a far better way to kill rodeos, or just manually dismounting, rather than dedicating a whole tactical ability to killing rodeos. That's why its damage is very, very high. So if you want to use it in a very close quarters situation and catch a Titan in the corner, or after they burn all the dashes, pop smoke, and then just watch their health trickle down very, very fast. It's a very situational pick. I don't like go into a game saying I want smoke in this game. Some players always have smoke and they never take off smoke. However, if you have smoke, you're not having vortex shield or particle wall, which means the only way to protect yourself from range damage is physically protecting your Titan, like getting behind hard cover. You don't have anything to stop damage by yourself. If you're out in the open and your only ability is smoke, yes, you could pop smoke and potentially get away in the vision. However, like I said earlier, you still have a line going to your health bar giving you the indication of where you are. So you're not really truly invisible in the smoke. So that's why I think smoke is one of the worst tactical abilities, as it's the only ability that doesn't give you any cover as a Titan, as like to put down or use periodically, like vortex shield. What it does, though, is it's a massive damage close quarters tool and allows you to disengage pilots that try to rodeo you. However, I just feel like that ability to not block any ranged damage without using any physical, you don't have anything to put yourself in between the other Titans besides the map. If there's no map to put yourself in between, like, you're just gonna die. It doesn't smoke or no smoke. They're gonna shoot through you and it's not gonna work. So some people really love smoke. I just don't use smoke. like I said, I use that on my rapid fire because it's just a close quarters Titan. I want to kill shit. However, seriously, I wouldn't really pick smoke. Particle wall is just better, and that's what I'm going to talk about next. So the last tactical ability we have to talk about for the Titans is the particle wall. Particle wall is a very, very simple and effective tactical, and it's honestly probably the most commonly used one. Basically, all it is it's a wall that you put down, and it just blocks damage for a period of time, and it's very, very good. It's literally just deployable cover. Now, the thing to note with it is that it has a very long cooldown naturally, and that cooldown does not start until the wall is gone. Basically, the cooldown indication where the particle wall is it'll go down until the wall runs out, and then it'll fill back up to get you another charge of particle wall. It's very, very common to see particle wall, and it can basically cause a lot of stalemates in some Titan fights because they could lose their shield, they could just pop particle wall, and then you're kind of stuck in a really weird position. You're like, okay, well, you pop your particle wall and you kind of just stand it there and you look at each other, or you run away and kind of just take a break out of the fight. You guys both get your shields back up, maybe get your missiles back up. What I like to do when somebody pops particle wall is, if I haven't already shot it because they blew their dashes, is I'll just cluster right on the particle wall. Generally, if they're standing too close to the particle wall, the explosions will go through and it'll still damage them, so at least forces them to back up and not necessarily be as oppressive with the wall. You have to be kind of careful. But I mean, like you said, you literally just have to step back, and then they still have the wall. It's still gonna block damage. It's still gonna last a long time. Like, you could shoot at the wall and make it go down faster. However, when you're doing that, you're not really doing anything. You're doing no damage and they're damaging you. So that's generally why I would shoot a cluster at the wall and walk away. Or you could have like multi-target missile system or slave warheads and shoot over the wall that way if you want. It's pretty common for some people, is they'll just occasionally launch one or two multi-target missiles over the shield just so your shield doesn't regen. I use particle wall on a lot of loadouts. However, it's not my most played loadouts. I prefer vortex shield for my most common Titans I use. I usually pair it with a railgun or a chain gun. They're my most two common Titans I would say that I use particle wall with. They don't like, the chain gun doesn't have a lot of direct damage, so I need to constantly be on somebody to do damage. So the particle wall helps me not retreat, so I can keep up constant DPS. The railgun is the same thing. I need charge time to get high damage, so I can use it to prevent people pushing me in. And the thing to note about particle wall is the hitbox for it is very, very big, including if you're trying to shoot over or to the side, let's say with like a charge rifle, you will not do damage because the hitbox of the particle wall is it's not more of a wall, it's kind of like imagine it like flares out over the actual visual portion of the wall. So there's a few good areas around the wall, mainly on the top and the sides, where even if you're in the shield, like, you can't shoot out. It's the opposite. Like, it's almost a one-way in a lot of cases. So with those sides and those tops, a lot of weapons will just not take damage. It's very common with charge rifles. If they stand almost inside of the shield, it's going to be very, very hard to hit them because the hitbox for the particle wall is so large they can almost be completely encased in it. If they're to the side looking at you, like basically parallel but inside of the wall, it would be very, very hard to damage them unless you're shooting at the open side, like their left shoulder if you're looking at them like from the right of the wall. Basically what I'm trying to say is the hitbox for the particle wall is very, very big and can be abused if you're standing directly inside of it. Along with that big hitbox, if there is a rodeo on you, you can drop particle wall, walk forward, and turn around, and they will actually be shooting into the no damage side of the particle wall, the actual shield. So even though they're on top of you shooting directly into your crit, you're not going to take damage because they're shooting into the particle wall first. That's how big this hitbox is it literally encases the entire rodeo part of damage that you just won't take damage. And it got a lot of people off guard because being able to do that, it's like, oh, I'm not doing any damage, and they'll just jump off, and then you can turn around and kill them really easily. Particle is very good. It's very common. I personally don't like using it all the time. However, it's a very, very good pick. I'm not really going to hate you for using Particle Wall. It's just kind of annoying that it's such a good choice in compared to the other two. However, the long cooldown really discourages me from it. You can use Tactical Reactor to get that cooldown faster. However, I just find the other kits in Kit 1 a little bit better than Tactical Reactors. Just a few others I would choose over it. So, all in all, Particle is a very, very good ability, and I recommend you would use it and kind of just get used to that bigger hitbox. And definitely when you're fighting people with Particle, note that he does have a very large hitbox. You won't do damage when you think you should a lot of time. So now we're going to move on to Titan Ordnance. Basically, it's all kind of missiles, and you got 4 of them to choose from. And to start off, we're going to go with Rocket Salvo, the very first one you get. So what Rocket Salvo is it's a spiral of 12 free aim missiles, meaning that when you press the Ordnance button, you will fire a spiral of 12 missiles around basically where you're aiming. It has a 20-second reload, which is kind of a long time. And it does okay damage, just the hardest thing is leading them. Like, leading Rocket Salvo can be kind of hard depending on who you're fighting. However, if there's a very stationary target and you hit all 12 of those rockets, like an ogre or something, just standing kind of right in your face, the Rocket Salvo does do a nice amount of damage. However, it's all free aim, and it is a spiral pattern, so you kind of have to accommodate if you're leading anything with it. And I find it kind of hard to kill pilots with it. However, it's definitely doable. Like, the impact of a rocket does 250 damage. The explosion of a rocket does 100 damage. So it's definitely possible to, just splash a pilot with it and kill it very easy, because these rockets come out very, very fast. But there's other options to kill pilots, especially like Cluster is a lot better in my opinion than Rocket Salvo to kill pilots, and also is a great Titan damage dealer. That's getting on the Cluster. Rocket Salvo is okay. However, I feel like it has much more of a learning curve than some of the other ordinances, and it doesn't really have many benefits besides that it's free aim and has high burst. I guess is the only like 2 key things I would say about Rocket Salvo is it's free aim and has high burst. However, you have a very long reload for something that's not that great at killing pilots, and it can be kind of hard to get all the rockets to connect. It's not much really else to say about Rocket Salvo besides that. Slaved Warheads is the next one we're coming up, and this is one of the Titan ordinances that requires a lock. So basically, to get a lock, you'll notice there'll be this orange kind of box, about Titan size, at around your crosshair, and you just stare at a Titan, and eventually it will turn red, and then you can fire your Slave Warheads. So it's a barrage of 3 homings at a time, and it fires 4 times. So 3 missiles kind of in a triangle shape, firing 4 times. It's okay. However, there's another Ordnance multi-target missile system that does almost the exact same thing, but better. The thing about Slaved is that you fire all these salvos at once, and it's a lock-on, and they're not necessarily that fast. So, like, the benefit of Slave Warheads is, yes, it's a lock. However, it's lock-on only, meaning that A, you can't kill pilots with it. B, the enemy Titans pretty much knows when you're going to fire these, because when that compass on the Titan that says Titan locking goes away, or Titan locked goes away, that means you're going to fire your salvo, basically. So they can just vortex or particle wall or whatever, or even if they see that locking, they'll just drop smoke, and then you can't use your ordnance. Slave Warheads isn't all that great, I feel, as in multi-target missile system does almost the same thing, just a little bit better. And I mean, Slave does have a pretty quick reload. Like, it has 14 seconds. So, realistically, if you just want to lay down lock-on missiles from a far distance, not necessarily in a 1v1, you could do that. However, I feel like an Ordnance should be at least able to combat a pilot in some kind of way. However, if you pair it, let's say you're going to use Smoke and Slave, you can definitely do that. It's your choice. I just want my Ordnance to be a pilot killer also, and Slave doesn't allow you to do that. The big bad boy of cluster missile. This is the king of cluster missiles. Fuck North Star cluster missile. This is cluster missile. As in, it clusters, and it's a missile. So, the cluster is very useful against any kind of enemy. AI, pilots, Titans. So, depending on when you shoot the cluster at a Titan, it can very much be almost not even an issue for them. You basically have to catch people when they burn their dashes or predict when they're going to dash and shoot it right at their feet after a dash. So they'll end up right in the bulk of the cluster missile and they'll take a massive amount of damage because all they have to do really is just walk out of it. At the same time when they're walking, they're taking a lot of damage from the clusters. A cluster will start exploding very fast after impact. It's almost instant that when a cluster missile makes impact, it will start shooting, little explosions all around the point of impact. So, like I said earlier with the particle wall thing, it's very common that somebody will cluster a particle wall to kind of force you off the wall. And the explosions will go through the wall, so you can't stand obviously way too close to it. Cluster is very good. You shoot it right at a drop pod, kill the AI in it really fast. Shoot at a floor of a building, a room, kill pilots that are in there, or kill AI. The anti-rodeo cluster, shoot a wall, be not hugging the cluster almost, but just a little bit out of the wall. Shoot the cluster, turn around, get out, get back in, kill the rodeo very, very fast. Even better if you're under a ceiling, because then the rodeo, if they do jump off, all they do is just jump into the ceiling and the cluster's still going to kill them. Yeah, it's great. Like, I never really find myself taking any of the Ordnance but cluster missile A because it's such a good pilot killer. Rodeo or no rodeo, has good Titan damage and has a quick reload of only 15 seconds. So it can be kind of punishing if you do miss it. However, the reload I feel isn't that bad. For something like Slave Warheads, which has 14 seconds, and Rocket Salvo has 20, like, they don't have the benefit, I feel, the ease of use as something as cluster. Like, I feel like cluster's cooldown, honestly, what I would do is I'd make it longer and reduce Rocket Salvo's fucking cooldown, because 20 seconds is absolutely way too long for something as mediocre as Rocket Salvo. And cluster has one of the shortest reloads in comparison, and it's great in every aspect. There's almost no downside of cluster, and the downside is you miss it. There's it's such a good Titan Ordnance in every sense. It's almost like the 40 mil. Like, there's no real downside to it. The downside is you miss. So I highly recommend cluster on any build. It works all the time on whatever you want to throw it on. It's outstanding in any aspect in combat. AI, Titan, pilot, it's very good Ordnance, and I feel like it's pretty much the choice, or you choose another Ordnance because you specifically want to do this, or you don't want to use cluster because of this, and you take something of cluster's role, like say like the anti-rodeo mechanic, you take smoke, you substitute that, and then you take multi-target missile system, which is the next Ordnance I'm going to talk about. The multi-target missile system is like Slave Warheads, but its older brother, So what the multi-target missile system is it has 12 missiles at a time, and it requires a lock. So basically what you do is you'll hold down the Ordnance key, and the longer you hold it down on a single target, the more missiles will count up to that target. You can let go and it fires all the missiles. Or you can just kind of tap, 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 and it fires each missile individually. You can also select multiple targets with this, like multiple Titans. You can scan basically or paint over these targets, and it'll fire different missiles at different Titans. I find the biggest thing about multi-target missile system is shooting over particle walls at a Titan that is trying to regen their shield or to go behind cover. Basically, multi-target is a very good poking tool to be like, hey, I'm still fighting you. Don't, run away. Don't regen your shield. It's a very good pressuring tool because if they can pull out their vortex shield thinking they're going to catch, a lot of more rockets. However, you just fire one or two, they round the corner, and then they start unloading you, and you just, you miss your 2 rockets that you caught in the vortex shield. It's a very good pressuring tool, but in the same sense as Slave Warheads is it needs a lock, so it has no use against pilots or AI. It is purely for Titan combat. However, you can use it to pressure a Titan very, very well. And I personally haven't used multi-target all that much, but talking about it now makes me really want to try it. However, the benefits of cluster I feel are just so good that I don't want to lose that. I don't want to lose, that anti-rodeo mechanic and the raw damage straight up if you can cluster a Titan, or just, the pilot killing ability of shooting it in a room and killing a pilot. Cluster is very, very good, and a multi-target missile system, I feel is a very, very common second choice. If you don't want to use cluster, you're generally going to use multi-target missile system. Or you could go on a spree of using rocket salvo, which Jake has been doing, and I find it really funny. He makes it work. It does do great Titan damage, so good work for him for making rocket salvo not a piece of shit, in my opinion. Multi-target missile system, very good. It's a good pressuring ordnance, not necessarily for killing. However, if you pressure Titans by shooting a small amount of rockets at a time periodically to burn their vortex shield or stop their shield regen, it can be very, very effective. So now we're going to talk about the Titan kits, which it's almost like the pilot kits. I find some are very, very good, some are very, very bad, and a lot of it though is personal preference. So this whole video is personal preference with a little bit of objectivism on some things. Excuse me. So starting off simply in kit 1, first a kit we're going to talk about is nuke eject. It's very, very common. Simply put, what nuclear eject does is when you eject, your ejection is a little bit longer, and 3 seconds after you eject, a explosion of a very large radius will explode, your Titan, basically, causing damage to anything in the vicinity. The notification for a nuke eject is generally a loud whining noise and a bright, very, very bright lens flare coming off from a Titan that is about to eject. Also, another thing to note about when you are ejecting is you can still shoot, sometimes even dash, depending on if you input the dash as you're doing the eject sequence. A Strider can very easily, dash up to you as they're trying to nuke eject. However, I find nuke eject is very simple to avoid. You basically just need a dash. And, a dash, hard cover, or, just big punching your way out of it, which is a thing I'm going to talk about, big punch specifically later. But, nuke is very, very, very common. And it's almost frustrating because nuclear eject, I feel, isn't one of the best perks in Titanfall for Kit 1 as a Titan. There's other options that really affect your Titan's combatantness, and the only time this activates is during your Titan's death. Granted, yes, it can be a very good revenge killer, and people will fall for it. Sometimes I do, sometimes too. It's like they bait you in, and they start the nuke eject, as you go for a melee trying to execute them. All you have to literally do is just sprint away, and then hopefully your dash comes back fast enough to, get away. Or a common thing too is players will see a Titan or somebody getting their Titan as their dome shield's about to get out, and they'll just pop nuke right there. You don't have to be doomed for nuke eject to work, unlike Titanfall 2. Any ejection will cause the nuclear ejection. So they'll basically camp right next to the Titan as you're getting in it. They'll nuke eject. If they time it incorrectly, just don't even touch anything. You can move your mouse. Don't touch your keyboard. Don't move. and the dome shield will still be around you. You can move your mouse and look around, and the dome shield will still be effective. However, if you move, it's going to cancel it. Sometimes, if they time it right, you can not, you could still die even if you don't do anything. Just go through the dome shield. But if they time it incorrectly, you could literally just stand in the dome shield and you'll be fine. There's a few frames basically of invincibility, I would almost say, when you're getting in and you still have your dome shield. A thing to note is if you're unsure that you are going to die to this nuke eject, what you can do is manually eject your Titan. What this does basically is, yes, you lose your Titan, but you're denying the enemy of the points from you and your Titan dying. So at the cost of their Titan, you're losing your Titan. You're not gaining anything or losing anything points-wise on either team, but you're preventing the gain of, points on the enemy team from you and your Titan dying. A lot of people, I feel, forget that manually ejecting is a thing, and if a nuke corners you, you can just eject and, avoid the nuclear detonation. If you're under like a roof or something like that, it's a different kind of story. You're generally going to be kind of fucked if you are with a nuke in a close quarters scenario. However, it's very simple to 3 seconds is a pretty long time to run away from a nuke. So hopefully you have an escape route ready. A nuke eject sends a pilot higher up than normal due to the explosion. So it can be kind of hard to goose them, mainly with like railguns or arc cannons, because basically the nuke eject will, after a certain time, the arc cannon can't hit pilots because they're that high up, and the travel time with the railgun or 40 mil makes it harder to hit nuke ejects. It's pretty commonly paired with auto eject too. They'll be low on your health, they'll basically be right in your face, but they've already burned all their dashes coming towards you, and then their auto eject nuke is going to activate. And when that does, you just sprint and dash away. It's almost like a very noob combo, I feel. A lot of people are just like, oh yeah, auto eject nuke. However, you're using just both your kits for such a very subpar tactic. I feel that it doesn't benefit you. The only time it benefits you is when you die. So I'd rather have a kit that works all the time while I have my Titan, other than something that only works when I'm dead. I've used it a couple times. However, I just don't find it as useful as some of the other kits in Kit 1. Regen Booster is the next kit. We're going to talk about Kit 1. And I use this almost all the time. What it does basically is makes your shield recharge 3 seconds instead of 6. Now, not the delay for the shield to come back, which I originally thought what it was. What it does is it makes the shield, when it fills up, faster. So it usually takes 6 seconds for the shield to fully come back once the regen starts. This makes it 3 seconds. So it can be a lot better. Mainly, I use it when I have Vortex Shield, so I can get my shield back up after I activate core, hold the Vortex Shield for 3 seconds, throw it, get back in the fight with full shield. It's very simple. All it does is make your shield come back faster. However, not a lot of people use it, I feel, and I've definitely been called out, and it's been like, oh, you're using regen booster, what the fuck? Because basically they'll re-engage when their shield comes back a little bit, and by the time they have half shield, I have full shield, because of the duration difference, and it's kind of funny to see that. It's a very simple but effective kit. It allows, people to press basically when they say, oh shit, his shield's coming back, I need to pressure him, I'll have more shield to at least, take a hit for. Fast autoloader is the next one we're going to talk about. And a lot of these kits are just decreases time for this, and this one is decreases recharge of Ordnance. So Rocket Salvo goes from 20 to 16 seconds, Slave goes from 14 to 11.2, Cluster to 12, and Multi-Target Missile System from 14 to 11.2. Very simple, just makes your Ordnance come back faster. I personally don't use it, but I feel like I might pair it eventually with the Multi-Target Missile System, as in it has a very, very short time. Both the lock-on missiles will have the same, time of 11.2. However, multi-target missile system, holy shit, is something I've talked about and I think is better than Slave Warheads. And yeah, you can also just spam cluster faster because 12 seconds is a very, very short cooldown. Dash Quick Charger is another one of those kits that says decreases the cooldown of this. This one increases the dash recharge rate by 25%. So a Strider will recharge one dash normally at 3.3 seconds, and with Quick Charger it comes back at 2.64. Atlas recharges one dash at 4.17 seconds, and with Quick Charger it's 3.45. Ogre normally 4.55 for one dash, only dash, and with Quick Charger it's 4.08. So overall, it's not that, huge of a cut for dashing. I usually pair it with Striders just because you can get basically 2.5 second dash, and it takes 8 seconds to fully recharge your dash bar instead of 10. For Atlas, it takes normally 8.33 seconds, and instead it's 6.70. And Ogre, you just lose 0.5 seconds basically. So it's not really that good on an Ogre. It's a lot better on a Strider or even an Atlas. So make the faster go fast, make the slower go a little bit faster. However, not as fast as I see a benefit to using it on an Ogre. I commonly use it on all my Striders unless I use something else in Kit 1. It's basically my second pick over Regen booster. Tactical Reactor is the last Kit 1 we're going to talk about, and it increases your Titan's tactical ability recharge rate for particle and electric smoke by 25%, or decreases the recharge by 20%, excuse me. It reduces the delay before the Vortex Shield starts to recharge by 25%, but increases the charge time by 1 second. So this is kind of really weird, I feel. As in, normally your Vortex Shield will come back in 6 seconds. With Tactical Reactor, it comes back in 7. Electric Smoke normally is 22.22 seconds. With Tactical Reactor, it's 17.77. Particle Wall is 16.66. And with Tactical Reactor is 13.33. So the time basically Vortex Shield can be held out is a maximum of 2.25 seconds with Tactical Reactor. However, the delay for it to start recharging is 4.5 seconds. So it's kind of like, would you have a more often fully charged Vortex Shield, or would you have a higher duration physically out Vortex Shield but slower to recharge? I honestly don't really know why it does this for a Vortex Shield. It seems really, really weird. Why would you not just, increase the recharge rate? Because that's what it does for all the other tactical abilities. However, Vortex Shield has its own weird interaction, and honestly, I don't like it. I haven't used it, but just looking at it, I prefer the 3 seconds of it being out and the normal recharge delay of 6 seconds. Just looking at the numbers, as I haven't actually played with this combo, this is just me probably spouting on my ass. And if you love Tactical Reactor Vortex Shield, please tell me and why I should probably try it and use it. However, like I said, these cooldowns, specifically since I use Vortex Shield the most, these numbers don't encourage me to really use Tactical Reactor. It's definitely good with Smoke, I feel, because Smoke has an extremely long cooldown of 22 seconds. It cuts that down to 17. Particle Wall can be good, but you're only really losing 3 seconds. So, it's okay. However, I just, the benefit for me of Regen or Dash Quick Charger are just too good. And I would rather use those over something like Tactical Reactor. Also, if I'm using Vortex Shield, I'm definitely not going to use Tactical Reactor due to personal preference of that interaction with it. Now we're going to get into Kit 2, the last kit, and then I can finally talk about maps. This video has gone on for a very, very long time, and I know you're probably sitting here after multiple sessions of, watching a little bit, and you're like, holy fuck, how much more is this guy going to talk about this goddamn game? Well, probably about 40 minutes or so is my estimate. I don't really know. This is still in the works as I'm speaking, so I don't know the actual, full runtime of the video. I'm obviously going to be writing things to correct myself, so I don't sound like a dumbass. But, starting with Kit 1, or 2, rather, the first kit in Kit 2 is Auto Eject. It's very simple. It's paired with Nuke very often, and what it does is when you're doomed, you will automatically get out of your Titan, you automatically eject, and it gives you a free cloak. A thing to note, I also forgot to mention, in the Titan, mechanics, fundamentals, is when you're doomed as a Titan, you will die. You don't have just another health bar and you can eject, normally and be executed. You will die if you do not eject as you're doomed. Your health will slowly run down and taking damage will increase that. It takes a chunk off of that degrading health bar. So if you're really uncomfortable with being doomed, you can use auto eject. However, it limits the ability of being doomed. While normally you have 4.5 seconds if you don't take any damage in a doomed state. Those 4.5 seconds can be a game changer. You can almost win a fight, but since you have auto eject, you couldn't get those last 2 shots off to kill that other guy to doom him. You basically just forfeited that opportunity because you wanted a safer eject. Some people can just, goose you even with auto eject. It's a timing thing. So I feel like losing the ability to fight, at least a little bit in the doom state, is such a downside by using auto eject. I mean, it gives you a quote-unquote safer eject. However, I feel it's just not worth it. There's too many opportunities where I've doomed somebody else while I have been doomed myself, and it allows for a lot more even trades, I feel, if you manage to not, live after a fight. What Survivor does as a kit is basically increases your doom time from 4.5 seconds to 13.5 seconds. Increases your health from 3,750 to 11,250. It's very simple. It just increases your doom time. So like I said in the auto eject, if you're really content on fighting while you're doomed, you can use Survivor. However, there's definitely better options in Kit 2 than Survivor. If you got nothing else to use and you don't want to use auto eject, just use Survivor. It's a very simple kit. Not a lot of people use it because there's better options in Kit 2. Core Extender is my most used kit in Kit 2. So what it does is it increases your core time from normally 12.6 seconds to 17.89, almost 18 seconds. It's one of my favorite kits. A lot of people like to use Accelerator, which is the last one we're going to talk about. However, 5.3 seconds is a very, noticeable duration if you're using something like Damage Core or Dash Core. It gives you enough time to fire off enough shots or an extra few shots to kill somebody or doom. I really, really like it. I mainly use it with Damage or Dash Core, and I feel like if I didn't, get my Damage Core in my normal life and I needed Accelerator to get it, I didn't really, I don't want to say work for it almost, because you still did get it, but the extender can allow you to kind of preemptively activate your core and still have a few seconds, or activate it late and still have a few seconds of spare time, basically. Just that time frame gives you so much more flexibility with your core than saying, oh, I activated it, oh shit, I got 12 seconds of damage, I need to find something to kill. Rather, you have 18 seconds, so it's a lot longer. You can kind of catch people off guard, as if they kind of wait out your core and they come back and you still have core and you can kill them. I really, really like it. It's very simple, just increases your core duration. However, I find it's not very used very often, and it definitely helps in extended fights. Big Punch is probably one of the most unique kits for a Titan. What it does is it increases the damage and knockback of a Titan's melee, but also reduces your attack speed of melee. The thing to note about Big Punch too is it also increases your movement speed, so it's very good for an ogre, as you can kind of big punch around and get a decent amount of speed. It's almost the same as sprinting, and even if you use it as a strider, you can basically reposition very easily using Big Punch. So for the numbers wise, it increases the strider's melee damage from 1,000 to 1,800, which is an 80% increase, and a knockback from 850 to 1,062.5, a 25% increase. Now the number for knockback is basically just like units, however the melee damage is HP. Atlas melee damage goes from 1,125 to 2,000, which is a 78% increase, and the knockback from 510 to 637.5, a 25% increase there too. It increases the ogre melee damage from 1875 to 2300, a 23% increase, and a knockback from 510 units to 637.5% increase. So it's very weird, you notice that. The Atlas and Ogre have the same knockback. However, the Strider normally has the highest knockback with the least amount of damage. And if you slap on Big Punch, the knockback for a Big Punch Strider is very, very high. It's 400 units, roughly, higher than the other two chassis. However, the damage on it is very lacking. The Big Punch, I find, is almost like a kind of get-off-me kind of kit. It allows you to reposition well, too, but if somebody's approaching you in your particle wall, coming after you, you can just Big Punch them away. Especially with the Strider, that knockback is really, really good. Or the damage just from an Atlas or an Ogre using Big Punch is quite good. So it's very good on an Ogre for damage and repositioning, and a Strider especially for repositioning and knocking back people. It's a very good kit. However, just the lag for a melee is just, like, say, if you're trying to melee pilots with this, it's very, very slow. Despite, you know, the lock-on kind of that Titan melee has, there's a lot of end lag with these melees. You can't really just spam them against pilots. However, it is a great Titan weapon. It's kind of funny. And it's something I feel a lot of people do use it. However, just the key thing is, like, you don't really have to use Big Punch only for damage. You can use it to reposition very well, especially with Striders. I love using it on my Railgun Strider because you can have Dash Quick Chugger and Big Punch is what I commonly use. And you have a lot of dashes, have Dash Core, and you have Big Punch. You have so much mobility in that kit that it's almost like insane. You're constantly moving around and just constantly getting these railgun shots off, running around the map. It's a lot of fun to play as, however, you have no health, basically, as a Strider. So I use it mainly, you know, on defensive Titans. Basically, if I have a particle wall, I'm generally going to say, okay, do I want to take Big Punch? And if I'm using an Ogre, I'm 100% taking Big Punch, because the Ogre is just too slow without it. It's slow, however, Big Punch makes it a little bit not as painful. The last kit we're going to talk about is Core Accelerator, a very, very, very common choice. I feel like a lot of people use it. It's a little overrated in my opinion, but it basically doubles your core charge time. So for example, if you kill a pilot, it only gives you 30 seconds off your core. It will now give you 60 seconds with Core Accelerator. It's very common. I mainly use it on my Ogre or Atlas using quad rockets, the Ogre and chain gun. So with the Ogre, I'll get shield core faster because his core is just not that good to wait that long for. And Accelerator doesn't really benefit it. So I'll use Accelerator on Ogres if I'm not using Big Punch. And with the Quad Atlas, with Rapid Fire, is I just want damage core faster so I can unleash more Rapid Fire quad damage very, very fast. It's a good kit. It's very, very good. And if you don't want to use Extender, use Accelerator. Like, Accelerator is very, very good. It's a very common choice. Almost the baseline is, you know, like a 40 mil Atlas, extended mags, particle wall, and you know, like nuke eject maybe, and Accelerator is a very, very, very common Atlas setup. A lot of people use. And I kind of mix and match that. You know, I use 40 mil extended mags with Vortex Shield regen booster and core extender. So not exactly, you know, the meta, but it's very close. Just mainly the Atlas 40 mil part. But Core Accelerator is very good. It's not a lot to talk about it. It just improves the time you get your core. So if you want more damage cores, more dash cores, more shield cores, use this kit. Damn, you're still here watching this shit? I honestly can't believe it. If you've made it into this part of the video, you have exceeded all of my expectations. And if you're me, you're probably like, wow, this took me a very long time to fucking get to this point. And yes, I have finally covered all the fundamentals of combat, the sandbox, all the customization for pilots and Titans, and now we're going to get to the last part of the video. I'm very much trying to make this brief because 4 hours is a lot, and I'm sorry if you've listened to this. I can't thank you enough that you're here listening to my just me trying to express my love for this video game. Something I never thought I would ever do is make such a long video like this. Anyways, getting to the point, we're going to start off with some of the base game maps I am going to present a top-down view taken from the wiki, or I imagine some kind of game guide that was coming out at the time, like a Prima Guides. Um, so Airbase is the first map we're going to talk about. I like Airbase. It's an interesting map, mainly with the part that the spawn with that hangar right in the center. Basically, both teams are looking at each other in a sense, so I like going over to the side near the out of bounds and killing people with my Kraber that way. The flow of the map is generally pretty good. I feel there's plenty of rooftops for pilots to sit at and kill people. The Raptor Titans are very accessible, and there's a mixture of open areas and a decent amount of cover all around the map, and the location of it I think is pretty cool. It also is one of the campaign missions, so there's going to be a little bit extra dialogue if you play this in the campaign. It's a fun map. I mean, I've only really played attrition because that's all that's popular these days. But Airbase is a very good map, and it also features a turret that you can hack. There's a lot of unused areas. It kind of comes with all the maps in Titanfall 1. There's a lot of areas I feel that have a lack of play, mainly in the right side of the map near the wildlife control tower. Not a lot of action usually goes around here. I mean, it's mainly a spawn. However, the real combat takes place around this main hangar bay, the stealth bomber, and these three circles up here, below and above. Below is mainly for like a Titan kind of pathway to get into the main left side of the map and right side. But fighting can definitely take place on the top, and there's plenty of roofs for the pilots to attack the Titans. So I like Airbase. It's a very fun map. Angel City, a fan favorite. And I agree, Angel City is a very, very good map. So what makes Angel City Angel City mainly is that, you know, it's a city. So there's a lot of buildings for pilots to maneuver about. There's a lot of rollouts I really like on Airbase. Mainly spawning and running alongside the market, going pretty much back to the other enemy spawn, or running along the edge of the map going to the port. There is a lot of, you know, buildings in Angel City, as it is a city. I kind of said that fucking twice. But with that being said, there's a lot of areas for pilots to take cover and hide, and a lot of sniping can go along on this map. However, there's plenty of rooms where close range combat can go on. While they may be narrow rooms and hallways, there definitely is places for pilot combat. Titans kind of have an interesting time on this map. There is some more open areas, mainly around the docks is kind of open, but leading into the main city, the center of the map with the market, can be pretty tight. You're going to got a little square where the Titans can go in different directions to exit the map. As for areas with lack of action, I would say the far right of the map doesn't really see a lot of action near the back by the water, and the far left spawn usually doesn't have a lot of action. People can be on those buildings back there generally if they just spawn there. However, it's not a very common occurrence. A lot of the action takes place in the center, as you can pretty much rotate throughout this centerpiece between the red star and the markets to basically get almost a 360 of the entire map, jumping between these markets and the restaurants, with the overview of the docks in the back, and kind of just this pathway along the edge of the map leading to these like caution lines, it looks like. Angel City is a very good map, and it's a fan favorite. I agree, Angel City is a very, very good map. Lots of opportunities for pilot versus pilot combat on the roof, and Titans can have their own lanes to fight in. Boneyard is the next map we're going to talk about. And this one features two turrets, the thing to note about it, and a flyers. So basically they're, you know, just wild animals that will fly around, and occasionally they'll pick up grunts and stuff and carry them off the map. It's going to be a little bit more of a interesting dynamic. As for rollouts, there is generally a pretty common sight line near the start where you can get along this cliff edge on the top of the map and look straight out at this building, a little outpost here, and you can shoot people that spawn there. Pilot combat is interesting. There's a few buildings littered around the center of the arena. Standing in the center, you know, where this little fucking massive, I don't even know what you want to call this. It's not even bone, it's just this black structure here. It's pretty unwise to stand in the center lane part. However, this the Marvin building, which is labeled here, and the arches around the top arena can be very good for pilots, along with using this spine to attack Titans, along with multiple interior paths that aren't labeled in here underneath the Marvin building and by the research lab on the left of the map. Titan combat is very, very good. There's definitely a lot of open areas in the back left of the map that can be kind of annoying. However, if you get pushed off that ridge line right there, you can have definitely very interesting 1v1s back there. There's also a decent amount of cover in the center of the map for Titans that are trying to attack pilots out on the roofs, along with going underneath a lot of the big fossils. You can escape pilots that are in the center trying to trudge up on you or something. And Boneyard's a good map. I don't really have many complaints about it. It's very solid, has good Titan and pilot combat on it, and I feel is, you know, a fun map. There's not really much I don't like about a lot of the maps Titanfall 1, so I'm kind of just going to be positive and just, you know, point out areas of traffic. Speaking of areas of traffic, the lack of traffic, it mainly occurs on this left back hill area, and to an extent there's a slight lack of traffic near the top turret. It's near on the bottom of the map called top turret though. Sometimes it's mainly like a spawn over here, but sometimes there can be a little lack of traffic up there. However, camping on this big Marvin building is very common, and some people love to snipe on there. The next map we're going to talk about is another fan favorite, which is Colony. Colony is a lot shorter range of a map than some of the other maps in Titanfall 1, and has a lot of buildings similar to Angel City. However, these buildings are a lot shorter, mainly 2 stories. However, there is one tall building in the center, which is the town hall, quote unquote. There is a distinct lack of traffic in a large part of the map, which I can feel can lead to the very claustrophobic feeling of spawning pretty much next to something all the time. Mainly this top of the map and the right. You notice these little walls, basically encasing the city, and this back area is kind of like a, you know, like a farm-ish. So I like Colony a lot. It can lead to a lot of hectic games, being it's a very fast-paced map because there's a lot of close quarters engagements. The lanes for Titans can be very, very tight, so Titans can be commonly stuck by other Titans or pilots on the roofs attacking them. Pilot combat is very, very good. There's lots of buildings to jump across and rooms to hide in, shoot people at, and roofs to stand on and shoot people with. Titans, it's okay. Like I said, it's a little claustrophobic in the center of the map as there's a lot of lanes and a lot of places where you can be shot from. However, the edges of the town are generally good for Titans, mainly just patrolling this outside in between the walls is a common thing I like to do. And if you're really so inclined, you can stand out far in this, you know, farm and shoot Titans that are in the edges of the map and kind of draw them out to this open area and engage them out there if you really want. However, I said that's a very low area traffic. Not a lot of people really even realize that that's all part of the playing area, is this whole giant farm back here. The map that a lot of people play is extremely small. So it's a thing I like about Colony, is that there's a lot of areas that are unused. So if you need the space, you can definitely take it, you know, take engagements from a longer range. However, it definitely has that constant action paced if you're really going for it. Camping on the town hall is the thing. It's very common. You know, it's like somebody will always go up there once again, usually get a few shots up from that really high tower, because you can see the entire map from there. However, you're drawing, you know, attention to yourself if you do that, so just be warned. I like Colony a lot. It can lead to a lot of fast-paced games and has a mixture of really tight lanes, good building placement, and if you need the space, you can definitely take it in some of the lower areas of traffic outside the map. Corporate is the next map we're going to talk about, and I like Corporate a lot. It's a very unique map, Titanfall 1. So with rollouts, there's a spawn on the bottom left, and a spawn on kind of, you know, like the top, on top of this building with a little oval in it. So going along this semicircle roof, jumping across there, going straight to the spawn is a very common thing, or using the little left, going along this sky bridge, going on top of this roof is very common. Pilot combat is very, very good. There's lots of close quarters in the rooms inside the facilities, in the bridges, inside this big main lobby, in the smaller buildings on the sides, and the bridges interconnecting is a hectic place due to windows, so pilots can jump in and kind of slow you if you're inside one of the bigger buildings. Titan combat is pretty good. There is a lot of cover for Titans in the buildings. You can go inside the main big building in the center, and you can go around the back of the map where there's a little bit less traffic, and use some of the buildings there to prevent yourself from being shot, or go inside a lot of them. This top building, this top left building, the design office, you can go inside of, along with the main lobby, like I mentioned. It's Titans, I feel, have a little harder time than pilots on this map. However, Titans definitely have a good time. The main lobby is definitely a key area, as you have quick access to every part of the map. I go left, top right, or top left. So, a thing I too really like about Corporate is that, like, just the amount of verticality in this map can be very, very good, I feel. There's lots of low elevation, high elevation differences, and walls perfectly placed on some of these roofs, allowing pilots to hide from Titans. So you're not able to get easily pushed off the roofs. Granted, this can be very annoying for a Titan. However, you could pretty much just stay in the main lobby, and pilots will have a very hard time approaching you because the areas where they can approach you are very, very big. I mean, the main doors are pretty much a big no-no for pilots approaching you. So they're going to go through this main area, going through the boardrooms, and going into the little lookout right here, like kind of like a front desk almost, looking straight on you, and they have not a lot of cover there, so they have, you know, not a lot of room to maneuver big Titan weapons. I like Corporate a lot. It's one of my favorite Titanfall 1 maps, mainly due to the building design, the ability to, you know, have good pilot combat and good Titan lanes, while at least having a, you know, tighter map, but the Titans have a lot of cover. There's not a lot of low areas of traffic. I would say mainly the fields on the outskirts of the facility, by the roads. You can definitely take cover out there. You can also stand on this really long pipe that stretches across the map, going on to the quality control building. You mainly will get there if you're ejecting, or you can, you know, jump on it from there, the quality control building. I like Corporate a lot. It's a very fun map. Good for Titans and good for pilots. Demeter is one of the classic Titanfall 1 maps that I'm really sad that never got added in Titanfall 2, because it's such a great map. Demeter is a very, very large map, with the two spawns basically being on the top and bottom of the map. The bottom left, more specifically near this gate, and top by these three, you know, kind of, it's called the garage. There's like three little overlooks coming over it. So common rollouts, you know, I like to go along this south wall, jump all the way around to this big circle, and then get on these circle buildings, looking over at the garage or looking onto this reactor building and seeing whoever's over here, or mainly just, you know, skipping all the way across the circle, going straight onto the garage, you know, killing people that moved over to the substation on the left. Demeter is a very, very good map for pilots. There's a lot of long sidelines to kill AI and people, along with a lot of buildings where you can go into. The whole reactor in the center has 2 floors you can go into. The side buildings around it all have floors in them and good rooftops with plenty of cover. The garage is a very, very, very common for the AI to go in and around, is the garage and substation. Very common to see AI fight in this area. There's almost a high chance every game you'll see some kind of AI fighting over there. As for low areas of traffic, you probably noticed already that this gate here and this massive landmass, nobody uses that. It's here for the campaign because you'll start on the malicious side and you'll basically run up this, killing some turrets along this wall, break through the wall, you know, and then start playing the game. However, it's here in normal play and nobody uses this. It's such a large portion of the map that's completely cut out. However, the map is large enough already, you're not really feeling the pain of that lost space. So Titans have a very easy time on this map. There's plenty of large areas. There's the streets are very big. The sidelines are very long across the map. You can hide inside of all of these buildings, and these, let's say these circles on the right are pretty good cover too. It's a very open map. A lot of the Titan fighting usually takes place on the left side of the map or the right side of the map, but, you know, like straight along these roads, along the substation. It's pretty much a very common Titan area because they can shoot at, you know, basically both sides where people will spawn, and then this big reactor building in the center. However, the thing to notice is definitely if people are fighting this area, they could very well retreat to this large open area on the bottom of the map, taking cover behind this wall. I've done this plenty of times. There's one time I was a railgun strider. I was fighting 3 Titans coming at me from substation, and I doomed one of them with a cluster. I'm doomed one of them with a railgun, and I retreated back into this wall. An archer tried to get me. I killed him. Popped back behind the wall. A strider dashed through, fought me, and I big punched him, and he slid all the way down the hill to his death. It was very, very funny. I hope I played the clip for reference. But that's a way you could use that very large terrain piece. Not really like cover-wise, but, you know, just space to play as if you're getting pushed out of the main map area. Demeter is a very, very good map, and it's a fan favorite. I'm sad that it never got moved to Titanfall 2. However, it's definitely a fun map to play on with lots of long sidelines for snipers and close quarters buildings for pilots to kill people in. And Titan combat is very, very fun on this map. Fracture's an interesting map. I don't know why I'm laughing so much about it, but Fracture is one of the original maps that was showed off with Titanfall, and it's very interesting to me because now coming into it is that the main thing about Fracture is wall running is very hard on some of these buildings. So you'll spawn on the top of the map and over on the bottom left. And from the top of the map spawn next to this art gallery building. You can't really wall run on anything to get a lot of momentum or a speed build up to go to the center area of the map. You basically just have to double jump along. You can kind of ride along some of these ridges, but it'll just kick you off very early. A lot of these broken buildings will have weird edges or just nicks, and it will kick you off of the wall, or you'll just bump your head because the ceiling is so low when you try to jump off. It's very annoying, and I still haven't really found a lot of good routes on this map. However, a route you can take if you don't want to deal with any of these bullshit buildings is, let's say you're in the bottom left, you can go straight and go along this edge of the map where these pipes are and come out facing the art gallery. It is kind of risky because they're coming out on the ground, and some people can already just be, you know, standing on the art gallery waiting for the people to come across because they don't want to deal with moving over to these center buildings with the security and the broken building. These two are my favorite areas to fight in. A lot of AI will fight in the center of the map, and there's routes to go in on the ground floor to go into the buildings, little areas to pop out of on all sides, along with some underground paths kind of left of the main action next to all these pumps, along with cliffs on the very south of the map where pilots can sit. So there's definitely a lot of higher up positions, and there's underground routes for pilots to fight in and safely get away from Titans to move to different buildings. Titans have a very good time on this map, despite all the annoying parkour issues that pilots have. Titans have a very fun time on this map. There is plenty of engagement opportunities with decent sidelines and cover in between them, and the map can flow very naturally where Titans go. As for areas of lack of action, I wouldn't say like necessarily no action happens in these areas. However, it can be kind of slow. Is that along the very left side of this map, where this landing pad is, this can kind of be a lack of action. Sometimes it's mainly used as a spawn, and on the very top of the map, also used as a spawn mainly, there can be a lack of combat back there. Mainly Titans usually don't go back there. If they do, they'll usually just follow the roads and not really stray much further past that. However, the thing to know about Fracture 2 is that on this very right side of the map, you have all these broken pieces of land. Some Titans can get on these pieces of land and use maybe like the broken road parts and go back down. However, pilots can get underneath these, not necessarily in the battlefield wise, but underneath on the opposite side to hide if your Titan was chasing them. So you can kind of play hide and seek over there. Fracture is an okay map. It's very good for Titans, I feel. However, the mainly the rollouts on Fracture is my biggest issues. I don't really have a good rollout. I usually don't prefer rolling out in the pipes area, going on top of the hilltop where the fueling is, as in you're kind of in a very open spot from all parts of the map, and despite the amount of trees there, it's very hard to stay safe. Fracture is an okay map. Great Titan combat, okay pilot combat wise. Lagoon is the next map we're going to talk about, and it has an interesting kind of shtick to it. Its main thing is it has a giant ship on the map, right? However, when I talk about areas of low action, Lagoon is one of the biggest things that comes to mind. I'll talk about that a little bit later. So for the rollouts on Lagoon, you'll spawn on the bottom right, or you'll spawn on the bottom left. There is a zip line that goes down to this temple area, or a zip line that goes from this this is the Lockwood building, goes on to this arch next to the temple. So I commonly try to get to this temple area. Either if I'm spawning on the left side, I'll get to the temple and see people come onto the arch. If I'm spawning on the right, I'm going to try to get onto the arch and potentially go over to on top of the spawn using this little arch here next to the caves, more or less above the caves that go across from the left side of the map to the right side of the map, catch people fighting over there. It's a very, very big map. There's a lot of long-range places. Mainly, you're going to be fighting on the left side of the map, following the edge of the ship, going into the right side of the map where the buildings are. Fighting in the temple is kind of weird. It's mainly a gateway for Titans to get into this part of the map, and people will follow along the edge of the ship to get into the other side of the map. Titans, like I said, have a very easy time with this map as there's a lot of open areas. The lanes are pretty obvious. There's a decent amount of cover with the buildings. You can be kind of caught out in the open in the temple. There is a little rock structure you can hide behind. You're exposing yourself to the right side of the map if anybody's over there. And you have all this area in between these two buildings on the left side and along this right side of the map. You got the whole sandy area back here to fight around. Areas of low action. Anywhere that is remotely past the ship. So you can go under the ship in most parts. That's why it's kind of see-through. You can go to this whole ocean, like beach, trees over here. There's a little building over here too. Nobody goes over here. No one. Like, this whole area of the map is completely unused. Nobody fights over here. It is very, very rare. You'll see somebody go past underneath the ship and go into this area. Usually they'll just go underneath the ship and fight over there and then come out. Nobody fights back here. It's very, very rare. However, it is part of the map, so you can completely just run around this large portion of the map. However, no action happens in here. I think the biggest thing is because no AI spawns over here. So there's really no reason. All the AI are really going to fight in the three-way between these two buildings on the left, the Lockwood building and the temple. Usually all fight around here and occasionally along this edge of the ship. And there's a little building on top of this hill. It gives you a little staircase down into the Lockwood building area. I like Lagoon. It's okay. Like, it's not bad, but it's almost bad. Mainly, I feel the biggest thing is there's a lot of unused map space. The Titan combat can be kind of annoying because the sightlines can be very, very long. Pilot combat is okay. However, it's more of a Titan map than pilot map due to the lack of places where pilots can really be safely. There's some buildings here and there. However, they're just too obvious, I feel, and pilots have a hard time attacking Titans on this map. There's a really big tower that you can land on in the Lockwood building, but you have to pretty much get there by ejecting or some pretty fancy parkour maneuvers. Next, this is another very unique map to Titanfall, and I quite like it. So, with the rollouts on the map, you have, I mean, first of all, it's a huge map. Your rollouts are going to be, you start at the very bottom of the map, or you start at the very top, right? So you're going to kind of parkour. There's going to be some walls placed around you. You're going to parkour and get onto the, like where the bar is, where it says in Marvin's place. There's going to be some buildings you can jump onto very easily and get on top of here. These rooftops, either by, you know, the markets on the edge of the road, or this office building, or right along these Marvin buildings, like it says. And you're going to basically fight across those buildings for the start. As for pilot combat, there's a lot of rooftops you can use with a good elevation in between them, lots of rooms. In some of the areas, mainly around the smaller buildings, they have more rooms on the left. And on the right, there is a little bit of rooms you can get into, but the buildings in the center generally don't have much rooms besides the bottom floor. There is a lot of zip lines on this map, mainly going to this big zipline tower, as it's called, across the map, coming from a few of these places way on the edge of the map, so people can sit up on the zipline tower and annoy the fuck out of you if they get there. Speaking of annoying the fuck out of you, it's not mentioned, but there's these three big glass domes that have plants in them, and people can sit on top of these and snipe very easily and cover the entire map. Titan combat is okay. There's some good choke points in this middle of the map, where this little curve in the street. And fighting around this, you can kind of take cover from some of these buildings by just dashing around, crouching underneath the buildings on the sides that prevent people from hitting in the main areas, and people hitting on the side areas, you can kind of go in the center of the map and avoid them. There is a lot of open space on this map that is low areas of traffic. Pretty much anywhere that's not in the big city area, there is low traffic. All of this green you see on the outside of the map, all these big circles, nobody goes out here. It's very seldom you'll see anybody really out here. Pilots, almost next to none. You'll never see really a pilot out here. Titans will occasionally take the longer routes across to the sides. Some pilots may sit on this very the top left little circle thing. Some pilots will sit up there. There is a zipline that goes all the way to the zipline tower there. Some pilots will sit over there and snipe. or they will sit on this landing pad on kind of the bottom right part of the town to snipe. But Titans generally have a very okay time on this map. There's choke points all along the town area. There's very big open areas to cross the map with. I like Nexus a lot. It can be kind of annoying if you have a lot of campy players in your lobby. However, it's a very fun map to play on. It has a decent enough city where pilots can have enough fun as long as they're not getting sniped everywhere. And the Titans, I feel, have enough room where the city doesn't feel too claustrophobic, and there's plenty of big open space where if they want to, they can take the engagement out in the fields. Odyssey is another map that is in Titanfall 2 and is here in Titanfall 1. So since this is going on for such a fucking long time, I kind of need to hurry this up. Rollouts, generally, going through the ship on the left or going on these underground path. Not really underground, but underneath the ship on the right. Lots of areas for pilot combat inside the ship with a nice verticality for Titans to, not necessarily be on the level field with the pilots. Buildings on the outskirts of the ships for pilots to hide in with multiple floors and zip lines going into the ship. Titans have a pretty good time. Despite the smaller portion of the map, they can take cover inside of the ship, along with using the buildings on the sides, and the lower elevation going underneath the ship is a good route if you don't want to necessarily pass through the upper part of the ship. Lower areas of traffic are mainly, the edges of the map. Sometimes the underneath the ship can be a little bit lack of people, and there is a large portion of the map on the top coming up from that road that can be used that not a lot of people really use, mainly because it's kind of out of the way. There's not a lot of action that goes on there. A lot of the action is mainly near the ship, near those buildings. I would definitely say between the south part of the map and the ship. A little bit to the north, but a lot of the action is around there. That has the most prominent building, I would say. Because coming out of the top, you have a very large dip in elevation, and the building is right there. So there's not a lot of places for the pilots to really get onto. Because just on the backside of that building, the road is pretty level with the building. So Titans can very easily shoot you on there. However, it's not the same for the other side. The buildings are a lot higher. So Odyssey is a good map, and it was a fan favorite, which is why I was added in Titanfall 2, and I think it's a very good map. Outpost 207 is a very, very small map. For rollouts, you're pretty much going to start very close to each other. You're either going to spawn, excuse me, on the top left or top right, and you're going to kind of fight along this railgun building, making some quick jumps on the top of there. There is a lot of rooftops that pilots can use. The buildings are quite tall in this, so if you're on the ground, you're generally going to be exposed to a lot of fire. There is interiors to mainly the building on the bottom, the armory and the cannon have a lot of good interiors for pilots. Not necessarily the building on the left or the factory, that's more of a Titan area. And a lot of people like to use the observatory for sniping too. Titan combat can be kind of claustrophobic. The lanes are very tight, with the longer sight line being in the very center of the map. There's lots of cover for people to take to disengage, and it's just a very, very small map, so the routes to get across are very small. Mainly along the entire edge of the map, you can do a complete loop, or you can use the middle to take kind of cuts to different parts of the map. It's a good map, a little small. But definitely there's pretty much no unused space. If I would say there is unused space, it'd be this bridge on the bottom of the map, or this top left corner where this little circle is, where these two roads connect out of the factory, and the cannon next to the turret can be a little unused. However, a lot of the action takes place on this big armory building, the observatory area, the cannon, and a little bit on the factory. Mainly Titans will fight around this area near the turret. Overlook is a, I would say, medium-sized map. It's interesting. So for rollouts-wise, you have the main center piece with this long sightline with these catwalks on it. So you're either going to spawn on the top near these crates, or you're going to spawn on the very bottom of the map, pretty much working your way inside the interior, getting a sightline down there. So pretty much going inside these little rooms, getting some kind of vision on the other side where the rooms come out from the, this like landing pad area. There's another set of rooms leading into the catwalks. Generally, fighting's going to happen right there around the start. Pilot combat, I would say, is okay. There's definitely some tight areas inside this catwalk building area. And then there could be some decent long-range engagements on the bottom right of the map. There's a large open area, and not a lot of people usually frequent the runway. However, you can use some of these rocks to look over on the other areas of the map. Mainly just this landing pad with the crates on it. It's a common area to look over. Not a lot of action really happens in that. It's all going to be in the interior of the map. Titans have it pretty good. They got nice lanes to go across and paths to traverse underneath and over, and goes a long ways to go around the map if they don't necessarily want to run through the middle. With good sight lines, cover for them in the interior, and not so much on the bottom right or the left of the map. On the bottom right, there's pretty much nothing really. That little circle is where all the fighting. It's going to be really open. And on the top left or on the top of the map, you have little divots in elevation or some small buildings where you can take advantage of. Along with underneath the landing pad, there is places where pilots can hide and get into the buildings to be safe from Titans. That's another thing to make note of. Overlook's a pretty good map. The long silent lane at the start can be kind of annoying. However, it's a lot of fun to challenge people down there, I feel. Rise is another great map a lot of people love, and it's also in Titanfall 2, and I really, really love it too. I think Rise is one of the, iconic maps of Titanfall. Dare I say the word iconic. Basically, you'll either start on the top or the bottom of the map, and you'll have zip lines. Some people don't even use the zip lines, so they usually just kind of, wall run into the center of the map, where these bridges overlooking the middle are. I usually take the zip line, go across to the far left, do a lot of wall running and get a lot of speed and go into the center of the map and fight along these very high vertical walls, and use the tops. Even though it's out of bounds, you got 10 seconds, so you can use the tops to engage people. And then a lot of the fighting will take place either on the watery area, the walls in between, the center area, and a little bit to the pipes and steam rooms up on the top of the map. Since it's very tight, there's not a lot of areas of low traffic. I would say probably the big pipes on the bottom right of the map. You can go inside, however, it's pretty fucking stupid, as in really annoying if you're sitting in there the entire game. To the extent you can do, there's a little walkway on the very top of the map you can be a part of if you want to. For pilot combat, there's a lot of walls, so you can gain speed very, very fast. It's very nice to use SMG on this map, because there's a lot of small buildings you can hop down into with the speed and kill people. However, it's quite open on the ground floor, so Titans can kill you very easy if you're frequenting the ground. So you're going to need to stay high up or be inside the buildings along the tall walls. You need to be inside those buildings to avoid Titans. Titans are okay on this map. Again, it's very tight, so the longest sight lines obviously are in the middle of the map. There's 2 lanes you can really go down on, and a lot of the fighting will either be in that middle part of the map around this water area, like I said, or around this pipe area. It's very similar to pilot combat in a way that the locations don't really change. However, it's just the way it plays is different, as in you're actually operating on the ground rather than using the walls and the buildings to move around the map. Rise is a very good map, loved by all people, and I agree, Rise is a very fun map to play on. Smuggler's Cove is one of the last maps we have to go over, and it's a very, very big map. And for rollouts wise, you'll either start on the far right or kind of in the middle next to the edge of the water, and you'll use this long road sightline, usually like the Kraber around there. You could also spawn on like the top right or kind of in the middle part of the map on the left, which is kind of annoying. Pilot combat, there's a lot of roofs to hop on and lots of sight lines to engage people at. Not a lot of close quarters happens really. Mainly if you do close quarters, it's either going to be in the top part of the map really, kind of along the middle where these bridges are. or inside any of the interiors. Sometimes you can frequent the dam area and sit on top of there and snipe on the right of the map. Titans have a very good time on this map. There's a lot of open areas for them, really. All the lanes inside the facilities area, you can go underneath the dam, either from the water area or just from the roads on the side. You can take cover behind these buildings on the south or on the top. There's areas for Titans to maneuver around and take cover from all the buildings. And there's a large portion of the map, the cove, that nobody really uses. There is a turret way out, kind of in the corner, and there's another turret also more in the center of the map. But a lot of this water area is really unused. It's kind of interesting how it's all here, even though all the action usually takes place in the actual, facility part around all these buildings near the dam, rather than all this fighting in the water. Sometimes people will get in the water, but the thing is like there's just no cover out here. I think there's a few birds and a little box, but other than that, Smuggler's Cove is a good map, and I feel like there's quite a lot of opportunities for Titan and pilot combat. Is pretty fair, along with the decent sidelines, can make it a very good map for long-range engagements, and there's a okay amount of close quarters areas in the buildings. Training Ground is the last non-DLC map we're going to talk about. Training Ground is really good. One of my favorite maps, despite me having my lowest win rate on it. But Training Ground's unique thing is it has 4 turrets on it, and it's almost perfectly symmetrical, which is very strange for a lot of maps. Titanfall, usually there's 3 lanes, and it's kind of different depending on which side you're on. However, this map is very similar across the board. It's kind of meant to be a training facility. So there's lots of buildings, mainly this big rooftop in the middle. You can go inside, and there's catwalks on top and on the bottom of it. A little pass you can go underneath. These buildings on each side each have their own little path underneath, connecting them to, along with multiple floors in them, usually 2 or 3 story. There is also zip lines near the turrets to get onto this big rooftop. You don't necessarily have to eject or parkour up there. It's very good for pilot combat, as in you can use the buildings on the sides of the map next to the big middle to engage people in the middle or on the small buildings around you, along with using the underground pass if there's a lot of Titans in the way, and getting zip lines to get on top of the roof and kind of dodge fire that way. Titans have a very fun time on this map too. There's lots of smaller buildings to take cover behind, so you don't necessarily can't get peppered all the time by the pilots on roofs. And there's a lot of open areas. It's really kind of just freeform where you want to go. The whole map's a box basically, so you kind of just walk anywhere on the map. There's no real distinct routes. You can cross through the middle, the bottom, the top. You can basically go anywhere really as a Titan that's not a building. So it's a very open map in the form of how you choose to move around. There's some nice parkour paths for pilots to get around, and very accessible areas for Titans that can try to just meander across the entire map. As for rollouts wise, I forgot to mention, I usually like taking a zipline on top of the building and looking for pilots that also go on the other side of the building, or moving across into the center and trying to catch people that are looking over on the buildings into the main facility, or going over and looking over at people that spawned on my side and seeing if anybody pushed over into our spawn area and killing them before they can kill anybody who took a little too long to load in. So now that I've covered all of the non-DLC maps, and this has gone on for really long, I'm kind of just gonna play all 3 trailers for the 3 map packs. Let Blisk do the talking, and he's gonna go over all the maps and just let the trailers play, give a brief explanation of the maps, and I'm going to leave some remarks at the end of all the trailers, basically saying what I think of the maps, like yes, no, good part of thing, like good Titan combat, bad Titan combat, things like that. And then I'm gonna wrap up, so I'll see you after all these trailers.
Swampland. Tall, massive trees throughout the swamp provide new movement opportunities for agile, resourceful pilots, as well as intermittent cover in Titan-to-Titan combat. Runoff. Combat takes place at multiple elevations between the upper passages, the main deck, and the low-lying drainage canals, sometimes across long sightlines, requiring pilots to develop a strong understanding of this industrial battleground. War games. Characterized by long, transparent wall-running paths and a confined central corridor, this simulation places a premium on each pilot's ability to discover new ways to use these strategic routes against their foes.
Buy Xbox One. Get Titanfall.
Dig site. Sheer rock walls surround this militia mining facility, creating a bloody ground war. Titan skirmishes erupt amongst the industrial processing buildings, while pilots use the terrain to gain the high ground of the massive rock saw. Export. Reminiscent of the gold rush boomtowns from centuries earlier, the close quarters of this militia settlement allow pilots to use quick wall runs to gain speed and height to engage enemies from above, while Titans use choke points and steep inclines to control the battlefield below. Haven, an exclusive beach resort built to cater to the wealthy elite of the frontier. Home to hotel skyscrapers, art galleries, and luxury restaurants, these large interiors encourage discreet, pilot-only firefights, while Titans hold down strategic locations on the surrounding beach and roadway.
Look out, Titan!
Home to ex-IMC pilot Barker, this hidden bootlegging colony is defined by its elevation changes. Varying heights of terrain and open fields give Titans room to battle it out, while pilots can travel underground through grain storage facilities or use the elevated railways to gain the advantage. Known to the militia only as Zone 18, the IMC Advanced Robotics Facility is a fast-paced environment. Divided by a central supply path, many pilots will seek the protection of the facility's interior passages, while others will take advantage of the long sightlines provided by the limited rooftop cover. Sand trap. Deep reservoirs of unrefined fuel have transformed this recommissioned IMC facility into a key strategic point on the frontier. Its vast open spaces favor Titan movement, while pilots can escape into the deep chasms where skilled wall running is essential to avoid the fatal drop into the fuel reservoirs.
So, if you're here at this point in time, 2 words: thank you. Honestly, if you're listening to this or watching this part of the video, you have made it farther than I have ever imagined anybody would get through this. This has been a monster in production, in ideas, in brainstorming. I total have worked days, weeks, pretty much it's been an idea in my head for months, and my working script I kind of had turned into about 14 pages of notes, and that's not even really including like all the maps. I kind of just freestyled that at the very end. However, I went through a lot of effort to get accurate information as in numbers, went through all the wiki, trying to get as many stats and things as I could easily without, digging too much into different sources, really. So I just wanted to stick to the wiki and my knowledge and give an opinion on everything. So, in conclusion, I prefer Titanfall 1 a lot over Titanfall 2, mainly coming back to it. I've put in a lot of time, almost 300 hours, probably 300 hours at the time when you're seeing this. I've put in 300 hours. And honestly, it's hard to go back to Titanfall 2, mainly through one of the things I said in the beginning, I feel there's a lot of differences, and the sequel kind of threw a lot of things out of the window. However, they're both great games. I love both of them. If you play them, you're awesome. Titanfall is one of my favorite series as a shooter, as a game, and I'm kind of sad to see it slowly fall off the map. A lot of people are trying to make Titanfall 2 really come back, and with the Steam sale or addition on Steam, trying to increase the player count. However, Titanfall 1 has really been left in the dust with just a multiple of issues. The amount of hackers, not really, there's a huge amount, but there is a few hackers, and one that has the ability to basically shut down servers has been untouched for literally years. is a big issue. Why we will never have a player base. So if you're not really playing Titanfall 1, I don't foresee anybody coming in and playing it, and that's perfectly okay. I understand. There is speed hackers, and there is a hacker that will shut down the server if he just feels like it. You know, it's shit just happens and we live with it. However, I feel like Titanfall 1, despite these issues going on today, at its core is still a very good game, and I wish I could have played it really in its prime on PC. However, here we are, and here I am still playing it, even with all these multiple issues, and I still find it very invigorating to play. Coming back to it, thank you so much for watching this. It means a lot if you're hearing this, because you have listened to 5 hours of this guy rant and ramble about Titanfall for literally just entertainment, basically. I don't know why you're here. If you are, I can't thank you enough for just standing with me and letting this video, you know, at least do something, hopefully, for you. And I hope you learned something. And maybe you were just like, wow, this guy just, I can't believe he fucking went 5 hours about Titanfall. And honestly, I could probably go more in depth on some parts. I cut it really short on the maps because I was looking at the time, and I'm extremely low on hard drive space. I have saved up, it's almost 80 gigs of just raw footage of the background, obviously, because it's almost 5 hours long. So it's been a pain in my ass to make this happen. There's been a lot of days I haven't been really motivated to make it, and I'll take it kind of slow. However, as of right now, when I'm saying this is kind of a thank you, and I need to edit everything together right now. So if you do notice any issues, please let me know. I am more than happy to acknowledge you. Or if you have any questions about shit, please just ask, look it up, do something. You know, like, there's a lot of shit I probably said that is not correct or was outdated or something. I try to make sure it was correct. You know, it's kind of hard to really get the most perfect fucking fact check part when this info really hasn't been touched in 4 years, 5 years almost, you know. So a lot of it could be shit that's been changed throughout patches and they never updated it. You know, I don't know. The message of the day on Titanfall 1 is congratulating the first anniversary. We passed the 6 in March of 2020. So in conclusion, thank you so much for watching. I cannot stress it enough. Thank you for listening to this and watching this video. And if you appreciated it, a comment or a like or anything would let me know that this fucking mess that I produced gave you some hint of dopamine that made you enjoy it. Something out of this 5 hours I hope sparked your attention, hope made you laugh, hope made you learn something new about Titanfall, or the appreciation of how much fucking, you know, shit I know about this game for some reason that I wanted to share with you. So in conclusion, again, thank you so much for watching. If I ever do one of these again, it's probably going to be just as long, because the other games I'm thinking about doing this with, I have a lot to say about, and I don't know if I'll ever do it, because this has been such a fucking crazy project to work on. And once I get this done and uploaded, which you'll be watching it now, I'll feel so much better having this massive fucking project done off my chest. You know, I don't have to think about it any day. It's there. It's out for the world to judge, you know? So if you've judged it good, please, you know, let me know in the comments if you find anything interesting or you learned anything new. If you liked it, please leave a like. I know I usually don't fucking talk about likes and shit, but this thing is fucking 5 hours, and I honestly, the views for me is, I don't really know, because a lot of the times the views are just me looking at the video. So I like to know if somebody else is looking at the video and they actually found something interesting or they enjoyed it, they can leave a like or comment. I always enjoy reading comments if I even do get, you know, like one, you know, once every month or something like that. You know, it's very fun to see in just a little interaction because, you know, I'm fucking sad out here. I've clearly made this video, so I got nothing else fucking to do with the rest of my life, you know. So, I presented this as your New Year's gift to anybody watching. So I wish you all a very safe holiday season, along with 2020. And here's to 2021, when we can have bigger and better things. Titanfall, no Titanfall, you know. It's going to be a new year, kind of a fresh start, in a sense. So I'm looking forward to new journeys, new adventures, new exciting things to happen next year. As for the actual channel, I don't know. You know, kind of ebbs and flows with my job. But yes, thank you so much all for watching. And I'll see you in the next not heavily edited video.
Objection!
Okay, look, so I kind of fucked up a lot. I completely missed anti-Titan weapons. Somehow I didn't notice until I was going through my final revision of this. And there's basically no way for me to kind of fit that in without entirely fucking up the other 3 hours. So you're either here if you fell asleep and you got woken up by that objection, or you saw the note that I put in the description or in the video saying like, hey, if you want anti-Titan weapons, it's at the end of the video, because I'm retarded. So going on with that, I'm going to play the anti-Titan weapons little clips I already have recorded, and then probably a little spiel about burn cards, because I also completely negated burn cards in any of this. I didn't really know where to put it in, but I did record like each individual burn card, like a picture of them. I have them all lined up so you can see what all the burn cards did individually. So I'll probably play that along with the anti-Titan spiel. Anyways, going into anti-Titan weapons. Anti-Titan weapons. So, you know, you got your primary, secondary, now your anti-Titan. We only got 4 of them. There's a little bit of a power difference between some of them. But we'll go off and start with the Archer. The Archer is a pretty standard lock-on rocket launcher. It's got pretty good damage. But the main thing about the Archer is you know, it's a lock-on. So you gotta aim at a Titan and you gotta wait a little bit and then fire. While you're aiming at a Titan, the Titan knows you're being locked on because there's a little fucking compass looking thing that pops up on the Titan UI and it says pilot locking. It gives you a rough direction of where this pilot is. So if the Titan is smart enough, they'll realize that yes, I'm being locked on. And right before the missile impacts, the Titan will make some kind of beeping noise, and you know, it's another warning basically saying there is an Archer coming at you right now. What a Titan pilot would do in this scenario, right, is if they have Vortex Shield, they'll grab the rocket, throw it back. Hopefully it doesn't kill you. But for a Vortex Shield pilot, for a Vortex Shield Archer rather, the Titan has to be a little bit preemptive of when you're gonna fire due to the lag. For some reason, that Titanfall 1's Vortex is very slow to actually have the hitbox come out. There's a lot of instances you can think you're like, oh, I got it fine. You'll take the damage from the Archer, yet you'll catch it in your hand. It's very weird. It's almost like you're duplicating the projectile. As in, at the time it's doing the damage, you're also catching it. It's weird. But anyways, another thing a Titan can do if they don't have Vortex Shield is they could literally just dash to avoid the rocket. They can just dash in like a fucking opposite direction to the side of the rocket where it's coming from. So for example, if the rocket is literally coming dead on to the Titan, they could either dash diagonally to the left or to the right and avoid the Archer completely. Same thing if the fucking Archer is behind them. They can dodge diagonally across and just avoid the Archer completely. It doesn't, like an Ogre, yes, can do this. They can dodge an Archer. Granted, it's very fucking close. You need to be really precise with an Ogre. But it's extremely hard to hit a Strider with an Archer that's constantly dashing. Knows when to dash for an Archer. And Atlas does this very effectively too. it's very easy to dodge archer rockets with any Titan. So, by that nature, depending on who you're fighting and what they have, an archer can be a very, very shitty anti-Titan weapon. Because you can't do any Titan damage without a lock. And if they know you're locking and they know how to prevent damage, you're not going to do any Titan damage. They're just going to kill you. It's going to be very, really frustrating. So, the way to prevent this, really, is to pick the archer if you know there's a clusterfuck really going on. If a Titan is really, like, there's a 3v3, a 4v4 going on. There's arc nades going, fucking railguns, particle walls are being dropped. Shit is just going crazy. You could use an archer and potentially catch a Titan that's burned all his dashes, trying to get away, trying to get his shields back up, and doom him. Because the archer does a lot of damage. Just hitting it is the biggest issue. You need to catch people off guard and not expecting it. You could sit somewhere with a cloak, lock on. If you're not paying attention or you're too close to them, closer than they would expect, you can easily kill them. Doom them. But by itself, if you're just straight up in a 1v1 with any Titan, the archer is a very, very bad anti-Titan weapon. It's very feast or famine. A lot of people love to use it. Just lock on, fire, get a good chunk of damage. If that person you're firing at knows how to counter an archer, you're not going to do damage. You're not. I'm sorry. I literally run Vortex Shield to kill archers. And there's no better feeling than catching an archer as somebody's falling from their Titan after I just doomed them. And as once they hit the ground, from the archer they just shot at me, I throw it at their feet and die. Just fucking return to sender. The Sidewinder, otherwise known as the SMR in Titanfall 2. Sidewinder is an interesting weapon. It's a micro mini missile launcher, right? So it doesn't inherently do a lot of damage on its own. You know, a high rate of fire, shoot a lot of missiles. Not very accurate. The mag size is okay on it. The biggest thing about it is the flinch. My God, this thing will piss you off. It doesn't inherently do a lot of damage, right? If your shields are down and there's a Sidewinder hopping around it, and they're going to flinch you to shit. Just constantly getting hit by all these little missiles. And just make your aim do weird things you wouldn't expect, and it just makes you really frustrated because this guy is right in your face, you know? You gotta be pretty close to use the Sidewinder. Yet you're just getting flinched out. You can't hit him. It's a very risky weapon. It's okay. But at its core, it's a very risky weapon, and there's very safer options that have higher fucking damage than the Sidewinder. You can kill pilots with the Sidewinder, and the splash is really ass. You can do it. If you really want to, you can. Sidewinder is just not a great weapon. It's, to be honest, it's not great. So the mag launcher is our other anti-Titan weapon before we get to the big one. It's basically a grenade launcher that shoots a few grenades at a time. And the special thing about these grenades is that it'll automatically home in on any Titans or Spectres near the grenade lands. So it allows you to do damage pretty consistently, with the cost of that damage being really, really low. So it's one of the few anti-Titan weapons, though, you can completely fire it, like not explode to the Titan at all. You could just shoot over a wall, shoot outside of a window in the corner of the building, and you won't have any exposure to the Titan, so they don't know really exactly where you are, and they'll have a general location because they'll see the grenades coming at them. But it just lacks damage. That's the main thing about it. It has a little niche in capture the flag. If people are trying to do flag captures, riding on the back of a Titan, when the Titan's shields are down, the mag launcher will deal damage to a rodeo pilot. So you can kill a friendly or an enemy rodeo on a Titan, you know, if they're trying to cap the flag. You can kill a pilot that way if they're doing it. In the same vein, an archer will do that. They will kill the pilot that is on the back. The mag launcher is just more consistent because it's easier to get the magnet grenades on top of a Titan. Also, if you just really want to not use your other weapons, you can pull out your Mega Launcher and kill a drop pod of Spectres relatively easily. It's another option to do that. There's not really much to the weapon. It's a simple, low damage, semi-auto aiming anti-Titan weapon. It's okay. The Charge Rifle, the final anti-Titan weapon we have. It's, along with the Wingman, amazing and pretty much one of the only options that's relatively used for anti-Titan weapons. In short, it's a weapon that charges up over time, so if you hold down the trigger or mouse, you charge up the weapon and it fires once it's reached its max charge. And it has no range drop off, and the beam is hit scan. And this hit scan beam will one-shot pilots. It's great. It's basically a pocket sniper along with your other two weapons. If you have somebody that's out of range for your carbine or your shotgun, you can easily whip out your charge rifle, charge it up, shoot somebody with it in one-shots. In the vein for actually attacking Titans, it's very, very good. Again, with the no range drop off. You don't have, you could be close, you could be far, you will do the same amount of damage with every shot into a Titan. So, the first two shots into a Titan will take care of the shield. If you miss the second shot, the shield will start to regen. That's a key thing to note. So when you do the third shot and it does hit, then the shield will be down. And critical hits with the charge rifle fucking hurt. They will absolutely let the pilot know that you are a force to be reckoned with. It is very easy to completely doom an ogre even with just the charge rifle. Get 2 crits after you take down the shields. The ogre's pretty much at 25% health. It's a monster of a weapon. I love it, and a lot of people do love it. And compared to Titanfall 2, it's honestly, like, in Titanfall 2 they made the gun a lot faster to charge, and they even gave it a attachment to make it go even faster. They neutered the damage out of it. It still one-shots pilots in that game, and it still one-shots here. It's just, it's very slow, and you have to really know like when to fire the shot. And Titans aren't that small of targets, but if they're dashing around, you're obviously going to miss. You're going to have to wait a few seconds to come up. By the time you come up, they'll be ready looking for you. So the key thing, I think, with this weapon really is to reposition very often. Have the charge, like constantly feather the charge, and while you're sprinting, yes, you can't feather the charge, but it doesn't mean you can't feather the charge while you're wall jumping or wall riding, you know. Be hopping across the map very easily, holding the charge, shoot a Titan real quick, hop on their back, you know, get a burst of damage before you start a rodeo engagement. It's a very common thing I like to do. Or when you're falling or ejecting out of your Titan, turn around, whip out your charge rifle, shoot somebody in the back. Maybe you'll doom them if you got the fight really low, you know. It's a very, very good weapon, and I highly recommend that if you want to use a anti-Titan weapon, and outside of just Titan combat, this is pretty much like your only choice besides maybe the Sidewinder or Mag Launcher. You can, yes, kill people with the Mag Launcher and Sidewinder, but the charge rifle is a great anti-Titan weapon as it doubles as a great sniper. So that's why it's pretty much unparalleled on comparison to the other anti-Titan weapons. So a thing I also is very different about Titanfall 1 and 2 is that Titanfall 1 has burn cards instead of boosts. Now what burn cards are, very simply put, is you can take 3 into a battle, you carry 100 at a max level as G10, and they basically each have their own unique effect for every weapon or, you know, just in battle. So some of them will give you weapons that do more damage, some of them change things like weapons. So for example, the Hammond gets a burst fire, and the R101 will just do more damage. A amped quad rocket will have clusters when you shoot the quads. Or you can get things like, you know, dealing damage to Titans increases your build time. Dealing damage to grunts increases your build time. Pilots, you start with a fully charged core. You are permanently stimmed. You have a longer stim. There's a lot of things about burn cards that are very unique. Some of them you can just call in your own Titan. And the thing is too is like there is no microtransactions for all these. It's all earned through in-game currency, and the black market is what allows you to buy these. So they periodically have daily deals where you can buy certain cards individually, or you can buy packs, including some. However, I feel like you never really do this. I usually look like the black market daily deals and buy things like Titan cards or amped weapons that I want. However, you earn a lot of burn cards throughout normal play, and it's very common to use them. It's a one-time kind of thing. You know, you die, you lose it. Somebody else can pick up the amped weapon and use it. However, you can only bring three into a battle, with the exception of using something like Roll the Dice, which periodically pulls cards from all your cards that you have. I like burn cards a lot more than boosts. It gives a lot more unique qualities to the weapons. Like, instead of just saying amped weapons more damage, like, so the amped weapons in this game all with the exception, there's some that are just like, yes, they do more damage, and there's some that give them, you know, unique features. Like, I mean, the railgun will charge faster, the quad rocket will shoot cluster munitions, the Eva is fully automatic, the wingman has a match trigger. You know, it's just, I love the individual like parts of the cards that give the weapons more of a unique, you know, effect, rather than just say, oh, more damage. So, and also there's little blurbs about the bottom of the cards, giving you just a little bit more shit about the universe. I like burn cards a lot. I've kind of grown to be like, okay, I should be able to win without using burn cards, because just kind of managing them is a hassle to keep all the cards you want and constantly using the cards. I just got to a point, and I want to stay at a point where, okay, I'm okay with not using burn cards because I'm comfortable, you know, just playing at the level I'm at. However, burn cards are good. People use them. I'm okay with them. Sometimes picking up amped weapons is very fun, and using it to kill them. So hopefully this has covered all my fuck ups, and I'm basically going to wrap up really quick with another thank you for watching. And maybe you came back here and you're going to go back to a different part of the video to, you know, finish off. You wanted to hit the anti-Titan weapons and burn cards before you went into Titans. So I totally understand that. I made a very, very big oopsie there. But yeah, so thank you for watching so much, and if you're going to continue watching the video and pick up where you left off, I hope you enjoyed.